This guy reached a level of power so insane that it basically turned him into a god. Why a god? Because this ability can literally do anything. With this magic, he became so OP that he was able to take down a whole group of bullies all by himself. On top of that, he cured a disease that doctors swore was incurable, and with just a few needles, he made an old man stand up instantly. He even managed to exorcise a demon straight out of a child's body using this exact same power. Not to mention his other skills, like telling a fake item from a real one, or spotting the most valuable stone with just a single glance. But before all this, he was just a total loser, treated like a dog by his girlfriend's family. Let's go back in time to see how he got this strong. Chin Li, our main character, was living in his wife's family residence. One day, his sister-in-law Chu Zitan walked in to check what he was doing in his room. She caught him sitting there in nothing but his underwear, and totally embarrassed, she bolted out of there. Chin Li was just doing his daily training routine, a cycle he'd finally completed after 10 whole years of dedication. Having no clue about the extent of his new power, he shook his mother-in-law's friend's hand, almost crushing the guy's bones and ticking off the woman who'd always hated him. Chu Zitan got a call from her sister saying the police wanted to arrest her because of some issue with a company product, forcing Chin Li to step in. When he arrived at the company, he found a customer with her face covered in pustules. Chin Li asked for 10 minutes, guaranteeing he had the cure for that problem. She was skeptical, but he said if he failed, she could have him arrested right there. Qing Yin, his wife, asked him to avoid causing trouble, but he was confident in the cure. In just a few minutes, Qing Yin went to a nearby store and bought the necessary items. He grabbed the bag, prepared the mixture, and infused his magic into the water, mixing it with the herbs, and just seconds later, the remedy was ready. The smell was unbearable, but he still applied the paste to the woman's face. Unable to stand the stench, she ran off desperately to the bathroom. When she came back, her skin was smooth as a baby's, leaving everyone stunned. The woman was so shocked she offered him 500,000 to save her grandfather. He accepted the proposal right on the spot. When they got to the hospital, her father was told there was no treatment left. His daughter jumped in right away, saying she'd brought a young doctor to help. The father demanded a medical license and got annoyed when he found out he didn't have one. Meanwhile, the grandfather's condition was getting worse and the doctors were out of options. The daughter begged them to let Chin Li try, but the father ordered him out of the room. Suddenly, the situation turned critical and the patient's heart stopped beating. The man started crying in despair, not knowing what else to do. Chin Li rushed into the room, ripped open the old man's shirt, and quickly inserted several needles infused with his magic. Just seconds later, the old man miraculously came back to life. The doctors were in disbelief at the impossible feat they'd just witnessed. The father immediately started thanking him, apologizing for doubting him. When he left the room, his wife was waiting for him outside. Getting home, the whole family was worried about her. His mother-in-law, with her usual loving attitude, told him to go clean the room. He finished his shower and when he entered the bedroom, he saw Qing Yin doing yoga. She told him that the next day they'd go together to the family dinner. As he closed the door, she thanked him for his help, surprising him since she'd never done that before. The next day, during the family gathering, the vibe was peculiar. While everyone chatted excitedly, he just ate in silence. Cheng Wen took the opportunity to gift his uncle an antique artifact valued at 300,000, but Chin Li, using his power, immediately noticed the piece was fake. Cheng Wen mocked Chin Li, saying he didn't have any money at all. Chin Li shot back that if he'd brought something, it would have been better than that fake. Cheng Wen started getting visibly furious at the accusation. Just as Chin Li was about to explain, the major walked in, asking what was fake. Cheng Wen reached out his hand, but got ignored by the major, who greeted Chin Li instead. That man was the father of the young woman he'd helped at the hospital. Chin Li explained in detail why the artifact was a replica, convincing both the major and his father with all his vast knowledge. The major called him aside to talk, leaving the family arguing behind. The man explained he was feeling sick. Chin Li examined him, understood the problem and promised to go to his house to heal his entire family. As they said goodbye, the major said it was an honor to have him as a friend. On his way back home, Chin Li was surrounded by a group of thugs who'd been following him. They block the way, and Liu says the only way out is to let them cut off his hands. Chin remains calm and mocks the threat. Liu promises 50,000 to whoever cuts off his hands, and the thugs attack. An aura of energy surrounds Chin, and he takes down all of them with quick and precise strikes. In a few seconds, all the thugs are on the ground. Liu is terrified to see Chin's strength and tries to flee in desperation. Chin taunts him but lets him run and breathes a sigh of relief. He continues to the mayor's house while the alley fills with unconscious enemies. The sun sets, and he arrives in front of the mansion. Chin rings the doorbell and feels a very bad energy coming from the place. The mayor opens the door, looking happy, but with deep dark circles under his eyes. The mayor asks Chin to come in, but he feels that the house is filled with malevolent energy. Suddenly they hear a scream coming from inside and run down the hallway. The mayor enters the room and sees his son floating while his wife screams in fright. Chin realizes that the boy is surrounded by a horrifying dark energy. The mayor panics, but the MC promises to save the boy. The entity senses the protagonist's power and begins to speak through the child, asking them to stay away. Chin concentrates his energy and launches needles that hit the center of the malevolent force. A white flash appears, and part of the energy dissipates. The boy falls onto the bed, exhausted, and Chin tells the parents not to approach because he is not finished yet. The energy is still inside the child's body, and he needs to expel it. The mayor and his wife are affected by the curse and begin to argue. Chin pricks his own finger and channels energy into a needle that he places on the boy's forehead. The boy screams as the black energy starts to leave his body and rise into the air. Chin launches more purified needles, and the dark mass disintegrates. The child wakes up and hugs his mother. Chin says that the danger has passed but needs to find the source of the curse. He asks if they received anything strange and begins to search the house. At the entrance, he finds a stone hidden inside a statue. Chin shows it to the mayor and explains that it spread the malevolent energy whenever he passed by. To end this, he channels his power and destroys the stone. All the dark energy dissipates and the environment returns to normal. The mayor's wife thanks him and apologizes for the offenses. The happy mayor says he will take him home and asks if he would like to open a clinic. Chin is surprised and thinks he could help many more people with that. He thanks him and heads home, excited about the idea as night falls. While walking through the city, he sees something strange and asks the driver to stop the car. The driver slams on the brakes, and the MC hits his face on the seat. Irritated, the driver asks why, and Chin sees his wife across the street, not understanding what she is doing there so late. He watches her hidden, and the driver comments that the woman is very beautiful. Qingyin meets her red-haired friend Wei Mi, and the two kiss passionately. The protagonist is shocked, and the driver, astonished, asks if she is cheating on him. The two enter a nightclub and start drinking together. Qingyin says she is overwhelmed with work, and her friend tells her to forget her problems and have fun. After several drinks, Wei Mi comments that if it weren't for a sham marriage, Qingyin wouldn't be under so much pressure. She drinks too much, and her friend offers her a special drink. She downs it all and passes out shortly after. Wei Mi carries her friend up the stairs to the second floor. There, Liu Minghao is waiting with a camera pointed at the bed. He takes the unconscious Qingyin and lays her down with an evil look, saying he is not responsible for what he does. The friend leaves and Liu locks the door, starting to mess with Qingyin's clothes. Before anything happens, 3 knocks sound on the door. Liu thinks it's room service and opens it, but the protagonist enters. He tries to make excuses, saying he just wanted to help. Qin knees him in the gut and throws him against the wall. This makes the scoundrel cough up blood and fall to the floor, terrified. Qin approaches and asks in a cold voice how he wants to die, but Liu kneels crying and promises never to show up in their lives again. The MC is soft-hearted and lets the opportunist go, but as he passes behind him, Liu pulls out a knife and tries to attack him from behind. Qin dodges and says he has given too many chances already. He launches a needle with energy, hitting Liu's hip, causing him to fall to the ground, screaming in pain. The 2 accomplices are expelled from the room, and Qin closes the door, relieved to find his wife. He carries a needle and channels energy into her body until she awakens. Qin asks how she is, but she realizes someone has messed with her clothes. Startled, she slaps him and calls him a pervert. Qin explains that he saved her, but she doesn't believe him and continues to accuse him. Tired, he says it depends on her whether she believes it or not and leaves the room. She continues cursing and throwing things at the door until she sees a camera recording everything. Meanwhile, Qin goes to a park and receives a call from Liu Wan. She thanks him for the balm and wants to buy 200 jars, asking him to add something to lighten the skin. Qin happily agrees, and she says she will sponsor the clinic he plans to open. Later, Qingyin waits for her husband to arrive and becomes worried about the delay. When he enters, they fall silent until she asks why he arrived so late. Qin replies that he was working, and she tries to change the subject. He notices that she is nervous and asks what happened. Sadly, she tells him that she might be fired because of the rumors in the company about Liu Wan. The manager suggested that she resign. Qin tries to calm her down, saying that everything will be fine. She asks how she will support the family without a job, and he tries to remind her of when he saved the mayor's father in the hospital. Qin shares that the mayor offered him a clinic and that he has already made some money healing people. He says that if his wife wants, they can open the clinic together. Qingyin is surprised and moved by what she hears, but the MC explains that it will still take time for the clinic to open and goes upstairs to sleep. She thanks him for the words and thinks about apologizing. The next morning, someone rings the doorbell several times, calling for Qingyin. Qin, still in his pajamas, opens the door and sees Tan Zijin, his wife's best friend. She recognizes him from college and still finds it strange that Qingyin married him. Zijin calls her friend to go out and says they are going shopping, They get into the car and head to downtown. The day is beautiful, and Zijin sings cheerfully along the way. The car stops in front of a luxurious building, the tallest in the city. Zijin explains that there is an auction happening there for rich and famous people. She shows the invitation and says that Chin is their driver. They go up to the penthouse where the auction takes place in a lavish hall. Zijin teases Chin to buy a stone for his wife, and he replies that he will buy it if she likes it. The next item is a raw jade stone, and the two watch excitedly while Chin seems bored. From a distance, he notices a stone in the discard area emanating a very strong energy. He goes over and feels that it reacts to his own energy. He asks the price, and the attendant says it costs between $50 and $100. Chin searches his pockets and hands over crumpled bills and coins to pay. He asks for help to cut the stone. Zijin is shocked, saying that those stones are worthless and that he is embarrassing himself. But when the girl cuts the stone, she screams in surprise, saying that it is full of jade inside. The entire hall turns to look while everyone is impressed with the find. People come closer to see the stone and excitedly take photos with the discovery. Soon everyone starts searching for other stones in the trash, trying to find more like that one. Some try to buy Chin Li's stone, and the offers rise to 5 million. The buyer is Tan Lao, the king of Jade and Zijin's father. He asks if Chin wants to sell, but the young man says he bought the stone for his wife and that she should decide. Qingyin praises the gesture and agrees to sell, saying it will be better in the hands of a specialist. Tan Lao is pleased and promises to send the check. He then asks Chin to examine a stone he bought, thinking it had jade. Chin says it is common and has nothing special about it. No one believes him, and even his wife doubts it. Zijin teases him, saying he was lucky before. When the stone is opened, everyone sees that there is no jade inside, and Tan Lao confirms that Chin was right. He praises the young man and offers a job opportunity if he wants to join his team. Tan and Zijin say goodbye and leave. On the way back, Qingyin asks since when her husband understands geology. Chin hands over the check and says he learned by reading books and can teach her later. Irritated, she asks why he pretended to be mute and a failure. Chin remembers an old master who taught powerful techniques and said he would have to seal his kai for 10 years. He explains that he did not lie and that this was the reason for his silence. Qingyin asks why he married her. Chin recalls the time in college when he was humiliated, and she defended him. Since that day, he fell in love and accepted the marriage, happy to be with her. Even knowing that the marriage is a facade, he says he has never regretted it because she and her family helped him a lot. In his heart, Qingyin will always be his true wife. Chin Li blushes as he opens up to his wife, and she doesn't know how to react. Even though they like each other, the complicated marriage prevents them from declaring their feelings. Chin says the clinic will open the next day and invites his wife to go with him. She thinks he is joking and warns that saving lives is not that simple. He explains that he will only take care of mild cases and asks her not to worry. Irritated, Qingyin says that if he gets arrested, he won't count on anyone's help. Chin feels sad about the distrust, but understands that she is worried. The next day, the clinic opens, and many people show up to wish luck. Qingyin's family also goes, and some ants start criticizing Chin, saying he is not a doctor. Qingyin's father defends him, reminding them that he helped the mayor. Cheng Wen provokes him, and Chin responds with sarcasm. He warns that the clinic will be inspected since he works at the city hall. Mayor Liu and his wife arrive and greet Chin joyfully. Everyone is surprised by the good relationship between them. Qingyin becomes furious seeing her family, who used to mock him, now pretending to be sympathetic. Suddenly, someone screams for help from outside. A desperate father holds his son, who is fainting and foaming at the mouth. Chin approaches, saying he is a doctor and can help. Some relatives mock him, saying he won't be able to cure the boy. The father pleads, and Chin takes the boy inside the clinic. He places him on the stretcher and concentrates energy by touching his pulse. The energy flows through the boy's body to the vital organs. Chin realizes that the stomach is damaged and states that he has been poisoned. The father says that the neighbor takes care of the boy and would never do that. Chin's mother-in-law criticizes the father for being careless and leaving his son with others. The man cries, saying he has raised his son alone since his wife's death. Chin confirms that based on the symptoms and the darkening skin, the boy is indeed poisoned. A voice in the crowd says that the doctor just got his diploma a few days ago, and everyone is shocked by this. People start shouting for the clinic to be closed and for the boy to be taken to the hospital. Chin's aunt and cousin enjoy the chaos while his wife becomes nervous at what she sees. The boy's father becomes desperate and accuses Chin of making the situation worse. He gets irritated and says that the boy is in critical condition and there is no time to lose. Then the boy starts coughing up blood and everyone is horrified. Chin asks everyone to step back and begins treatment, concentrating his energy. He applies needles to the boy's energy points, purifying his insides. He makes the boy vomit the poison and starts moving again. The father cries with emotion and hugs him, apologizing. but his son simply says he is hungry and wants to eat fried pork. The father agrees and thanks Chin for saving his son. Chin says the boy is fine, but can go to the hospital if he wants to confirm. The father kneels, emotional, calling the protagonist a true doctor. Everyone is amazed by his talent. Meanwhile, Lu Minghao watches furiously, and the old man beside him says to wait, because Chin will soon make a mistake. At night, a patient leaves the clinic happy, and the lights go out. Tired, Chin closes the place but hears a noise coming from the garden. He finds a boot and a bloody knife and soon sees an injured woman covered in blood. She stares at him and advances toward him. Chin tries to stop her, saying he is a doctor, but she staggers and faints in front of him. He decides to help and takes her inside the clinic, placing her on a stretcher. While she remains unconscious, he calls home. Qingyan answers and asks if her husband is not coming home that night. Chin says he will sleep at the clinic because he still has a lot of work and asks his wife not to wait for him. His wife feels frustrated and calls him an idiot, saying he can live in the clinic forever if he wants. He thinks about buying something to please her next time. Returning to work, he starts treating the injured woman. She has several gunshot wounds and cuts, and Chin carefully removes the projectiles. As he takes off her necklace, he notices a military symbol from the 19th Elite Division. He wonders how someone like her ended up there. The girl dreams of the past, remembering that she was the leader of a team from the MI-19 Special Forces. During a mission, she receives the order to exterminate her own division and falls into despair. The scream of no wakes her up on the clinic stretcher. She realizes she is alive and sees her wounds treated. Chin says that if he had arrived 2 minutes later, he wouldn't have been able to save her. She tries to get up but feels pain and cannot. Chin asks where she is going and she says she has nowhere to go. He thinks for a moment and offers for her to stay at the clinic as an assistant. The girl is surprised and asks if he would really do that. Chin confirms, saying he will pay 5,000 a month. Emotional, she promises to do everything she can to help him. Suddenly, someone shouts calling Chin Li at the door. He goes to open it, but the door is pushed and hits his face. It is Zijin, who rushes in asking him to follow her. Chin asks what happened, and she says she will take him to a jewelry competition. She shows the tickets and pulls him along without letting him question it. They arrive at the Yangsheng Palace where the Jade Stone competition is taking place. Mr. Tan greets them both with joy and warmly welcomes the protagonist. Tan explains that he needs his help in the competition, and the MC asks if he will be a consultant. Mr. Tan confirms that he has seen Chin's skill and wants his help in the competition. He explains that the tournament has 2 stages, one for betting and another for cutting the stones. The staff members Wang Chao, Zhao Lin, and Lao Shu are introduced to the team. Zijin comments that their father invested a lot and promises to pay the MC if they reach the top 3. Mr. Tan says that if they win, he will give him 10% of the shares of the Tan Ki company. Zijin threatens him, saying she could make up lies about him to his wife. Frightened, Chin promises to do his best. They go to the big screen where the stones are being announced. One of the men mocks him, asking if he is going to choose a common stone. Chin smiles and replies that he wants to try his luck. Lao Shu hands him a golden card with 1,000 reais, saying it is enough to play with. She finds it strange because she expected to spend millions. The staff laughs, saying he is not qualified to choose stones with them. He just laughs and looks at the card in his hands. The sun shines over the palace as Chin begins to search among the cheaper stones. Among them, one catches his attention with a faint blue glow. The stone costs 2,000 but radiates a strong energy, making Chin believe it is valuable. Chin Li's eyes popped wide open when he spotted a stone that totally stood out from the crowd. Some lady asked if he was down to buy the stone. The 2 guys started chatting about it, claiming it was worth nearly $5 million, which totally grabbed Chin Li's attention. Noticing Chin Li was zoned out, the lady called out to him again. He jumped a bit, realizing he had been so into the guy's convo that he totally spaced on her. The lady handed Chin Li a card, saying it was worth 50 grand and would cover the whole price of the stone. He waved it off, saying it was cool, and accepted the card anyway. Out of nowhere, someone shouted Chin Li's name from the crowd, leaving him wondering who it was. 3 dudes with cheeky grins started teasing him, asking what stone he snagged and if he thought he'd snag first place. Lao Shu, acting all high and mighty, told him to just go home, hinting that not everyone could roll with Mayor Tan. He shot back confidently, saying he wasn't sure if his stone was top tier, but if it wasn't for Mr. Tan, he wouldn't have even tried. Suddenly, the mayor rolled up and asked if they had all picked their stones. Lao Shu, full of himself, told Mayor Tan they were guaranteed top 3 because they had the best stones. Tan nodded, agreeing they had indeed picked the best 2 stones. He thought to himself that the stone's surface was fire, and the quality inside should be just as lit. Out of nowhere, one of the guys recognized Mayor Tan. It was Chen Zong, who was all cozy with a girl. Zong, with a smirk, told Tan he was ready to gamble again after Tan lost to him last time. Tan, a bit annoyed, shot back that how he spent his cash was his own business. Zong burst out laughing at Tan's response. Qianzong's voice dripped with amusement because he couldn't believe Tan was now using new people to back him up. With a sneer, Zong hinted that Tan was scraping the bottom of the barrel for help at Tan Key Jewelry. With a condescending tone, Zong suggested Tan should just pack it up and leave before he got even more embarrassed. With a mocking laugh, Qianzong told Tan he had no place in Jiangcheng and should just head back to Yangcheng. Lao Shu, trying to be the hero, told Mayor Tan to chill and that he'd make sure they crushed Qianzong. The Jade contest officially kicked off, and the host, with a booming voice, told everyone to pay attention. The Jade contest had a ton of participants. Once everyone was ready, the host excitedly announced it was time to dive into the stone gambling part of the contest. The one hosting the Jade contest was Shinran. Shinran called all the contestants up to the stage to get ready. Mayor Tan nervously asked Qin where the stones he bought were. Qin showed off the stones he snagged for just $20,000. The three guys erupted in laughter when they saw the stone Qin had picked. Lao Shu mockingly said Qin had the guts to show them his trash stone. Mr. Tan thought to himself in disbelief that there was no way that garbage stone was worth anything. He started doubting Qin Li's skills, thinking he might have misjudged him. The MC, Shin Ran, shocked everyone by announcing that the first stone cut was a whole green. After that, the second stone was also a stunning glass royal green. Bidding for the stones kicked off with huge numbers flying in, one after another. The bid started with a loud shout at 30 million, then shot up to 45 million. Lao Shu was in shock, thinking it was wild that the bidding was already so high when the competition had just begun. The competition was heating up, and it was only getting intense. Shinran informed the competitors that the top bids were 63 million down to 42 million. She then announced the last contestant, which was Mayor Tan's stones. Mayor Tan was all in, buying their own stones for this competition. Lao Shu walked up to the stage, holding the two big stones, feeling a wave of nerves and anxiety while cutting the stone, hoping Mayor Tan's picks were green. A wave of excitement buzzed through the crowd as they waited for the big reveal of the stone's hidden treasures. Mayor Tan, looking super stressed, paced back and forth, wondering what was hiding inside the stone. Meanwhile, Qin Li, chill as ever, muttered to himself that millions just went down the drain. The stones got sliced open, and a collective gasp of anticipation rippled through the audience. Everyone held their breath, praying for a flash of green to pop out. But then, a wave of disappointment hit as they realized the stone's insides were just a worthless chunk of rock. The host and the others were in shock, saying, "How is it even possible that this stone is just junk?" They had dropped $5 million on these stones, and it felt like a total waste. The audience burst into laughter, roasting Mayor Tan's terrible judgment. Even Shin Ran, the host, was stunned, unable to believe that something so pricey turned out to be nothing. Shin Ran sighed in disappointment, calling the contestant from Tan Key Jewelry a total letdown and a waste of cash. "It's over," Mayor Tan thought, feeling the embarrassment wash over him. But then the MC, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, announced that one stone was still uncut. Desperate to save Qin Li from more humiliation, Mayor Tan tried to stop him from cutting the second stone. Qin Li smirked as he sliced the stone open, knowing it wouldn't be worthless this time. The stone was cut open, revealing a stunning imperial green inside. The host exclaimed that it was just an ordinary stone, but it turned out to be imperial green. Everyone thought it was game over after seeing the first stone cut earlier. Lao Shu couldn't believe that a $20,000 stone would actually be full green inside. He then added that Qin Li was just a lucky dude. Mayor Tan, lost in thought, lamented that if the $5 million were in Qin Li's hands, he would have been the one to bring victory to Tan Key Jewelry. Shin Ran was totally baffled, watching as Qin Li kept cutting the jade, thinking he was nuts and couldn't grasp his moves. The mayor couldn't hold back and stood up, shouting at Qin Li to stop cutting the jade stone. Qin Li, unfazed by the chatter, stayed focused on getting the job done. Tan was now shocked by what he was about to witness. With a dramatic flourish, Qin Li sliced open the final stone, sending a wave of anticipation through the crowd. Shinran's voice, shaking with excitement, declared that the jade stone had jade inside it, and a piece of blood jade nestled within the green jade. She then announced that the last piece of blood jade sold for $1 billion. The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices echoing through the hall as they marveled at the incredible jade stone. Qin Li, holding the jade high, declared with confidence that this jade was the last belonging of Mr. Tan. Shin Ran then exclaimed with excitement that the stone cut was the rarest jade of all. She added that this stone was so unique it took 1,000 years to form. She even joked that this jade was worth as much as a life, even hers. A wave of frenzy washed over the crowd as they screamed and shouted their bids, desperate to snag the jade stone for themselves. The man, taken aback, confirmed that Qin Li had unearthed a blood jade, a gemstone of crazy rarity. That was a long night with all the auctions going down. One morning, an old man in the back suddenly had a coughing fit, his face twisting in discomfort. The man worriedly said that his father was getting worse and worse. He started to speak but abruptly stopped mid-sentence, coughing violently, blood staining his lips. The panel returned to the auction, and the stone cut by Qin Li sold for $2 billion. Shinran congratulated Tanki Jewelry for winning the auction with a price of $2 billion. The crowd erupted in cheers for Qin Li and the mayor, who stood on stage after winning the auction. The host declared that this auction was truly epic, with the winning bid of $2 billion setting a record that might never be broken. With a graceful bow, Mayor Tan expressed his heartfelt thanks to Qin Li, recognizing his huge role in the day's events. Tan thanked him, saying that without his help, Tanki Jewelry would have been in serious trouble. He also apologized for doubting Qin Li's skills earlier. Qin Li thanked the mayor back, saying he didn't take it personally and appreciated the mayor's nice vibes. The mayor, trying to make things right, offered him the cash from the Jade sale. Qin Li was so shocked by the mayor's offer that he was totally speechless. Zijin jumped in, saying he was a VIP guest of the Tan fam. She added that winning the Jade contest could really boost their status in Jang province. Out of nowhere, someone shouted for Qin Li from the crowd, and behind him were a few guys who looked like they meant business. Turns out, the dude's name was Jiang Jun, and he was inviting Qin Li to hang out with the Jiang family. Jiang Jun handed him an invitation card, which he took without hesitation. The next day, Qin Li was in the car, checking out the invite he accepted, when the driver said they had arrived. It was a chill evening when Qin Li pulled up to the Jiang family's crib. The Jang fam lived in a massive, stunning mansion that was guarded by a squad of tough-looking bodyguards. Qin Li was so blown away by the huge house that he had to snap a pic on his phone. One of the guards showed him around the place. The guard knocked on the door, letting the young master know that Qin Li, their guest, had arrived. Jiang Jun, the young master, opened the door and welcomed him with open arms. He praised Qin Li for his performance at the Jade contest, saying it really blew his mind. Curious about the late-night invite, Qin Li asked Jiang Jun what was up with the gathering at the Jiang estate. Jun laughed and said the invite wasn't for anything major, just his curiosity about something. The young master was super interested in Qin Li's moves at the Jade contest and asked why he kept carving the first Jade. He also wanted to know if Qin Li had heard about the blood Jade hidden in the stone. Qin Li kept it real and said he felt a warm vibe from the Jade when he held it, which made him suspicious. That vibe got him curious enough to cut the stone open. Jun found that explanation hilarious and suggested Qin Li should find him another Jade stone. But then Jiang Guo started coughing, sounding pretty rough. Qin Li's attention shifted to Guo's cough, making him pause in his reply to Jun. Guo, noticing Qin Li staring, asked if something was off about him. Qin Li was worried about Jiang Guo and said his health looked pretty bad, and without treatment it could get worse. The old man was shocked by Qin Li's take on his health, surprised he knew anything about medicine. He mentioned he just opened a clinic, as Qin Li pointed out, and politely asked if he could check his pulse. Jiang Jun jumped in, not believing that Qin Li was into traditional medicine. The old man, Jiang Guo, sighed, saying they hadn't found a cure for his illness despite searching everywhere. Since Qin Li had some medical skills, Guo agreed to let him take a look. Qin Li then started to channel his internal energy through his body. He suddenly realized that dark energy was about to drain Jiang Guo's life force. Qin Li's energy surged out, pushing away the dark spells that were messing with Jiang Guo. After an hour of checking him out, Jiang Guo felt a big change in his condition, way better than before. With a mix of shock and happiness, Jiang Guo said he felt way more comfortable after Qin Li's checkup. Qin Li scratched his head, saying he only managed to temporarily ease Jiang Guo's condition, not fully cure it. He explained that to really kick Jiang Guo's illness, they needed to dig deeper and find the root cause inside him. Jiang Jun jumped in, saying he always took care of his grandpa and that Guo rarely went out. But Jiang Jun couldn't finish his thought. Qin Li thought for a second while stroking his chin. He then asked Jiang Guo if he had recently come across any valuable treasures. Guo thought about the question for a second, but before he could say anything, Jiang Jun jumped in. Turns out his grandpa actually scored a treasure, which was a jade pillow. Now Gu's suspicions about that jade pillow were through the roof. He figured it probably came from a tomb and could be the reason for his illness. He also mentioned that using it for too long could actually be deadly for the person using it. Jiang Gu, totally taken aback by this, confirmed his hunch and added that he felt super cold while crashing on the jade pillow. Jiang Jun, with his voice buzzing with excitement, hyped up Qin Li. He shouted that his grandpa had been sick for ages, and he couldn't believe Qin Li was a doctor with such epic insight. Gu's kid declared that no matter if Qin Li could find him the blood jade or not, the Jiang fam would grant any wish he had, no matter how wild. He was touched by Jiang Jun's kindness, but he insisted that saving lives was just part of the doctor gig. He said he'd search for the blood jade, but he had one request for Jiang Jun in return. Jang Jun, full of confidence, promised Qin Li that the Jang family would do whatever it took to help him. He then pulled out a treasured photo of himself as a kid with his parents. With a bit of sadness in his voice, he shared that they'd been missing for 10 years and he hadn't heard a peep about them. Jang Jun carefully took the picture back from Qin Li. With a fierce look, Jun promised that it might take a minute, but he'd do everything to find his parents. A spark of hope lit up in Qin Li's eyes as he said he was counting on Jiang Jun's skills. In return for Jiang Jun's help, he promised he'd find the blood jade and send it over once he got his hands on one. Jun was super grateful and handed him a card with 200 million on it. He added that it was an advance payment for when Qin Li found the blood jade, and he'd be forever thankful. He took the card, shook hands with Jun, and promised he'd be back once he found one. Their convo wrapped up with Jiang Jun thanking Qin Li for his help. A wave of worry hit Jiang Jun as he thought about what would happen if the Jang family got their old glory back. The sun was shining bright the next morning as Qin Li, still a bit sleepy, headed back to his clinic. He was stoked to be back, saying the clinic needed someone to hold down the fort while he was away. As he walked in, there was a patient already waiting, saying he'd been dealing with headaches and wanted Qin Li to check him out. Still half asleep, Qin Li mumbled for him to come along so he could give him a once-over. Suddenly, a loud voice from behind announced that Mr. Tang Bohuya, the family's founder, was dropping by the clinic that day. The guy added that no one should miss this chance because the quality was guaranteed. The old dude with Qin Li was shocked and recognized Mr. Tang, the best traditional Chinese doctor in town. Mr. Tang jokingly said the old man was right and added that their century-old medical school couldn't hold a candle to some other clinic. The old man rushed over to Mr. Tang, leaving Qin Li in the dust, and said he wanted to sign up as Mr. Tang's patient. Mr. Tang spread some wild rumors about Qin Li's so-called fake medicines. The old man was in disbelief about what Mr. Tang had said and the fact that he almost became a patient of Qin Li. Qin Li approached them with a fierce look, saying Mr. Tang should think twice before spreading lies about him. The old man and Mr. Tang exchanged nervous glances, realizing they might have messed up. Mr. Tang then stammered that he'd just heard it somewhere else. Suddenly, an old man cut in, saying Qin Li shouldn't waste his time arguing with an apprentice like Mr. Tang. The old man turned out to be the owner of Tang's Chinese medicine, saying that as a doctor, Qin Li should have the patience to not argue. The owner claimed he'd been practicing for decades and couldn't believe young people these days were calling themselves traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. He then told the sick old man that he'd totally help him bounce back from his illness. The sick old man took off his hat and whoa, what a sight. His head was covered in a bunch of weird circular infections. The sick dude, face all red from embarrassment, nervously asked the doctor if he could actually cure him. The doctor, totally shocked by what he just saw, exclaimed that this was the first time he'd ever seen a disease like this in his whole career. The owner of Tang's Chinese medicine was kinda lost for words, trying to chill out while figuring out how to fix the dude's problem. Qin Li jumped in, saying the right way to handle that kind of disease was with a hot needle. He also warned that if they didn't treat it right, it could seriously mess with the old man's life. The doctor, known as the owner, yelled at him, saying he didn't need advice from someone like Qin Li on curing diseases. The infection got poked by a needle thanks to the doctor, but Qin Li shouted at him to stop. He then explained loudly that it's a variant of viral herpes, and you can't just stab the infection. The sick old man dropped to the ground as soon as the needle hit, screaming in pain. The old doctor was totally bewildered, unable to believe what was happening to the sick old man. He rushed over to help the old man on the floor, but the old doctor wouldn't let Qin Li step in and mess with his patient. Qin Li, boiling with anger, slapped the old doctor hard across the face for being so arrogant. He was furious at the old doctor, saying people like him who treat patients like tools don't deserve to be called doctors. His eyes narrowed as he grabbed a needle. Focusing his energy, he muttered to himself that the vital energy was all messed up. He wasn't sure if it was too late to save the old man. The poison had already spread, making it super tough to treat. Old man Tang's screw-up with the needles had made the patient's condition way worse. The internal cold had invaded his heart and was draining his vital energy like a leaky faucet. It meant Qin Li had run out of options and was now going for a risky or unconventional method to save the patient. Qin Li was using some kind of energy or magic to heal the dude. He focused hard and used his healing powers to poke each of the bubbly infections one by one, effectively wiping out the illness. He then let out a sigh of relief, feeling the tension lift as he saw the old man getting better. The treatment had worked. With the old man recovering, Qin Li turned to the doctor and said irritably that he was a disgrace to traditional Chinese medicine. The doctor scowled, fuming after what Qin Li had just said. The old doctor, face twisted with rage, called Qin Li a bastard and asked if he was challenging him. Qin Li turned around, looking like he found the old doctor's words hilarious. He then challenged him about saving lives, saying whoever messed up first would have to leave traditional Chinese medicine forever. The two men, eyes locked in a silent showdown, found the whole situation oddly thrilling. With a confident smirk, Qin Li accepted the old doctor's challenge without a second thought. The day of the challenge rolled around, and a huge crowd gathered, buzzing with curiosity about the wild spectacle. Whispers filled the air, everyone wondering what could possibly draw such a big crowd. One person in the crowd explained that Qin Li's clinic was going to go head-to-head with the famous doctor from Yangcheng in a public showdown of their healing skills. The challenge would focus on treating all sorts of diseases. Anticipation crackled through the crowd as they buzzed with excitement. The challenge promised to be a thrilling show, and everyone was hyped to see who would come out on top. As the sun started to set, casting long shadows across the gathering, the challenge kicked off. Qin Li stood ready to treat his patients while his rival from Yangcheng worked with his own group of hopefuls. A long line of eager patients snaked through the courtyard of the Yangcheng doctor's clinic, each hoping for a shot at being healed by the famous physician. One of Qin Li's patients, grinning from ear to ear, raved about the doctor's skills, saying how much better they felt after his treatment. The other patients of Qin Li, witnessing his skills firsthand, were just as impressed. They couldn't believe that such a young doctor could have such a deep understanding of medicine. The Yangcheng doctor, a total pro with over 30 years in the game, said it took him ages to master medicine. But then there's Qin Li, a total rookie, who nailed it from day one, not messing up once. The Yangcheng doctor, curious about Qin Li's skills, waved one of his assistants over to check him out. He was gearing up to see his next patient when he got hit with a wild and complicated case. Shock and surprise lit up his face as he realized just how serious this illness was. The assistant sent to spy on Qin Li was now next in line, ready for her turn with the young doc. The guys waiting behind her were totally mesmerized by her looks. She started talking about feeling dizzy and having some swelling in her chest. But there was a hint of doubt in her voice, almost like she was testing Qin Li with a fake problem. The assistant grabbed Qin Li's hands, saying she couldn't handle the pain anymore, trying to play it up. Qin Li pulled back, saying he'd check her pulse first, no need to freak out. He got to work, feeling her pulse with his skilled fingers, tracing that delicate rhythm. The assistant, showing some trust, lightly touched his hand, urging him to check her out properly. Her pulse was steady and strong, which threw Qin Li off, and everything seemed in place, so it didn't look like a disease at all. He was super focused on her pulse when suddenly, a blood-curdling scream cut through the air from the Yangcheng doctor's area. A guy had collapsed, rolling on the ground in agony. The Yangcheng doctor's assistants rushed over, asking what was up. The dude's mouth started foaming, sending everyone into a panic. They jumped into action with CPR while others frantically called for an ambulance to get him to the hospital. Watching the chaos unfold, the Yangcheng doctor was in shock. He felt a wave of dread, realizing Qin Li might actually be the one who could save the guy while he was stuck doing nothing. The assistants kept calling for urgent care in a frenzy. The patients waiting in line saw the Yangcheng doctor's struggle and started losing faith in him. They began switching sides, flocking to Qin Li's clinic, convinced he was the real deal. The assistant noticed the shift toward Qin Li and started plotting. She figured she had to act fast to win back some of that lost trust, so she suddenly pretended to be dizzy and collapsed. The next patient in line freaked out, shouting that she needed help right away. The Yangcheng doctor was trying to pull himself together and warned Qin Li not to get too comfy. He pointed out that Qin Li now had his own patient who had collapsed, hinting that things weren't as simple as they seemed. The Yangcheng doctor was trying to keep some control and added that if Qin Li couldn't help the fallen woman, it would be a tie. He was determined to salvage something from this mess, even if it meant a draw. Qin Li, seeing through the woman's act, came up with a wild plan. He grabbed a long, sharp metal stick, claiming it was the only tool for the job. Wielding the stick, he warned that a wrong poke could totally mess her up. As he started counting down, the woman, despite her act, felt a wave of panic. The fake threat was starting to feel way too real. Unable to handle the pressure, she jumped up and sheepishly admitted she wasn't sick. She tried to cover her embarrassment with a forced laugh. She confessed she was sent by Dr. Tang and begged Qin Li to let her go. Qin Li, feeling victorious, told Dr. Tang he'd lost the challenge. He pointed out that Dr. Tang's failure to treat one of his patients meant he was the one who lost. The elderly doctor, voice dripping with anger, reminded Qin Li of his big-time reputation as Yangcheng's top doc. He bragged that even Liu Zheng had to bow down to him. He shot a glare at the old doctor, his hatred clear, thinking what kind of doctor would pull tricks to mess with the competition. Chin Li's accusations of sabotage against the old doctor totally shook up the dude's rep in the medical scene. The old man's voice was on fire as he swore revenge, telling Chin Li that this day would be burned into his memory. One morning, Chin Li ditched his lab coat, still buzzing from their last encounter as he walked into the clinic. Out of nowhere, the girl he saved popped up, her eyes blazing with determination, asking if she should handle that old dude. Chin Li looked at her and asked if she was feeling good enough to be back on her feet. The girl thanked him for checking in and assured him she was all good. She also said he should totally hit her up if he needed any help. He promised her she'd be back to 100% in no time under his care at the clinic. Chin Li mentioned he'd have a little mission for her in a few days. Just then, his phone started ringing, cutting him off mid-sentence. He picked up, and the girl on the line said Mr. Jang had sent her to spill the tea about the raw gemstones. She made it clear that the delivery of those shiny rocks to Yangqing was happening next week. The caller hinted she had another topic to chat about with Chin Li, one that could really work in his favor. Her words piqued his interest, and he was down to meet up and talk it over. Later, she texted him the deets about when and where to meet, fresh out of the shower. At Tang Bohual's place, the TV blasted a news report about a medical sparring competition that went down in Yangqing the day before. The report said Tang Bohual, the head honcho of Tang's Chinese medicine, got wrecked and was hanging up his stethoscope for good. It also mentioned the Tang family was under some serious public heat. Fuming at the news about his fam, Dr. Tang, glued to the TV, yelled at the staff to turn it off. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside, asking if Mr. Tang was around. With a hint of annoyance, Mr. Tang shot back that the person looking for him wouldn't find anything good inside. The person at the door offered Mr. Tang a deal, saying they could help him get back at Chin Li. Curious about the offer, Mr. Tang let him in. Mr. Tang's jaw dropped when he realized who just walked into his crib. Liu Minghao told Mr. Tang he was the only one who could get revenge on Chin Li while handing him a paper. After checking out the document, Mr. Tang was shocked and asked what kind of prescription it was. The sky was all cloudy as Chin Li stretched and casually asked his assistant if she wanted to join him for a walk in the fresh air. He said a chill stroll could help her bounce back. Chin Li hoped she'd ace the task he'd given her. She politely turned down the walk and thanked him for his concern. The girl also assured Chin Li she was feeling fine and promised to crush the task. He scratched his face, saying the task was just to snag an apartment. Later, on a sunny day, they decided to take a walk together. Chin Li called Liang Qing out of the blue, and she just stared at him, waiting for him to spill. He got curious and asked how old she was when she started training, and about her parents. Qing replied coldly, saying she'd been in a training camp since she was 3 and didn't remember her parents. A memory popped up, showing Liang Qing in the past, clutching a knife. He felt a wave of sympathy for her, realizing the tough road she must have walked to join the army so young. Moved by compassion for Liang Qing, he told her to stop sleeping on the floor. Without missing a beat, Qing agreed to his suggestion. Suddenly, a ruckus and a weird sight in the busy street caught Chin Li's eye, pulling his focus from his companion. The shop was an antique emporium packed with bizarre artifacts that grabbed his attention, and he picked up an old dagger. The dagger looked ancient and rusty, which made Liang Qing ask if Chin Li was planning to buy it. The antique dealer said he stumbled upon this epic dagger by pure luck and was ready to let it go for $500. Chin Li thought the price was a steal and snagged the dagger. Curious about Chin Li's choice, Liang Qing asked if the dagger had any special vibes or backstory. Chin Li promised her the scoop would drop soon as he whipped out a lighter from his pocket. He flicked it on, holding the dagger over the flame while channeling some serious magical energy. The heat worked its magic, melting away the rust that had been hiding the dagger's true shine. It was like a curtain being pulled back, revealing the dagger's sick design and shiny surface, sparkling in the firelight. Qing was totally blown away, realizing this dagger was no basic weapon. Once he was done, Chin Li handed the dagger to Qing, asking if she was feeling it, then declared it was officially hers. Liang Qing was in disbelief, flashing a huge smile as she thanked the boss. Just then, Chin Li's phone buzzed, signaling an incoming call. While Liang Qing practiced her dagger skills, Chin Li picked up the phone. Qing Yin's sobs echoed through the line, her voice shaky as she dropped some heavy news. Zitan, their friend, had been taken, and the weight of that hit hard. The news crashed down on Chin Li, his face showing all the concern. He said goodbye to Liang Qing and handed her a card for a place to crash, quickly sharing the access code. Liang Qing took the card, looking a bit unsure, and asked if she could pick her own spot. As Chin Li dashed off, he reassured her that he trusted her to choose a good house. Back on the call, he told Qing Yin to chill and give him the details. As the sun set, a wild scene unfolded at the suburban racing circuits. A bunch of people gathered with their rides, clearly having a blast. The dude yanking Zitan's hair went off, blaming her for everything and throwing insults. Zitan winced as he tightened his grip, her tied hands leaving her totally helpless on the ground. The guy, Zitan's ex, Fang Xiao, kept laying it on thick, demanding she obey him. He told her to stop trying to provoke him and drop the innocent act. Fang said he was into Zitan, but also wanted her family's cash. Zitan's voice, shaking with rage, sliced through the air as she shot back that Fang was beyond shameless. One of the guys pointed something out to Fang, and when he turned, his jaw dropped. A car rolled up, and a dude stepped out with a suitcase. The guy, Qin Li, announced he was there to settle the ransom. One of the guys smirked, telling Fang that Qin Li looked like the right dude for the job. Despair washed over Zitan as she thought about how pointless Qin Li's arrival seemed. She wondered if he could really save her, given how outmatched he looked. Fang stood right in front of him, saying it had been a rough trip for him to get there. Then Fang told him to drop the cash on the ground and bounce. Qin Li thought paying the ransom would get Zitan back. He then called out Fang for having zero morals, questioning how they could justify kidnapping. Laughter erupted from the group, their eyes glinting with cruel amusement. One of the guys said Qin Li was a total joke to them. Fang stepped closer, commenting on the Chu family's bold move. Fang declared he wanted both Zitan and the cash, puffing smoke right in Qin Li's face. With a snap of his fingers, Fang signaled one of his goons to grab the money. One of the guys, collecting the cash in front of Qin Li, told him his trip was pointless and he could head home. One of the men assured him they'd keep Zitan safe, hinting at some seriously messed up plans. Qin Li responded with a powerful kick, sending the guy flying through the air. As he soared, cash rained down around them. Fang's eyes went wide in shock, and he let out a furious curse aimed at Qin Li. Then he barked orders to his crew, demanding they take care of him. Qin Li's body pulsed with radiant energy, his powers surging. The guys saw their chance and launched a coordinated attack, all converging on him at once. He unleashed a storm of punches and kicks, each hit sharp and totally wrecking. The guys were totally overwhelmed by his strength, dropping like flies, unable to handle his attack. One dude, thinking he was slick, lunged from behind, yelling for a challenge. Qin Li was caught off guard for a second but reacted faster than a meme going viral. He spun around, delivering a killer kick to the guy's back, sending him crashing to the ground. The rest of the crew, freaked out by Qin Li's insane power, turned tail and ran. Fang watched the whole thing go down, eyes wide, totally unable to wrap his head around Qin Li's strength. Qin Li then walked over to Fang, his stare locked in. With a quick and powerful move, he shoved Fang to the ground, making him hit the hard surface. Qin Li's body buzzed with energy, his powers radiating like a TikTok trend. His eyes were glued to Fang, fist pulled back, ready to deliver a knockout punch. Fang, seeing that punch coming for his face, begged Qin Li to let him off the hook. Qin Li didn't budge, showing zero mercy. He launched his fist forward with full force, smashing it right into Fang's face. Zitan watched, eyes wide, totally in disbelief. She couldn't connect the powerful dude in front of her with the useless guy she knew. Qin Li stood tall, radiating power, a total boss among the fallen. The guys lay scattered around him, defeated and unable to get up. Zitan, her mind spinning from what she just saw, couldn't help but wonder when her brother-in-law got so strong. Qin Li let out a sigh of relief, happy the fight ended with him on top. Then his gaze landed on Zitan and he started untying the ropes holding her, moving quick and smooth. They were in a rush so Zitan's fam wouldn't freak out even more. As Qin Li worked to free Zitan, she suddenly winced, her voice shaky with pain. They took off, their footsteps echoing in the quiet. Zitan, feeling super grateful, struggled to find the right words to thank Qin Li. He had saved her, and she was totally at a loss. Zitan's cheeks turned red with a mix of shyness and gratitude, and she nervously called out to Qin Li. He turned around, curious, waiting to hear what she had to say. Her fingers fidgeted, tucking a stray hair behind her ear as she gathered her courage and invited Qin Li. To cover her shyness, Zitan quickly added that it was for her safety, worried the guys might come after her again. She awkwardly said that was the only reason Qin Li should tag along. Qin Li found her invite surprising, not thinking she'd ask him to a hangout. She suddenly sulked, worried Qin Li might take her invite the wrong way. Qin Li, his expression softening, accepted her invite with a smile. The next day, Qin Li rolled into the clinic looking for Qing. He needed to chat about the task he'd given her and make sure everything was on track. Qing, looking chill, told him she had totally crushed the task he assigned. In a professional vibe, Qing let Qin Li know he could check out the completed work at the Tanhao office later. Qin Li was genuinely impressed by how fast Liang Qing had knocked it out. He thought to himself, saying it was time to give Qingyan a home. He felt responsible for her well-being, and getting her a safe space was a must. He then invited Liang Qing to roll with him to check out the house they had picked. Qin Li and Liang Qing hopped in the car, ready for their house-hunting adventure. As the car pulled away, he let out a big yawn, eyes drooping a bit, but then his phone rang. He picked up, expecting a regular call. It was Jang Jun on the line, his voice buzzing with excitement, saying he had some awesome news. Jun was watering the vibrant plants as he chatted with Chin Li on the phone. His news left Chin Li sputtering, a surprised cough escaping. It seemed Jang Jun had gone all out, totally exceeding Chin Li's expectations with his big purchase. Realizing he had left Chin Li in shock, he quickly reassured him that the stores were still getting a makeover. Chin Li, still processing the news, decided to thank Jang Jun for his hard work instead of dwelling on the surprise. He praised him, calling him a total legend for the Jang family. Jun was totally hyped for Chin Li to roll into Jiangcheng, just counting down the seconds until they could hang out again. He even said that when Chin Li got back from Yangcheng, he'd be dropping a sick villa on him as a thank you gift. But Chin Li was all, "Nah man, don't waste your cash on me." He had already snagged a villa for himself, so Jun's gift was kinda overkill. He and his assistant pulled up to the fancy Sky One villa and were greeted by the super friendly staff. One of the staff members came up to Liang Qing, curious about why she was solo. Liang Qing was quick to point out that the dude next to her was her boss, and Chin Li was the one who actually bought the swanky Sky One villa. The staff member, judging by his vibe, was struggling to believe he was the real owner of such a dope place. She was hesitant, thinking he was just some regular guy trying to flex wealth. In her mind, Mr. Zhao, another potential buyer, was way more likely to drop cash on the villa and probably throw her a $500,000 gift for good measure. Determined to steer Chin Li away, she started spinning a tale, saying the villa he ordered was already sold. She insisted they bounce and promised to give back their deposit. Qing was not having it, reminding her that she was the one who paid up front. She kept complaining, questioning why they'd sell the villa to someone else when they were first in line. The staff member, looking down her nose, declared that the villa was meant for someone more important. Liang Qing and Chin Li were getting more and more annoyed with her attitude. Finally, Chin Li called her out, asking what kind of credibility they had at Tianhao. The staff member, totally unfazed, kept throwing shade, insisting he was just pretending to be rich. She told him, all dismissive, that they weren't good enough to live in their villa at Tianhao. Out of nowhere, a girl behind them jumped in, asking if what the staff said was true. The girl, who turned out to be Jiang Chuxue, stepped up and challenged the staff's claim that Tianhao only served the elite. The staff member looked shook, clearly wanting to take back her words. Fuming from the staff member's snobby comments, Chuxue slapped her right across the face. As she did, she declared that Mr. Chin Li was their most distinguished guest, no cap. After the drama, Jiang Chuxue walked over to Chin Li, introducing herself and mentioning she'd seen him at Jiang Jun's place. She also revealed she was the one he'd called about the raw stone. Chin Li was a bit surprised to realize she was the voice on the phone. She apologized for the staff member's rude behavior and the hassle it caused. After her apology, Chin Li reassured her it was all good. The staff member, still reeling from the slap, was shocked to see Chin Li knew Chuxue. With a disappointed tone, he told the staff member not to pull that stunt again. Still on the floor, the staff member quickly apologized, promising not to mess up again. Chin Li, clearly frustrated, said they'd only come back once all the villa stuff was sorted. Looking super embarrassed, the staff member apologized again and promised to personally handle the villa arrangements. The other staff members bowed respectfully as Chin Li and his assistant turned to leave. With a snap of her fingers, Jiang Chuxue signaled her bodyguards to get the staff member out of there. She made it clear she wanted nothing to do with her anymore. The bodyguards moved fast, their grip tight as they dragged the staff member away. Despair and disbelief were all over her face as she was pulled from the scene. Later that day, chaos erupted outside Chin Li's clinic, with cops and worried patients forming a huge, restless crowd. A woman with some serious injuries stood in the middle, her voice full of rage. She accused the clinic of selling fake meds, claiming that's what messed up her face. A bunch of other women, their faces also messed up, echoed her accusations. They all said that after taking meds from the clinic, their faces had been ruined. The women's voices rose together, calling the doctor a fraud, a scammer, and totally uncaring about his patients. As Chin Li rolled up to his clinic, chaos hit him like a surprise pop quiz. A massive crowd was outside, and he couldn't help but wonder what had sparked this wild scene. Then, he spotted her, the young woman who'd been shouting accusations, pointing right at him, claiming he was the fake doc selling bogus meds. The crowd turned their eyes to Chin Li, faces twisted in a mix of rage and disbelief, her voice cranked up, demanding the cops haul him off. She jabbed a finger at him, her tone sharp and full of fire. Totally lost in the madness, he stared back at her, shock and confusion swirling in his head, trying to figure out what fake meds she was talking about. The woman, her face all messed up, kept pointing at Chin Li. She claimed it was his skincare products that did the damage. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Then it hit him. It was the skincare stuff he had given to Lu Wan. He might just have a clue about what was going down in the clinic. More women, sporting similar damage, joined the shouting match. They pointed at Chin Lee, calling him a scammer who had taken their cash and left them with scars. The women, united in their fury, turned to the cops, demanding they arrest the fake doctor. One of the officers stepped up, voice all serious, saying Chin Lee needed to come with them. Liang Qing out of nowhere jumped in front of him, blocking the arresting officers. The cop, not fazed at all, said Chin Lee needed to be questioned by the department. But Chin Lee, he stayed chill, unfazed by the chaos around him. The officer barked at Chin Lee, ordering him to put his hands up and freeze. In a flash, Chin Lee whipped out his phone and showed it to the officers. He explained he was on a call, trying to get a witness to clear his name about the skincare drama. The officers exchanged confused looks, but one of them grabbed the phone. Identifying himself, the officer laid out the situation to the person on the line, detailing the skincare accusations. A woman's voice, sharp and annoyed, shot back from the phone, saying it was impossible because she used Chen Kun's skincare too. Minutes dragged on, each one cranking up the tension at the clinic. Then, out of the crowd, a woman popped up. It was the same one from the phone, racing to the scene. She bounced out of her car, all cheerful energy, and asked Chin Lee if he had any new skincare products. The police and everyone else turned to her, curious. Chin Lee, a bit exasperated, replied that what she was thinking was totally impossible. The woman, who turned out to be Liu Wan, pointed to her gorgeous face, proudly saying she had used up all her old skincare. She also mentioned she thought Chin Lee had whipped up a new kind of ointment. Turning to the crowd of supposed victims, she asked if they could even afford his new ointment. Those who once thought they were victims now looked too embarrassed to say a word. One of the officers asked Liu Wan if her claims from the phone were legit. Liu Wan confidently flashed her lawyer card, saying she would never lie. One of the officers nodded at Liu Wan's statement and checked out her lawyer card. They promised her they'd dig deep into this whole mess. The police made it clear that anyone caught lying would face some serious consequences. The crowd of supposed victims was left stunned by the police's words, totally speechless. The police suspected the victims were hiding something and demanded they spill the truth about what went down. One woman, kneeling before the police, begged for a chance to tell her side. She started to speak, revealing that a guy named Tang had given them a prescription. She kept going, saying Tang had offered them a bribe of 100 grand if they accused Chin Lee's clinic. Chin Lee wasn't shocked to find out Tang was behind all this drama. Meanwhile, on a sunny day at Tang's place, Tang and Liu Minghao were deep into a chess match. Mr. Tang complimented Liu Minghao's skills and then casually asked if he was planning to take out that kid. Liu Minghao hyped up Dr. Tang, raving about his wild talent for whipping up an ointment that made pimples pop up on women's faces in just half an hour. Their laughter was rolling until the doorbell rang out of nowhere, totally killing the vibe. Mr. Tang, curious about who was crashing the party, jumped up and asked the mystery guest to spill the beans on their identity. He peeked through the peephole, but surprise, it was Chin Lee on the other side. Chin Lee, with a swift kick, sent the door flying open like he was auditioning for a superhero movie. The force of his kick sent Mr. Tang tumbling across the floor, looking like a cartoon character. His body slammed against the wall, leaving Liu Minghao wide-eyed and speechless at the chaos unfolding. Chin Lee strutted into the room, his presence so strong it felt like he was taking up all the space. With a smirk, he told Dr. Tang he had a serious injury and needed him to check it out, but everyone knew he was just messing around. Liu Minghao was totally confused because Chin Lee was supposed to be locked up, but here he was, living his best life. Then Liu fished something out of his pocket. Chin Lee quickly figured out that Liu Minghao was the one stirring up all this drama. He yelled at him, confirming what everyone was thinking. With a gun pointed right at him, he made it clear he was onto Liu's game. Liang Qing charged at Liu Minghao, her fist ready to unleash some serious justice. Her punch landed square on his face, sending him flying back and crashing into the wall with a loud thud. With fire in her eyes, she demanded to know who Liu thought he was, playing around with a gun. Chin Lee moved closer to Liu Minghao, and the tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. His voice was calm as he assured Liu Minghao he was just checking if he could still move after that punch. After a long day, both Dr. Tang and Liu Minghao found themselves in handcuffs. They were accused of bribing multiple women and peddling fake meds, which was a major no-no. A police officer admitted they messed up and apologized to Chin Lee for doubting him and getting it all wrong. He promised Chin Lee he wouldn't have to deal with any more trouble, which was a relief. Chin Lee brushed off their apology, saying they were just doing their job, no hard feelings. Meanwhile, in the back of the squad car, Dr. Tang and Liu Minghao were stuck listening to the officer's stern lecture. As the car rolled away, Chin Lee suddenly got a message. It was from Jiang Chuxue, letting him know his new place was ready to roll. She apologized for the villa drama and had a spot saved for him at the Merlin residence. He replied that he had work later and would leave the two troublemakers to his assistant, Liang Qing. Liang Qing promised she'd take care of everything, no worries. After that, he headed over to the Jang residence to chat about the villa with Jiang Chukshui. The meeting spot was buzzing with people chatting away, like a beehive. Qinli reached the designated room and knocked on the door, ready to dive in. Jiang Chukshui opened up and greeted him with a warm smile, making him feel right at home. The meeting room was cozy, just Jiang Chukshui, Qinli, and one dude chilling in a chair. She offered Qinli a cup of French black tea, fresh from the delivery, and wanted him to give it a go. Jiang Chukshui then handed him a stack of files about the villa, like a boss. He plopped down after she passed him the papers. She explained that once he signed and paid up, the villa would officially be his. No strings attached. He took the files from Chukshui and thanked her for all the help, feeling grateful. Chukshui introduced Qinli to Zhe, a rep from the Jang group, who was there to meet him. Zhe had heard about Qinli's arrival and was eager to chat about teaming up on something cool. He bowed politely and greeted Qinli, making it all formal and stuff. While Qinli was intrigued, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of collab Zhe had in mind. Zhe reintroduced himself and clarified he was a subordinate of Jiang Jun, just like Chukshui. He explained he'd just been transferred to Yang Cheng to lead the Jiang's entertainment program, which sounded fancy. He insisted that Qinli should look out for them in the future, flashing a sincere smile that could light up a room. Qinli politely thanked Zhe for his kindness as they shook hands, keeping it chill. But he couldn't help but ask what kind of cooperation they were talking about. Their convo flowed smoothly as Chukshui poured tea into the cups, making it feel cozy. Zhe explained he'd heard about Qinli's epic invention, an ointment that healed Liu Zheng's cousin's face. This achievement had sparked the Jang group's interest in teaming up with Qinli to develop and market a similar ointment, which sounded pretty cool. Meanwhile, Qinli sipped his tea, all ears as Zhe laid out the proposal for collaboration. Zhe was hyped, totally sure that the Jang group's massive resources and killer brands would make the ointment a total hit. He reassured Qinli that when they kicked off a company to make and market the ointment, Qinli would snag the majority of the shares. Qinli was shook by the offer of majority ownership, feeling both surprised and kinda hesitant to grab such a sweet deal. Mr. Z was relentless in his quest for Qinli's collab, repeating how he wanted to snag the rights to Qinli's ointment for production and marketing under the Jang group. He then whipped out a chart showing the major shares for the ointment, with Qinli as the big boss. Zhe went quiet, staring at Qinli, wondering if his smooth talk had convinced the inventor. The fact that he called Liu Zheng by his first name without any fancy titles showed just how much power the Jiang family had. Being able to drop names like that meant they were pretty high up in Jiang province's hierarchy. Qinli thought it over and had to admit Zhe was onto something. He realized that the Jiang group's crazy resources and connections would totally boost the ointment's reach and impact. He pondered it deeply while resting his chin on his hand. Zhe noticed Qinli's serious face and figured the inventor might be second-guessing or worried that the share offer wasn't enough. With a sudden cough, Mr. Z subtly signaled to Chukshui, hoping she'd help convince Qinli to jump on board. Chukshui, always on the ball, caught Zhe's hint and sprang into action. She stood up and made a formal offer to Qinli. To make up for the chaos from the day before, she suggested that Qinli take ownership of the biggest casino in Yangcheng. Chukshui handed over the ownership papers to Qinli, but he politely turned it down. He said Zhe's offer was way too generous, and that the previous day's drama was already sorted out. Chukshui kept pushing, wanting to convince him to take the deal. She thought if he said no, it would mean he hadn't fully forgiven her for the earlier mess, and Mr. Jiang would be mad at her too. Qinli pointed at the untouched cup of tea in front of him, a subtle way of saying he wasn't interested. Chukshui saw the writing on the wall and reluctantly backed off. It was clear that no amount of convincing would change Qinli's mind, but Zhe sensed Qinli's firm stance and then tossed out a different idea. Zhe, with a sly grin, handed Qinli a shiny gold card. This card, he explained, would give Qinli free access to all of Jiang's entertainment spots. Faced with the unyielding generosity of both Zhe and Chukshui, Qinli found it hard to say no. He accepted the gold card with a grateful nod, appreciating their efforts to make things right. A wave of relief washed over both Chukshui and Zhe as they saw Qinli take their offer. Zhe, with a friendly smile, poured a fresh cup of tea for Qinli and asked what he thought about their collab. After a moment of thought, Qinli pitched a new plan for their partnership. He suggested that the Jang group handle the production line and marketing, while he would bring his expertise to the table. He proposed a 50-50 split, with Z holding the shares for him. Jiangzi's eyes lit up with excitement at Qinli's idea, and he happily said he'd bring the contract tomorrow. Chuxue's phone buzzed with a message that interrupted the good vibes. It was a heads up that a supplier of raw stones would be rolling into the Tianhao Hotel later that night. Qin Li stood up and said he wouldn't bug her about the business anymore. Later that night, Qin Li headed to the warehouse to check out the fresh shipment of raw stones. He was holding a bucket overflowing with jade stones and let out a tired sigh. The clock hit midnight, but Qin Li was still grinding, carefully cutting each jade stone in half like a pro. Exhaustion finally hit him, making him take off his goggles and let out a tired shout. Qin Li, scratching his face, muttered to himself that he had no clue blood jade was so rare. As he looked over the stones, a memory flickered in his mind. He remembered a time when he used his special ability to spot the real jade stones from the fake ones. With a determined spark in his eye, Qin Li activated his powers. The room buzzed with energy as his abilities kicked in, searching for that unique vibe that only true jade stones had. After a minute of serious focus, Qin Li finally found a stone radiating a wild, colorful vibe, totally different from the rest. Back at the Chu residence, Qingyin and the crew were on edge, waiting for Qin Li to show up. The clock had already hit midnight, and her anxiety was climbing with every tick. When he walked in, he spotted the whole fam chilling in the main room, just waiting for him. He couldn't help but wonder what was up for them to be up past midnight, so he asked why they were still awake. Qingyin, her eyes blazing, accused Qin Li's assistant of giving him something that made him forget his family. He was still waiting for someone to spill the tea on what was going down. To make her point clear, Qingyin pointed at the photos scattered on the table, hoping they'd jog Qin Li's memory and reveal the truth. Han Yingchu, her face twisted in fury, pointed at Qin Li and yelled that he was a total jerk. Her voice shook with rage as she called him out for betraying her daughter. She demanded he bounce from the Chu family if he kept up his cheating, claiming he was dragging their name through the mud. He snatched the pictures from the table, his heart racing. His eyes went wide as he saw a picture of himself and his assistant, Liang Qin, together. As Qin Li stared at the photos, Qingyin's parents and Qingyin herself shot him glares, their faces full of anger and blame. Zitan, her voice tight with emotion, slammed the table and demanded an explanation from Qin Li. Qin Li, totally chill despite the chaos, just asked Zitan where she got the photos. She wasn't having it and refused to answer. Instead, she insisted he identify the woman in the picture. He explained that the woman was his assistant, a homeless girl he helped after she got hurt. She had volunteered at his clinic to repay his kindness. Qin Li pulled out his phone and called Liang Qing, his assistant. Liang Qing picked up and called Qin Li her boss. Qingyin's family was shook. The assistant on the line called Qin Li her boss, and that detail blew their minds even more. In just 10 minutes, everything was cleared up. Qingyin felt a wave of embarrassment hit her because they had accused Qin Li of cheating, and now the truth was out. Qin Li went on, explaining that his assistant was an orphan raised by a special organization. She had no family and nowhere else to go. Zitan, now a bit calmer, said Qin Li should have told them about his assistant earlier. That way they wouldn't have jumped to the cheating conclusion. Qingyin's mom chuckled, a nervous laugh that tried to hide her embarrassment, saying it wasn't that they doubted Qin Li. Qin Li plopped down on the sofa, relieved that the drama had finally cooled off. Qingyin then grabbed Qin Li and suggested they head upstairs so they wouldn't bother her parents. As they climbed the stairs, their parents were busy hiding the tools of torture, their faces a mix of relief and leftover anxiety. While they walked, Qin Li started telling Qingyin that the Jang group had locked in a business deal with them. Qingyin was blown away, her eyes lighting up with surprise and excitement. The Jang group was the top dog in the entire Jang province, and this was epic news. The long night had finally wrapped up and a new day was here. Mr. Z rolled up to the Chu residence, contract in hand, telling Qingyin she just needed to sign it. Qingyin started signing the contract, making the partnership between the Jang group and the Chu family official. Mr. Z congratulated Miss Qingyin on her new gig as CEO of the fresh company. Qingyin humbly replied, saying she'd need Mr. Z's help in the future, especially with the parts of the business that were new to her. He was genuinely happy, his heart warmed by the stories Qingyin and Qin Li had shared about her before. A thought danced on Qingyin's lips, but she couldn't quite say it. The joy of making someone else happy was just too much to handle. Her voice got small, and she asked if Qin Li went to Jiangcheng because of the company opening. Mr. Z told her that Qin Li had sold the blood jade for hundreds of millions. He went on, explaining that Jiang Jun had told Qin Li to find another piece of blood jade. To everyone's shock, Qin Li had found one in just a few days. The sun was shining bright over Jiang City Airport. Jiang Jun spotted Qin Li in the buzzing airport and shouted his name, cutting through the chaos. The girls nearby turned their heads, whispering furiously, trying to figure out who Jiang Jun was calling out to. With a proud grin, he expressed how impressed he was that Qin Li had found the blood jade so quickly. He acknowledged the crazy amount of effort it must have taken. Later that day, they rolled up to the Jang crib. Jiang told Qinli that his dad even skipped out on social events just to thank him for his hard work. He added that this was the first time his dad was so hyped to meet someone. Qinli shot him a hopeful smile, saying he hoped the Jade would impress his dad. As soon as they walked in, Jiang dad showered him with compliments. He expressed his deep gratitude, saying Qinli had literally saved his life. He couldn't believe how young Qinli was, yet he pulled off something so epic. Qinli, staying humble, brushed off the praise. He mentioned that his medical knowledge was pretty basic, mostly from books. A few moments later, Jiang looking worried, asked about the blood jade. Mr. Qin's discovery of a rare 7-colored jade for the Jang fam left everyone in shock. This jade hadn't been seen in decades, and it was a wild find. Curious, Jiang asked if it was the same 7-colored jade from that auction that went for $10 billion. His dad, voice thick with disbelief, couldn't wrap his head around seeing the unique blood jade again. He added that the 7-colored jade had only been found ages ago, not until now. That 7-colored jade is a one-of-a-kind gem that fetched a jaw-dropping $10 billion at auction. Qinli was a total game-changer for the Jang family. His discovery of the gem was a massive favor that would be legendary. Lucky for them, Zhang Lim was all about the gem Qinli had found. Moments later, Qinli and Jiang strolled down the hallway side by side. Out of nowhere, Jiang switched gears and brought up the task he had given him, which was to track down his parents. Jiang had managed to dig up some info on Qinli's missing parents. He also mentioned that the info might not be 100% accurate, then carefully handed over the files. As Qinli flipped through the files, he warned him that they might not be super reliable. He pointed out that one crucial detail was missing. Qinli's parents had been spotted in Kamagyo just 2 years ago. Qinli was blown away by Jiang revelation and urgently asked for confirmation. Jiang reassured him that he was still verifying the info and would keep him posted. Jun promised to update him as soon as he had the facts straight. Qinli then realized that his quest to find his parents might stir up some trouble for Jiang. On a bright and sunny day, Qinli and Jiang found themselves chilling inside the Quanji Hotel. Jiang proudly introduced the hotel, saying it was owned by his sister and super popular in the city. He was also pumped to show Qinli the signature dishes from his sister's hotel. As they chatted, a girl behind them suddenly called out to Jiang. The girl turned out to be Jiang's younger sister, Jiang Ran. She was sulking because her brother had promised to take her shopping today, but that totally didn't happen. Jun quickly explained that he got caught up in the Jade excitement and totally forgot about their shopping plans. He turned to Qinli and introduced his sister, but she was still fuming about the broken promise. Qinli felt like he'd read about Jiang Ran somewhere before, but couldn't remember where. Jiang Ran is a total boss, having already started a successful catering company and dominating the city's food scene at just 20. He reached out for a handshake and introduced himself, but Jiang Ran completely ignored him, still focused on her brother. Jiang Ran insisted they order something in the private room, still mad about her brother ditching their shopping trip. Jun leaned in and whispered that his sister had a bit of a thing against guys and wasn't too keen on getting along with them. She overheard, which made her even more upset, causing the other two to go silent. Out of nowhere, a buff bodyguard rushed over to tell Jiang Ran that something was going down. She snapped at him for being so loud since there were customers around. The dude explained that a staff member was about to jump off the building, freaking everyone out. She bolted to the elevator while calling the cops for backup. Jiang apologized to Qinli for the chaos, but Qinli just told him to chill, saying he might actually help with their mess. Up on the rooftop, the other staff members are trying to talk the girl down, but she's not hearing them, wrapped up in some dark vibes. Her foot dangles over the ledge, almost sending her tumbling. Jiang Ran shows up on the rooftop with the other two right behind her. She tries to talk the girl out of jumping, promising her anything. The girl spins around and asks if she really means that. Qinli spots her red eyes in the dark aura, realizing this isn't just a simple suicide. Jiang Ran rushes to the ledge to stop the girl from jumping, ignoring Qinli's warnings to stay back. The possessed girl grabs Jiang Ran's wrist and jumps over the ledge, making Ran lose her balance. As the girl pulls her off the ledge, they both start to fall, and Ran reaches out, trying to grab onto anything. Qinli darts toward her as her brother yells her name. He manages to grab both of the girl's hands just in time, successfully saving them from falling, though he struggles to pull them up from the ledge. He then yanks them up too hard, sending them flying into the air. Qinli sees Jiang's sister falling right in front of him, and catches a quick glimpse of her underwear, before she lands on his groin, making him spit out blood from the pain, while the other girl lands on all fours. The girl then goes for them both while they're still stunned. Jiang warns him about the incoming attack, so Qinli quickly uses his imbued needle against her just before she strikes. As the needle dispels the dark aura around the girl, she collapses to the floor, out cold. Chin-li notices that Jang Ran is blushing and shivering because his hands are still on her waist. She jumps away like a startled cat and scolds him for touching her, making him apologize like crazy. Jang Jun praises Chin-li for being a total hero and asks how he pulled off the save. Chin-li tells Jun that he sensed something was off earlier, so he made a quick call, which makes the others curious about what he noticed. Chin-li says he can't explain it well, but the building is under a formation set by someone who knows metaphysics. Jang Ran rolls her eyes at his claims, calling it just superstition. But Chin-li insists it's not just superstition, that the building is cursed. This gets Jang Ran mad at him for calling her hotel cursed, even after he saved her life. Jang Jun jumps in and shares his worries about metaphysics users, since that stuff didn't even exist until a couple of years ago. As he says this, Jang Ran rushes over to the collapsed girl and tells her crew to call an ambulance. Jun then asks Chin-li to head back downstairs, but Chin seems focused on something else. They keep chatting as they head back to the main floor, but Chin-li is still distracted, digging through his pockets. He then drops a jade gourd into a potted plant and finally responds to Jiang Jun. As they leave, the gourd seems to be overflowing with magical energy, still buzzing even after they're gone. A few minutes later, Zhang Lim brings an old man to the hotel, having heard that his daughter's been having issues. This dude's name is Master Cheng, and he assures Lim that he'll handle it while stroking his beard. Suddenly he senses something, a strong evil aura spreading throughout the hotel. He nervously says that the person who set up the evil formation is a pro, and only 2 people in Zhangcheng can break it. They walk into the hotel, and Zhang Ran spots them while calling the hospital for the possessed girl. She asks her dad what's up, and he replies that there's something wrong with the hotel, so he brought Master Cheng to check it out. While they're chatting, Master Cheng notices something weird in a potted plant. He sees the jade gourd that Chin-li dropped on purpose and asks who put it there. Chung crouches down to check out the gourd, and then a security guard rolls up to tell him it was dropped by some dude who was with Jang Jun. Jang Ran is shook that Chin-li's name is popping up again, making her wonder what the drama is all about. Master Chung tells her that the gourd is the reason they all dodged a violent end, but Ran isn't buying it, and low-key gets annoyed at him. Zhang Lim is totally the opposite and believes Chung, so he asks for the details. Chung says the guy who left the gourd can definitely break the formation. They ask where Chin-li is, but Zhang Ran has no clue and says June took him somewhere earlier. Her dad then tells her to call him ASAP to find out where he's at. She reluctantly follows her dad's orders, wondering what the big deal is. After a bit, the two show up, and Jiang Jun asks if something went down since they were called back in a hurry. His dad fills him in, saying Master Cheng figured out the hotel's issue, but also needs to ask Chin-li something. Chung explains he saw the hotel's evil energy leaking and sensed something was off. After searching, he found the gourd that Chin-li left behind. Chin-li confirms it's the jade gourd he tossed in the pot earlier. Jiang Jun asks what's up with the gourd, but Chung just laughs and gives Chin-li mad props for stopping another disaster. Zhang Lim guesses Li put the gourd there to keep the formation in check, so they shouldn't have any more mess-ups. But Chin-li says the problem isn't solved yet. He explains he only put the gourd there to temporarily hold back the formation since he noticed the energy was coming from near the potted plant. They head to the rooftop, and he tells them this spot is the weakest point of the formation's energy. He then borrows some coins from the old man, who's all too eager to help. After snagging the coins, Chin-li tosses them up in the air, charging them with his energy. He notices a ton of fatal energy swirling around after he throws the coins, which surrounds them as Chin-li keeps channeling his energy into the coins. The evil spirits gather and morph into a creepy, powerful entity. Master Chung didn't see that coming, realizing this fierce formation is as strong as an evil spirit, which freaks everyone out. Just before they get overwhelmed, Chin-li slams his special dagger into the ground, which sends the spirits scattering as a strong wind sweeps over them. Chin-li lets out a sigh after wrapping things up, and tells the others that the person who tried to jump off the building should be good now as he puts his dagger away. Both Master Cheng and Jiang Jun hype him up again for saving Jiang Ran's hotel from total chaos. Jiang Lim then whispers that Chin-li shouldn't take what his daughter says too seriously since she just has a short fuse. Chin-li gets a bit shy and just nods, avoiding eye contact. After the whole mess, both Jun and Li head to the Ming Palace to check out the scene. They walk in and ask for a room, which makes the hotel manager freak out when he sees Jiang Jun. The manager apologizes, saying they can't fit them in since the palace is full, which makes Jun raise an eyebrow. He calls out the manager, knowing for sure there are still rooms available, and accuses him of trying to pull a fast one. The manager explains they can't offend the customers, but then a red-haired dude walks in and interrupts. The guy's name is Jo Sui, from a fancy family, and he knows Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun smirks and says he was wondering what kind of loser rented out the whole restaurant for a meal, only to find out it's Joe. Sui fires back, mocking him for hanging with broke people, saying he can only flex in a dump like Jang Cheng. Jang Jun gets serious after the shade and asks if he's got such a big head because he thinks his family is a big deal in Shangjing. Sui snaps back that at least they have a name in Shangjing, unlike the Jang family, who keeps getting kicked out of the capital. Jang Jun finally loses it, and dares him to say that again, reminding him he put him in the hospital a year ago. Chin-Li wonders how strong Jun really is for taking down such a tough-looking guy as he watches their showdown. Josue kicks things off with a wild kick, claiming he's not the same dude he was last year. Jang Jun blocks it with both hands, but it still sends him flying back a few meters, even though he manages to hold his ground. He realizes he actually got stronger after taking that hit, so he decides to charge in and end this fight fast. Sui charges too, saying he won't stop until Jun's begging for mercy. He dodges Jun's attacks while throwing shade at the Jiang family, and shouts that he'll help the Zhou family wipe them out as he throws a punch at Jun. A loud crash echoes through the room, sending Sui crashing into a table and smashing it to bits as he lands. Jang Jun notices Chin-Li swooping in to save him again, spotting his powerful aura lighting up the room. He wonders why Chin-Li is such a beast at fighting even though he's not a pro. Josue is shocked that Jun has such a powerhouse with him, thinking he's as strong as his cousin who just got back from the army. He decides to back off, telling Jang Jun he's lucky to have an outsider protecting him, and promises they'll finish this fight later as he struts out the exit. After Joe bails, Jang Jun thanks Chin-Li for saving him, but Chin-Li humbly says he couldn't just let him get hurt. Jun then cheerfully invites him to grab a bite since he's got a flight to catch that afternoon. He also booked his sister's flight on the same plane since she's heading to Yangcheng to visit a friend, but Chin-Li catches on and gives him a playful curse. After they chow down, he makes it to his flight just in time. As he flips through a magazine, chilling out, Zhang Ran strolls over and notices his face. Chin-Li greets her nervously as she wonders why they keep running into each other. She rushes to her seat, trying to avoid him at all costs. But then a random guy suddenly gets too handsy, freezing her for a second as a flight attendant asks what's up. She angrily points at the creep and tells the attendant she's being harassed. The pervy dude claims it was just a touch as he tries to pull the same stunt on the flight attendant. The pilot steps in, telling the guy to apologize or they'll report him and put him on a no-fly list. But out of nowhere, a hooded man pulls a gun on the captain, making him sweat. The hooded guy praises the perv, Lao San, for his great acting, revealing they're in cahoots. They then threaten all the passengers, demanding they hand over their valuables or else. Zhang Ran shivers in fear as the chaos unfolds, and suddenly, someone grabs her from behind, knocking her sunglasses off. It's Chin-Li, telling her to stay quiet. They rush to the bathroom to hide. Chin-Li tells Ran to lock the door and stay put, saying he'll handle things outside, so she asks what he's planning. He confidently says he's going to take down the robbers. Jiang asks why he'd want to mess with the thugs, suggesting it's better to just give them what they want, which annoys him. Outside the bathroom, Lao San complains they haven't even seen a rich person on the plane. Suddenly, a kid starts crying loudly in front of him. He points his gun at the kid, threatening to shoot if he doesn't shut up. Before he can do anything, Chin-Li jumps in and lands a solid punch right to the robber's face, sending the guy flying into the seats. The other robber yells at him to get up while holding the captain hostage, but he doesn't budge. He then tries to figure out who did it, and threatens to kill the pilot if anyone moves, leaving Chin-Li torn since there's a hostage at gunpoint. Just as the robber's about to pull the trigger, Chin-Li rushes in to attack with his bare hands. Then a loud bang echoes through the plane as blood drips. Luckily, Chin-Li only gets shot in the shoulder, so Zhang Ran patches him up and scolds him for being reckless. The flight attendant thanks her for him, saying they'd all be in danger if it weren't for her boyfriend. Zhang Ran blushes and quickly clears things up, saying he's not her boyfriend while looking all flustered. Once the plane lands, the cops swoop in and haul the robbers away, no questions asked. As they step off the plane, Zhang Ran asks Chin-Li where he's headed. He replies that he's obviously going home since he just got shot, no biggie. Zhang Ran then says he should take care of her tomorrow since she's clueless about Yangcheng, which annoys him, and he realizes this is why Jun looked so wiped out. Time flies after they split up. Chin-Li is back at the clinic, with his assistant patching up his gunshot wound. She tells him it's wild he managed to take down the gunman with just his hands. He just shrugs off the praise, but then asks if she wants to find her teammates, since they might still be alive. Liang Qing shivers at his question and asks what he means, to which he replies that he can help her track them down. She asks if she can really see them again, and he assures her she can. After that, she digs up her teammates' info to help with the search while Chin-Li notices she started crying and thinks she's got a soft side too. Liang Qing opens up the documents she's kept locked away for ages. She hands them to Chin-Li as he promises he'll do his best to find them. After getting treated at the clinic, he heads home to his fancy villa to chill. Inside, Qingyan is typing away on her laptop for work. She spots her husband coming home and greets him with a big smile. Chin-Li sits next to her, saying he's worried she's working too hard for the company, but she reassures him she's good and shows him the awesome news. As he checks out the laptop, he sees something cool. It's the sales numbers for their trial products, through the roof, so he gives her a pat on the head, praising her for the great work, and she thanks him, now that she's got her own company and career. She then mentions she has a meeting in Yangcheng tomorrow afternoon, but doesn't want to see the person who invited her since it's her old boss. Chin-Li asks if she really wants to go, and she says it's important for networking. Still, she's worried about handling the meeting solo, so he jokingly asks if she's still worried the Jang group isn't as good as Sky Eagle, to which she firmly says, no way. Chin-Li then tells her not to stress since he'll go with her. A bit later, Chin-Li gets ready for bed while his wife is showering in the background. He's healing up, and his injury is almost gone. Qingyan opens the bathroom door after finishing up, and sees the injury her husband got. She walks over, concerned, but Chin-Li brushes it off, saying it's just a scratch. Qingyan tells him to be more careful since her dad still wants grandkids from them. Chin-Li gets flustered and stumbles over his words about what she just said, excited at the thought of having a kid with her. But he changes the subject and asks if she really likes girls because of that incident a while back. She explains she was just scared of guys because of a senior she liked before meeting Chin-Li, and that experience almost ended badly. That senior ended up in prison for other crimes, so she decided to only fall for girls but got tricked by one too. Chin-Li takes her hands after hearing her story and promises he won't let anyone hurt her again. Touched by his words, Qingyan apologizes for how she acted toward him before. As she panics, thinking of how to make it up to him, Chin-Li simply tells her to forget the past and look ahead. As he gently pushes her onto the bed, he turns off the light, throwing them both into darkness, deep into the night. While cicadas cry outside, the couple is pressed against each other, making Qingyan ask him to rest because of his injuries. But he refuses, saying it's just a scratch, so she finally agrees to keep going and asks him to be gentle. And so they finally spend the night together for the first time, hearts totally in sync. Morning rolls in after a cozy night wrapped up in each other's arms. While a gardener tidies up the chaos outside from last night's wild winds, the couple gets ready to chow down on breakfast. Chin-Li offers to help with the chores, looking super hyped. But she's all, nah, I got this, avoiding his gaze because of the warm vibes from last night. He just reminds her they've got that exchange meeting later before they grab some food. Then they both head out into the city. Qingyan asks Chin-Li why they're at a car dealership, and he's all, we're gonna be traveling a lot, so we need a ride. He spots a slick car, and she asks if he wants it. He's like, I've wanted an off-road car since I was a kid. He opens the door to check out the interior, but a dude suddenly yells at him to stop. Turns out, the guy's from the dealership and is all up in his face for touching the car, thinking Chin-Li can't afford it. Chin-Li apologizes, even though the guy's acting all high and mighty, and asks if he can take it for a test drive. The salesman, with a major attitude, says he needs to pay a deposit first in case he wrecks it since it's a limited edition. So Chin-Li asks how much the deposit is, and the salesman says it's usually 80 grand, but since he's feeling generous, he'll do 60. Chin-Li's shocked because that's half the car's price and he just wanted to test it out. The salesman just smirks, thinking he's about to embarrass him, assuming he's broke. Qingyan catches the guy's vibe and tells Chin-Li they should bounce because of the salesman's bad energy. He totally agrees and they head to the next store. The salesman then talks trash behind them, saying they can't afford anything, so why bother checking out the next place? But while he's still running his mouth, his buddies tell him the couple actually crossed the street to check out another store. This surprises him, and he decides to see what they're up to. The dealership they hit up is New Burgini. Inside, they're greeted by a chill manager who suggests a car called Aventador for 800 grand and even offers a free test drive. The arrogant salesman from before flips out, scolding the manager named Wang for letting the couple drive an expensive car, and wrongly accuses them of not being able to afford 100 grand, to which Wang just shrugs and says it's their policy to treat every customer right. Chin-Li, now annoyed by the previous salesman's shade, asks why he thinks he can't afford the car. So he decides to buy the Aventador with his golden card, no test drive needed. Manager Wang happily takes his payment and leads him to the VIP room while the arrogant salesman stares at the golden card, totally shocked. As they walk into the VIP room, they leave the arrogant salesman behind, looking super embarrassed. Wang thanks him for bringing in a big customer, adding to the salesman's humiliation. Night falls after the car dealership drama, and they finally head to the Huangtu building for the meeting. They roll up looking fly in the expensive clothes Qingyan picked out. As they stroll through the venue, his phone suddenly buzzes. It's Zhang Ran, calling about their appointment, which he totally forgot. He tells his wife to hang tight while he takes the call, and she's cool with it. He heads to a private spot to answer, stepping into a bathroom stall. He tells Zhang Ran he's at the Yangcheng Business Exchange and asks what's up. She's furious, scolding him for not picking her up. He tells her he's at the top of the Huangtu building, and then he tells Miss Jang, who just popped up in front of him, to pick her up since he's still getting used to the place. She then asks who she's supposed to pick up, and he says it's Jang Ran, chilling on the second floor. This makes her rush up there, worried about why the young miss is hanging out in the Huangtu building without the fam knowing. Back at the meeting, while Qing Yin is chatting with others, someone suddenly interrupts, shocked to see her there. It's her old boss, who starts throwing shade about her flashy outfit, accusing her of trying to snag millionaires, all while rocking a totally over-the-top look herself. Qing Yin tells her old boss, who she calls Director Liu, to chill with the comments. This makes the hefty director waddle over and slap Qing Yin for disrespecting her. She then yells for Qing Yin to scram, claiming she has no right to boss her around just because she quit her job. Qin rolls up and asks what's going down. Director Liu recognizes him as Qing Yin's lazy husband and tells him he should keep his wife in check. He then asks her if she actually hit Qing Yin, and she shamelessly admits it while throwing some sass. So he punches her right in the face, sending her flying back a few feet and crashing to the ground. Qin glares at her, furious for hitting his wife, as she rolls around on the floor, acting all dramatic and shouting that she's being attacked. A bald dude comes to the rescue and asks what's up. Director Liu tells the bald guy, named Chen, that Qin just assaulted her, which makes Chen scold Qing Yin for letting her husband go off on Liu and demands she kneel and apologize. Qin jumps in, saying Director Liu should be the one apologizing since she threw the first punch and that she's already out of Sky Eagle. Chen tells her not to get too cocky just because she started a new gig and brags about how Sky Eagle just signed a deal with the Jang company, so they shouldn't mess with him. But then Zhangran pops up and asks him what he meant about their companies teaming up. Director Liu yells at her for butting in, totally clueless that she's actually the young miss of the Zhang family. Chuxue steps in and tells Director Liu that she's talking to a member of the Zhang family, which makes the two old-timers sweat after dissing the girl. As the night rolls on, Director Liu tries to reintroduce herself as the head honcho of Sky Eagle and Chen as the manager, but Chuxue brushes off their fake niceties, asking if they were the ones who dissed Zhang Ran, to which the director denies, claiming it was all a big misunderstanding, and that Qin was the real troublemaker since he hit her. Manager Chen backs her up and then tells Chuxue to kick the couple out. Chuxue asks what company they're with, and they say they're from Sky Eagle. She then announces that the business deal between their companies is off and that the Zhang group will be compensating for the breach. This leaves the two old-timers stunned, wondering why she's punishing them instead of the couple. Chuxue explains that she's totally right to punish them, since they disrespected Miss Jiang Ran and the second largest shareholder of the Jiang Group in Yangcheng, not to mention Jiang Ran's buddy, Qin who she's proud of. Manager Chen can't believe Qing Yin is a major shareholder in the Jiang company, since she used to be his subordinate, and secretly regrets helping the director. Jiang Ran, fuming after being disrespected, tells Chuxue to handle the geezers, so Chuxue quickly orders them to bounce, warning that if they don't, security will drag them out. Jiang Ran feels all proud after saving Qin so he thanks her for the assist. As she picks up a wine glass, she playfully asks Qin to pour her a drink if he really wants to show his gratitude, but Qing Yin jumps in, offering to pour her a glass herself as a thank you for what she did. Jiang Ran then asks who Qing Yin is while gripping her hand tightly, so Qin introduces Qing Yin as his wife, making the two shoot daggers at each other as they realize they both have feelings for him. Qing Yin then snatches the wine glass and takes it from Jiang Ran, refusing to let her pour the wine. Though Jiang Ran insists, Qing Yin firmly says she wants to thank her on behalf of her husband, throwing a wrench in her plans to charm Qin Qin notices the tension between the two and thinks it's best to dip out to avoid the drama, so he tries to bounce, but the two are all, "Nah, you're not going anywhere." This makes him dip to the restroom instead, thinking they can't do anything to stop him. As he heads toward the restroom, feeling all kinds of stressed by the two women, Chuxue jumps in with a joke saying Qin is actually scared of them. He's all confused, wondering why they're beefing with each other. So she teases him, saying it's probably because he's just too awesome, making him shake his head like, "No way." Qin switches gears and tells her he's got something for Zhang Jun. He hands her a drive and asks her to hit up Zhang Jun for help finding the people on it. He adds that the identities on the drive are super secret and important to him, so Chuxue thanks him for trusting her and promises to handle it. Then she playfully asks if he's gonna head back to the banquet, and he says he'll be back in a few. After the meeting, he and his wife roll home in their new ride. Qin asks Qing Yin what she was chatting about with Jiang Ran for so long. She replies that Jiang Ran was spilling tea about how Qin messed with her, which he totally denies, telling her not to buy into it. Qing Yin then admits she was just joking, and that Jiang Ran only said Qin owes her a meal, while low-key knowing Jiang Ran has a crush on him. He explains that the young miss from the Jang family came to Yangcheng to see her friend, but he didn't think it would get this wild. Qingyin says she heard that from Zhangran too, and that Zhangran invited her on a business trip to Jiangcheng. Qinli asks what she thinks about the offer, and she says she's not sure yet but thinks it could be a solid opportunity for them. He tells her he's also unsure about what to do. This makes Qingyin curious about his plans, and if he can roll with her to Jiangcheng, to which he says he'll go if she wants him to, after wrapping up at the clinic. As they pull up to the villa, they spot Zitan chilling on the porch, glued to her phone while waiting for them. Zitan sees them and rushes over to say hi. After that, they all head inside. Zitan is blown away by the fancy villa her brother-in-law bought, totally wide-eyed. This makes Qingyin lightly bop her on the head for calling Qin Li without any respect as he pours them drinks. Zitan finally asks for help and calls him brother-in-law, which makes him grin after all those years of being called out. She's all about his new luxurious life and asks how he scored it, and he says he landed a sweet job. He then asks why she came to see them, and she remembers she originally wanted to ask him for something. She reminds him about his promise to go with her to the sorority in a couple of days, and says she's been hunting him down, but he's been busy. Qinli recalls the promise and thought she was just joking before, so she asks if he'll really go with her, worried the bullies might come after her. He tells her to skip it, but she's all, "No way, I'm not hiding like a coward." Qingyin jumps in, saying he should keep his promise to her, so Qinli finally gives in, unable to find a way out. Zitan pouts at his bummed-out vibe while her sister tries to lift her spirits. She mutters that Qin Li didn't mind going before, feeling a bit down while secretly thinking she's being dramatic. Qin Li tries to cheer her up by asking her to help with cooking, and she's all in, getting pumped and even asking for pork ribs for dinner. A month flies by and it's finally time to head to Jiangcheng. Qingyin waits for her husband outside the packed clinic, while Qin Li is inside watching Liang Qing do her thing, debating whether to bring up her comrades with her. He tries to kick off a convo, but she cuts him off, asking what's going to happen to the clinic after he bounces. So Qin Li tells her not to stress, since some top-notch Chinese doctors will be running the clinic in just a few days. He also mentions he's got someone on the lookout for her friends and will hit her up as soon as he hears anything, making Liang Qing super grateful for all he's doing for her. Qin Li then hands her the keys to the villa for her to crash in after he bounces and promises to take her to Jiangcheng once he wraps up his stuff. She's all, "Nah, I can't take these," feeling all kinds of indebted, but he's like, "Nah, it's cool. I see you as a friend so you don't owe me anything." Zhang Ying shouts from outside, saying they gotta roll out or they'll miss their flight. So Qin Li heads out, telling her to call if she ever needs anything. She waves goodbye, feeling all hopeful after his sweet words. And so the duo heads to their new villa in Jiangcheng. As the moving crew hauls in their furniture and stuff, they welcome Zhang Jun into their new pad, who's all hyped for them finally moving in. Qingyin thanks him for handling their move to Jiangcheng, and he's all humble, saying it was the least he could do for Qin Li, who he sees as a bro. And since they're partners with the Zhang group, they shouldn't sweat the small stuff. Qin Li tells him they'll be in good hands, making Zhang Jun chuckle at his politeness and ask him to chill, since they're basically brothers now. As he throws an arm around him, Zhang Jun mentions he's got a meeting with one of Qin Li's peers and wants to introduce them, so Qin Li tells his wife he's got a meeting to hit up, and she's all, "No worries, I'll organize the house while you're gone." Both Zhang Jun and Qin Li then head out for the meeting. Once they roll up to the Ming Palace, Zhang Jun spills that the person he's meeting is a super educated and famous doctor in Jiangcheng who just opened a big medical clinic. He adds that he thought it'd be cool to introduce them since Qin Li wants to open a clinic in Jiangcheng too. But then he drops a bomb, saying there might be a snag, and Qin Li's all, "What's up with that?" Zhang Jun tells him the famous doctor was crushing on his sister and got shot down because of Qin Li, leaving him totally confused. He explains that Zhang Ran bragged about Qin Li being her idol, so the doctor's got some high expectations. They step into the meeting spot and see Zhang Jun's sister and the famous doctor chilling inside. Zhang Ran lights up when she sees Qin Li, then he goes to greet the doctor, who asks if he's the one Zhang Ran admires. Once the handsome doctor realizes it's Qin Li, he starts talking down to him for looking like he just rolled in from the countryside. Seeing the doctor's disappointment, Qin Li wonders what Zhang Ran told him to make him act all snobby. As he thinks about what she said to the doctor, named Xia Wenbao, the dude starts bragging about his achievements, making everyone feel super awkward with his ego trip. He even claims he cured the president of the United States of a polycystic tumor, but Zhang Ran cuts him off, saying he shouldn't be so sure he's better than Qin Li. She tells him he's still got a lot to learn from others, which totally crushes his pride, making him fume. But then his phone rings, interrupting the drama. He angrily scolds the caller for bothering him on his day off. But the caller tells him that the patient in room 903 is in critical condition and begs him to come, so he's out the door in a flash. As he says goodbye to the Jang family, Zhang Ran stops him for a second, asking if they can tag along so she can show off Qin Li's medical skills. Xia doubts his abilities, but Jiang Ran convinces him by saying she'll be impressed if he can handle it solo, otherwise, he shouldn't even bother her again. Qinli is taken aback, realizing he's being used to ditch Dr. Zia, but he can't really say no, so he just goes with it. They then head to his massive clinic, where Dr. Sia immediately asks his assistant if the patient took the meds he prescribed. The nurse tells him the patient seems to be on the brink, which freaks out the gangsters hanging around. A big dude who looks like a gorilla shoves the nurse aside and strides up to Dr. Sia. Afterward, the other gangsters swarm the doctor as he yells at them to chill out. The gorilla man then yells at him for letting the young master's health go downhill. He grabs his collar and gets furious at the doctor for breaking his promise to cure the disease while Zia tries to cool things down. But the gorilla man doesn't hear it and just lunges at him, saying he'll teach him a lesson for his lies. Before he can throw a punch, he's stopped by none other than Qinli, who tells him that if he beats him up now, it'll be bad for his young master since there won't be any doctors left to check him out. The gorilla man also yells at Qinli, thinking he's tight with the doctor, but Qinli just brushes him off and says, "This is a chance." The gorilla asks what chance he's talking about, and Qinli says the patient's condition isn't final yet, so it's better for the doctor to check him first. After hearing that, the gorilla realizes he's got a point, so he lets go of the doctor. Dr. Zia feels a bit embarrassed for not standing up for himself in front of Qinli, but the gorilla man cuts in and threatens to mess him up if he doesn't check the young master properly, and so they head into the patient's room while the gorilla man keeps watch. Qinli takes a look at the patient and realizes the dude's illness is pretty complicated since he can't sense any vital energy and feels something's off. So he leans in closer to check out the dying man. Meanwhile, Zia is sweating bullets checking the patient with the big gangster looming behind him. He tries to pump himself up, thinking he's done this before, but Qinli suddenly speaks up, making him jump, so Jia snaps at him for scaring him out of nowhere. Qinli then stops him, saying he might accidentally hurt the patient if he keeps going, pointing out a lump in the patient's neck, which he quickly shows to the others. Dr. Sia is shocked to see such a huge lump and mistakenly thinks it's a tumor, so he tells them they need to replace all the internal parts involved. As he keeps talking, the patient suddenly groans in pain. Qinli gets ready with some stuff while the gorilla man yells at Sia, who says the patient can't be saved anymore. But Qinli thinks otherwise, so he tells the two to help him hold the patient down. Both the gorilla and the doctor are not on board with his plan and keep whining. So Qinli yells at them to zip it and just do what he says. And so he starts treating the patient, even as the moon rises high in the sky. As he skillfully pricks the key pressure points to cure the disease, narrowly dodging the spots he shouldn't touch, he stays laser-focused to heal the dying patient. After some time working on the young master, he finally gets him back to a stable state and tells the others that the patient will wake up in a few minutes. After that, he'll just need some meds to fully recover. Dr. Sia is blown away by the results of Qinli's treatment after realizing the patient's health is finally back on track. As the patient opens his eyes, he calls out to Mr. Kong, who's tearing up at the sight of his master finally getting better. Kong then tells him they're at the Jiangcheng hospital and that Qinli was the one who saved him. The young master calls him Master Qin and asks what he's doing there, as he seems to recognize Qinli. Qinli asks why he called him that. The young master apologizes, thinking he mistook Qinli for a friend he met in Shangjing, which confuses Qinli since he's heard that place mentioned before. Kong then asks if the young master is all good now, to which Qinli replies that his illness won't be a big deal if he gets some remedies after checking his medical record. The gorilla man hands Qinli the patient's medical record while thanking him. Qinli thinks he might find something out in Shangjing as he signs the medical papers, while Xia is in the background trying to recruit him to be an assistant doctor. But Qinli turns him down, saying his own clinic still needs a chief doctor, which makes Xia spit blood after that sudden rejection. The young master then thanks Qinli, to which he politely accepts the praise. He also asks Kong to book a private room at the Heavenly Palace so he can chill in Jiangcheng when he recovers in 3 days, to which he promptly agrees. He also invites Qinli to a party, but Qinli's still thinking it over. As they roll back to the villa, Zhang Jun drops some news, saying he saved someone important today. Turns out, the person he saved is from the Shu family, which is a big deal in Shangjing, just like the Jang family. Even though they got betrayed and booted from Shangjing, they asked Qinli to find a blood jade for the old master's party next week, but then he got sick out of nowhere. Zhang Jun adds he doesn't want to bother him anymore since their fam is kinda lost right now, but Qinli's all about that brotherhood. Zhang Jun makes sure he knows what he means, so Qinli steps up, saying he'll cure the old master to help mend things. This totally makes Zhang Jun's day, and he tells Li he's also hit up the CEO of a cosmetics company to help him and his wife. 3 days after the hospital drama, Qinli rolls into the Heavenly Palace for the party. Inside, it's a wild scene, people partying hard like there's no tomorrow. Xu Xiao thanks Qinli for saving him, saying he can party with everyone now, all thanks to him. He raises his glass for a toast to Qinli. Qinli's flattered but tells him to chill on the drinks since he's still recovering. but Xiao's not hearing it, saying he's got nothing to worry about with Qinli in his corner. Then he leans in, asking if Qinli's curious about who he is, and Qinli just says he's a patient, keeping it real. Xiao gives him a nod of approval, declaring they're friends now because of Qinli's chill vibe. Xiao's buddy calls them over, saying they should join the fun since it's rare to see the young master letting loose. But out of nowhere, someone crashes through a door behind them. A cocky dude strolls in, asking if the guy he tossed was with Xiao, accusing him of spilling his drink. The guy's all, "Not my fault." Xiao tries to smooth things over, asking what went down. The white-haired dude says his friend broke the rules of their gang serious, so they're gonna mess up anyone connected to him. Everyone's eyes widen, recognizing the gang's name, and the vibe gets tense. This gang's got serious clout, even though the Jang family seems to run Jang Cheng. Rumor has it even the Jang family's scared of them, and they're just an underground crew. They're feared for their martial arts skills. These guys know how to handle dark power, so no one wants to cross them. Xiao's friends bolt after hearing the serious gang's threats, while the guy who spilled the drink begs for mercy, offering to pay for the wine he dropped. Xiao jumps in, asking how much they want for their safety. The gang thinks it over for a second, then bursts out laughing, thinking they're broke or something. The white-haired dude smirks and proposes a deal since Xiao wants to back his friend. Xiao's curious, asking what it is, and the dude says if Xiao takes a punch for his friend, they'll let him go. Xiao's not feeling this and realizes they just want to fight. Suddenly, Qinli steps up for him, asking if he can take the punch instead, surprising Xiao since he thought Qinli was out of there. Qinli tells Xiao to step back, worried he might get hurt. He confidently says the serious gang's just messing around, so it won't be too tough. After gearing up, Qinli tells the white-haired dude to come at him. And he does, flying into the air. He throws a powerful attack packed with dark power right at Qinli's face, but Qinli's ready, intercepting the attack and dodging it like a pro. The white-haired guy's shocked to see Qinli using dark power too, so he throws another punch, saying dodging doesn't count. But this time Qinli grabs his fist, stopping the attack again. The white-haired dude realizes Qinli's also a martial artist and decides to stop holding back, gearing up for a full-force attack. Qinli's feeling the heat too, annoyed by the taunts. Their fists collide, looking like a tiger and a dragon, as energy explodes everywhere from their epic showdown. Xiao finally puts a stop to everything by dropping the bomb that he's part of the Shu family, which totally makes the white-haired dude back off since he doesn't want any drama with them. So the white-haired guy decides to smooth things over and tells Xiao their little spat is done. Xiao then asks him to keep his identity on the down low, and the guy nods, saying he's cool with that. The white-haired man also gives a shout-out to Qinli's martial arts skills and asks where he picked them up. But Qinli just shrugs it off, saying he's just a regular doc who hits the gym a lot. The dude cracks up at his modesty and offers him a spot in the serious gang, telling him to swing by if he's ever interested. After the gang bounces, Xiao gives Qinli props, saying he didn't expect him to throw down so well. But Qinli just says the guy was holding back, which made him look way stronger. Xiao laughs at his humble brag and tells him he's heading back to Shangjing in 2 days since he's been MIA for a bit. He invites Qinli to come chill with him in Shangjing later, and Qinli is totally down. As the night rolls in, Qinli heads back to his mansion. Jangjun calls to remind him about their trip to the capital coming up. Qinli asks why he's buzzing him so early, since they've still got 3 days to go. Jun says they gotta prep ahead of time. Qinli then asks what time they're leaving, and Jangjun says it's tomorrow morning. Qinli wraps up the call, then checks out the jade balls, wondering why Jangjun seems so jittery about hitting up Shangjing. As he sets the balls down, he realizes he hasn't trained in a hot minute since meeting the white-haired dude. He starts training, thinking about how the old man who taught him the technique helped him rake in some serious cash. But he also wonders if the old man had a different reason for passing it on. And since he still doesn't know who took his parents, or how strong they are, he decides to level up his strength to smash his goals. Morning finally breaks in the Qinli household. Jangjun shows up at his front door and asks if he needs a hand, but Qinli says he's got it covered. As Jangjun spots Qinli lugging a ton of boxes, he asks what's up with all that. Qinli replies that it's all the clothes and snacks Qingyan got him when she swung by Jiangcheng. Then he realizes he forgot his underwear, so he tells Jangjun to hang tight while he runs back to grab it. But Jangjun stops him, saying he's already got a ton of stuff and just tells him to buy new ones in Shangjing. And off they go to catch their flight. Up in the air, they spot the massive building in the heart of Shangjing, looking all kinds of fancy. Jangjun decides to take Qinli shopping in the hot shopping district once they land. Qinli sees the price tag on one suit and nearly faints at how pricey it is. The sales lady then suggests another outfit that costs even more than the suit. Qinli decides to stick with the suit, and then they hit up a swanky outdoor cafe. He checks out the menu prices and is shocked to see some of the food costs more than his suit. Qin Li tells Jang Jun that the prices in Shangjing are definitely not for regular folks like him. Jun laughs and says this is just the tip of the iceberg, adding that he'll take him to an even crazier spot later. Qin Li asks where they're headed. When night finally rolls around, they hit up a super fancy billiards bar. As they walk in, a girl in a cute outfit greets Jang Jun after spotting him. He asks her if there's a spot for him and his buddy, and she shows them to a table. The girl keeps an eye on them as they grab their cue sticks. Then she discreetly dials someone named Joe on her phone after they're out of sight. Meanwhile, the two are having a blast playing pool as Qin Li hits the cue ball and actually pots a striped ball. Jang Jun is shocked at his skills, especially since he knows Qin Li hasn't played before, but Qin just says it's all about having fun. Jun doesn't buy it since he lost the first 30 games and asks for a rematch, but Qin Li says they can play later since they've got a birthday party to hit up tomorrow. This makes Jang Jun let out a big sigh. Qin Li asks what's up, and Jun replies that he's stressing about the birthday gift for tomorrow. Li then asks if someone blocked him from attending, and Jun confirms it. Back in the day, Jun's dad got framed for a car accident that messed up a member of a big family, which led to them getting totally shunned. Even though the real culprit got caught, they never got to explain things to the old master face to face. Jun then asks Qin Li to find a way to check on the old master. Li agrees to help, and then, bam, the door swings open. A crew rolls in, led by a red-haired dude who clearly has beef with Jang Jun. Jun recognizes him as Zhou Sui and feels a bit jittery. Zhou tells the police director named Liu, who's with him, that they're causing chaos and wrecking private property. The shady director orders his goons to arrest them for questioning. Jang Jun tells Qin Li to bounce and get his dad to help, explaining that the Zhou family is gunning for him. Qin Li asks if the Zhou family is really that strong, and Jun says they've got clout all over Shangjing, even if they're not top tier. Qin Li then wonders how they stack up against the Shu family. Jun replies that even though the Zhou family is tough, they're nothing compared to the Shu family's power. He then asks why Qin Li brought up the Shu family, and Qin Li reminds him that he saved someone important in Jiangcheng. Qin Li decides to call that person to sort things out. Zhou Sui laughs at his attempt to ask for help, thinking Qin Li is just a rookie in Shangjing. As the night drags on, the police and Zhou are waiting for the person Qin Li called, but the director is getting suspicious, thinking they're just stalling since it's been half an hour. Zhou mocks Jang Jun, making fun of him for using such dirty tricks. He brags that his family isn't scared of anyone, and even the Shu family is shaking in their boots. Just then, Shu Xiao shows up, having overheard Zhou's big talk. This catches Zhou off guard, since Xiao is known as the Little Panther of Shangjing, and messing with him is a bad idea. Xiao angrily asks Sui how the Shu family is supposedly scared of him, but Sui denies it, saying Xiao must have misheard. Xiao kicks him in the gut for trying to play him, making the director sweat bullets. Xiao then tells Sui that he can overlook the insults to his family, but he won't let him slide for trash-talking the guy who saved his life. The director, watching all this unfold, starts regretting helping the Zhou family. Suddenly, Xiao calls out to the director, making him jump. Xiao tells the director he should arrest Zhou too, which makes the director tremble as he scrambles for an excuse. He points at Zhou Sui, claiming that he was threatened by him, prompting Sui to call the director a two-faced dog for betraying him. Xiao kicks Sui again and scolds him for talking back. He then tells everyone to scram, warning that this is the first and last time he'll let them off easy. They all bolt in fear. Once things chill out, Qin Li introduces Shu Xiao and Jang Jun, and they start chatting like old pals. Xiao asks Qin Li when he rolled into Shangjing, and Qin Li says he just got here today and couldn't call earlier. He also thanks Xiao for having his back. Shu Xiao tells him to cut the formalities and asks why they're in Shangjing. Qin Li explains that he came with Jang Jun to celebrate the old master's birthday and check on his health. Xiao tells him that the old master is indeed sick, but there's more to the story. And so the time came for the Jang family to throw a birthday bash for the old master. Both Jang Jun and his dad show up at the party, making sure they've got their gift on deck. Qin Li tags along as Jun says they'll try to crash the party. On the other side of the venue, a flashy member of the Jang family is greeting guests. He spots Jang Jun in the distance, handing over a gift to the family, so he calls out to him with a smirk, which annoys Jun. The guy, named Jiang Ziyang, pompously tells him he shouldn't even bother with a gift since he's given junk every year before. He then starts roasting him, assuming this year's gift is also trash. This ticks Jun off, but he can't do anything since Ziyang is the family head's son. The crowd hears the drama and starts gossiping about Jun's dad, which just makes him even more irritated. Qin Li steps in and tells Ziyang to check out what they brought first before he starts rambling, but Jiang Ziyang brushes it off, stubbornly thinking it's just junk. Then, a fancy-looking guest spots the jade that Qin Li brought, so he strolls over to take a look, grabbing the attention of the other guests. After the esteemed guest inspects the jade and realizes what it is, he shouts that it's a rare rainbow blood jade, which totally shocks everyone in the venue. This causes a swarm of people to rush Jiang, since Ziyang didn't want it earlier. Ziyang starts sweating bullets after realizing how valuable Jun's gift is, so he tries to fix things by saying he was just joking before. He then claims that the Jang family will accept the gift as a token of appreciation, totally flipping his earlier stance. Jun asks if they can come inside, and Ziyang replies that they can, but only if they leave the jade with them. Inside, the palace is decked out with all sorts of traditional decorations. Jun wanders around, thinking about how shady the Jang family is in Shangjing. This gets him a smack on the head from his dad, who warns him that they'll be in hot water if anyone hears him. They then go to greet the head of the family while Qin hangs back to wait. He takes a seat among the socializing crowd and reflects on how complicated the Jang family's situation is in Shangjing. Realizing each family member is a big deal in their own field, he figures it won't be a walk in the park for Jun and his fam to bounce back. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him from the crowd. It's Xiao, waving at him from across the venue. Qin hops out of his seat to approach him and asks why he's there. Xiao says his family has some collab with the Jang family, so he tagged along with his big bro. He then takes Qin to meet his brother and sister. They roll up to the Shu siblings, and Xiao starts introducing Qin to them. His gorgeous sister, Shu Xiu, asks if he's the doctor who saved her little bro's life. Qin introduces himself, confirming her question. Xiao then introduces his eldest brother, Shu Cheng, who looks like he just stepped out of a military movie. Qin stares at him, catching Chang's attention. Chang asks if there's a problem with his face for Qin to be staring so hard. Qin apologizes and explains that it's just a habit. No offense meant. Chang then asks if he thinks he has a disease too. Qin guesses that Chang just got back from a mission, which Chang confirms and tells him to keep going. Qin explains that Chang has a serious internal injury that's causing a lingering issue, even though he looks fit on the outside. He advises that Chang should skip future missions for his health. Qin words shock both Xiao and Xiu, who ask their brother if he's really sick. Qin adds that if treatment is delayed any longer, it could turn into a lifelong problem. As the sun shines through the venue, Chang denies having any illness, accusing Qin of being a liar with a nasty mouth. So Qin decides to say no more, knowing he's not being taken seriously. Xiao begs his brother to let Dr. Qin check him out, but Chang angrily refuses, shouting at him to mind his own business. But the real reason for his denial is that he can't let the other families know the Shu family's weakness since they're currently under watch. Qin then tells Xiao he'll bounce now since he's already met his fam, so he tries to stop him. Qin asks what's up, and Xiao explains that his older brother just has a bad temper, so he shouldn't take it personally. He then assures Xiao that he's cool and gets that his brother struggles with being honest. Xiao thanks him for understanding as he leaves, still suspecting that his older brother really has an issue. Qin strolls around the venue, wondering why Jun is taking forever and feeling a bit anxious. But then he suddenly senses something off, so he looks toward where the vibe is coming from, and sees a strong evil aura radiating in the distance. He heads to where the aura is coming from, and is shocked to find something so sinister hidden deep inside the Jang family mansion. Before entering, he notices a dead rat hanging outside the door, which is locked with some serious evil spiritual power. He peeks through the window to see what's going down inside, and is shocked to find out there's someone wrapped up in that evil vibe. So he quickly pops the lock open and steps in, all shielded up in his own energy. As he walks into the room, a wicked spirit jumps at him out of nowhere. So he gets into a defensive pose and whips out some needles charged with his energy, before hurling them at the evil spirit, making some of that dark aura vanish into thin air. He realizes the vibe in this mansion feels super similar to the one at Jiangran's hotel. But then a swarm of evil spirits crashes his thoughts, so he remembers what the old dude taught him, that every formation has a weak spot. He dodges all the attacks and starts hunting for that weak point. After a bit of searching, he spots a skull radiating a ton of bad energy and figures that's the weak link he needs. So he bolts over to the skull and launches charged needles at the evil spirits crowding him on the way. Before he gets swarmed, he dives toward the skull with a needle ready and pierces straight through its temple, then charges it with his energy. As a result, all the evil spirits around him poof away. Now that he's in the clear, he takes a deep breath and wonders who set up this formation since it's so slick. He also thinks about how the old dude got tangled up in all these formations. But hey, he caught it just in time. He then starts to heal the man, pulling out a needle packed with his energy, and pricks the old man's forehead with it, causing the evil aura chilling in him to fade away. The old man then starts to blink awake, and asks who's standing in front of him, while Qin feels a wave of relief that he's up. He introduces himself as a doctor who showed up for the birthday bash, which makes the man realize he almost kicked the bucket at his own party. Chin Li then asks if he's the head of the Jang family based on what he said, and the old man thinks about how he's been backstabbed by the people he trusted. Li asks what he means, and the old man spills that it was his son's mess that got him into this situation. Chin Li then tells him that Jiang Lim and his fam put their trust in him for the old man's treatment, making the man realize their loyalty. But he also figures they want to be brought back to the main family in exchange for curing him, which Chin Li can't deny. As the sun beams down on the stunning palace, Chin Li helps the old man sit up straight as he tells him he also wants Jiang Lim and his family back. But with his state, he wouldn't have much pull with the other family members. Chin Li checks out his legs and sees they've been messed up by that evil aura, so he decides to use the third part of the Fuxi Needles method. He then tells the old man he can help him regain basic consciousness. The old man's eyes light up with hope and asks if he can go back to normal, to which Li tells him that's a no-go, which makes him slump in despair since he's been hunting for a cure forever, and even the top doctors can't do anything about it. Chin Li clarifies he can't turn him back to normal, but he can help him move around like a regular person. He also throws out a bet to the old man, where if he heals him, then Jiang Lim's family can return to the main family, and if not, he'll do whatever the old man says. The old man is intrigued by the deal and agrees to the bet. He also adds that if he wants to bring Lim's family back, there's still something else to do. And so time rolls on after their chat. Finally, the day arrives for the Jang family meeting where all the branch family heads gather. The current head of the family, named Chengze, is shocked to see the elders show up and even calls Jiang Lim to the meeting. The old man speaks up and tells the heads he's summoned them for a big announcement. He announces he's decided to bring Lim and his family back to the main family. Zhang Xiang strongly opposes this and asks if he's already forgotten what he did, which makes his dad scold him for talking back to his grandfather, though he adds that his grandfather wouldn't mess up by bringing them back into the family. The other family heads are totally on the same page, saying there's no room for them in the Zhang family. So, to tackle all the shade being thrown, the old man calls on Jiang Lim to spill the tea on what went down back then. Zhang Jun starts handing out a document to everyone, while Lim tells them to check it out since it's all the info and evidence they dug up about the incident. This kicks off a full-on debate among the family heads as they dive into the contents. Jiang Chengze is reading it too, rocking a smirk on his face. He tells his dad that even though he wants Lim's family back, the elders are throwing some serious side-eye. Chin Li chimes in, saying he's got a document he forgot to share. Xiang yells at him for crashing the meeting when he's not even family, but he's all chill, saying he's just passing along a doc from Zhang Jun to the family head. Chengze looks intrigued and nods to take the document. His reaction seems to catch Chin Li off guard for a second. Chengze then tells him that outsiders aren't welcome at the meeting and tries to boot him out, but his dad steps in. He stands up, saying that Dr. Chin Li is his special guest. Zhang Chengze is shook to see his dad up and about, which makes his dad ask if he wants him stuck in a wheelchair forever. Chengze gets a bit flustered, denying it and saying he's just glad his dad's finally better. His dad leans in and whispers that he knows what's up and to just check the document without making a scene. Chin Li hands over the documents, which sends Zhang Chengze into a rage, thinking the old man was just faking being sick this whole time. The old man then asks everyone at the meeting what they think after reading Lim's document. Zhang Chengze is grinning because he's got a plan to throw a wrench in his dad's scheme. He tells his dad he thinks it's cool for Lim and his family to come back, but they gotta do something first, which is to recruit a martial artist for their family. The old geezers at the meeting start bickering about what he just said, saying it'll take ages to train a martial artist, but it could be a game changer for their family. An old lady pipes up, saying Lim's family is to blame for the incident, even if he was wrongly accused, but a scruffy dude says a martial artist could fix that. The old man is deep in thought after hearing everyone's takes, since regular folks need mad talent to even hit the beginner martial artist level, and then it's gonna take over 10 years of grinding to level up. So he asks Lim what level Jun is at in martial arts. Lim tells him that even though Jun is young and strong, it'll still take decades for him to become a legit martial artist. Zhang Jun jumps in, asking his dad why he's so keen to stay in the family when they've made things so tough for them. Chengze and his son are stoked after hearing this and say they can't blame them for not letting them back since his son already threw in the towel. Lim is also starting to lose hope, saying it might not be possible for them to return to Shangjing in this life. After the meeting, Jiang Lim sips his tea and says he didn't expect the old master to make the martial artist requirement even tougher. So Zhang Jun asks his dad if there's anything else they can do besides becoming a martial artist. Chin Li catches wind of their worries and wonders if the people from the serious gang are the ones they're calling martial artists. So he asks if they've heard of the gang. Zhang Jun is shook when he hears the name Serious Gang and asks how Chin Li knows them. He explains that he's had a run-in with them at a bar, which leaves Zhang Jun and his dad stunned, and they ask if he's okay since they're all martial artists. Chin Li tells them that if something had gone down, he wouldn't be chilling in the room right now, so Jun gives his head a light pat out of concern. Zhang Lim suddenly stands up and asks if he's a martial artist, considering he managed to take on the serious gang. Qinli says he's not exactly sure what a martial artist is, and asks him to break it down. Zhang Jun spills the tea that martial artists are a wild crew who totally live above the rules, just like his buddy said back in the capital. He goes on to say these martial artists are split into 9 levels, with the low-level ones being as tough as your average gym bro, and the high-level ones being able to literally move mountains. No cap. At first, he thought his friend was just clowning around with those wild claims, so he hits up Qin Li, asking if the serious gang is as strong as those legends, and Li's all, for sure, they're way stronger than your average Joe. Jun pauses for a second, then asks if Li can smash rocks with his bare hands, and Li's like, haven't tried it yet, but if you want to do it, just train hard enough and you'll get there. Jiang Lim is totally vibing with this and asks if Li can help their fam out, and Qin Li's all in, saying he's got them covered. Jun wakes up in the early morning, sensing a smell coming from the kitchen. He wonders who could be there and discovers it is Qin Li cooking. The young man is preparing pills similar to those of the old master and excitedly shows a full jar. Jun, curious, takes 2, smells them, and realizes the aroma is pleasant. Then he tastes them and praises the flavor, but Qin becomes worried. The MC explains that the pills are strong medicines and that eating 2 at once can be dangerous. Jun tries to calm down but starts feeling the effects. The next morning, the father appears confused by the silence and finds Qin in the hallway. He asks where Jun is, and Qin explains that his friend spent the night training non-stop. Suddenly, strange noises emerge from behind the door, accompanied by voices talking about pain and physical contact. Irritated, the father breaks down the door, thinking it was something indecent, but upon entering, he sees only a massage session. Jun explains that they were just relaxing after training, and the father apologizes. Qin comments that it was difficult to extinguish the internal fire and that he would only know the result in the next training. Soon the phone rings, and he answers, thanking Xu Xiao. Jun asks about the call and remembers the military banquet that afternoon. The friend confirms and says it will be at the arena of the great families in Beijing. Qin questions if it is the fighting ring, and Jun confirms. They talk about Zhou Wei and Xu Qiang, the legendary commander who won 4 championships in a row. Then Jun warns that if Qin goes, he might end up facing one of those guys. Later, a gray-haired fighter with a scar prepares to attack, but he is knocked out with a single punch and taken out of the arena. A girl screams for her brother and runs to him. The spectators comment in shock, and Qin observes everything, trying to understand. He asks Xu what happened, and Xiao explains that the brother had been injured before. Even so, the warrior insists he is fine but can barely breathe. Then everyone notices the huge scar on his chest. Qin observes the wound in shock, saying that a normal person would not survive that. He comments that the wound was old and should have been treated, but it got worse again. The warrior asks him not to mention it, as he doesn't want anyone to know he started the fight injured. Brother Xu tries to say something, but the gray-haired man interrupts him, saying he wouldn't have the strength to protect his family. Then Qin has an idea, and offers a pill he still had. Everyone is astonished, and the soldier explains that it is a high-grade recovery medication. He praises Qin for being able to refine something so rare, and the warrior gratefully accepts. Suddenly, another fighter shouts, provoking everyone and calling them mediocre. Furious, the injured man tries to react, but the girl steps forward, saying she will be next. The opponent laughs, calling her weak and promising to knock her down with one blow. She rushes forward quickly, but her attack is blocked. The man holds her in a vulgar manner, running his hands along her legs and taunting her. Then he kicks her in the face, throwing her against the wall. The girl falls unresponsive, watching the enemy approach, but Qin appears and blocks the blow with his fist. He calls the villain disgusting while the girl watches in disbelief. The opponent laughs and mocks Qin's profession, ready to fight. The hero warns that if he doesn't apologize, he will regret it for the rest of his life. And the villain responds with insults and threats while the girl tries to stop Qin. In the audience, they question who that boy is, and Xu explains that it was Xiao who brought him. A man with purple hair comments that challenging Qin Muse takes courage. Red lightning begins to appear around the enemy, who releases his furious energy. He charges with a shout and attempts a straight punch, but Qin remains still, watching bored. The villain tries a kick and breaks the ground, showing off and mocking non-stop. Then he prepares a final blow, saying he will end everything with a punch. Qin easily blocks the attack and, with a single movement, disfigures the enemy's face. The villain is thrown far away, hitting the ropes several times like a ping-pong ball. Finally, he falls face first to the ground, almost crying. Everyone is stunned by the outcome while the superiors watch intrigued. The soldier, seeing this, wonders who Qin really is, and the protagonist simply walks out of the arena as if nothing had happened. Qin is praised for his skills, but he responds humbly. In the background, the commander of Beijing hears that he does not belong to any organization. Then he makes a proposal for him to join his army, while everyone around salutes. Chin is confused by the sudden invitation, but the general explains that there is a leadership position available and asks if he would be interested. Without being impressed, Chin simply questions who he is. The soldier replies that this is Yan Xia, the commander of the military region. Upon hearing this, Chin changes his tone and thanks him for the invitation. Yan reinforces the offer, praising his skills and insinuating that he may not be safe after today. Confused, Chin asks what that means. Yan explains that the banquet is actually a recruitment event and that his performance has made him an ideal candidate. Chin tries to decline, but the commander insists, saying it will be good for both of them and without risks. The doctor realizes that Yan had already planned everything and feels trapped. When the commander says that he does not want to serve the country, Chin understands that he has no choice and accepts. Yan calls over an attractive subordinate, who hands the doctor his military insignia. Excited, the commander bids farewell, saying they will see each other soon, which leaves Chin intrigued. Shu observes the insignia and celebrates, saying he has always wanted one like it. Chin hands the emblem to him but remains pensive. Shu invites the doctor to live with him in Beijing and notices that he is distracted. The doctor then asks about the man he mentioned earlier and if he was from the Chin family. Shu explains that he was not and that he was someone sent to take care of his deceased brother. Chin apologizes, but his friend says he has already moved on from that. Curious, the hero asks where that man might be, but Shu does not know. He only says that the guy was a martial cultivator and that he disappeared some time ago. The soldier comments that, with the new insignia, Chin might be able to find him. Chin asks what he means by that. Then Shu explains that the insignias have hierarchies: bronze, silver, and gold. The silver and gold ones allow access to restricted areas. Intrigued, Chin understands that this might be why he never found that man. Shu gives the example of a bar reserved for high-ranking individuals, where there is even a fight club. The doctor concludes that he needs to go there if he wants to learn more about his former master. Days later, at night, Chin arrives at the bar. A guard stops him, saying it is a private place. Calmly, he shows his insignia. The guard is startled, changes his attitude, and lets him in. As Chin passes, the man sighs, saying that in all his years there, he has never seen anything like this. Outside, voices call for Xiaoma, the most famous cultivator in the place. Then Chin enters the bar, which resembles a cyberpunk nightclub filled with lights and extravagant clothing. Inside, he finds Zhao, a muscular black man lifting weights with one hand. Ignoring the scene, the hero observes the paintings on the walls. Meanwhile, a man upstairs watches him and begins to descend the stairs. Chin says he has found what he was looking for when someone shouts calling for Taijian. The mysterious man appears and says he did not expect to see Chin there. He asks if the doctor does not remember him, and Chin replies that he looks like someone from the Serious Gang. The man confirms, introducing himself as Gao Li. They greet each other and exchange a few words about the past. Suddenly, Gao feels Chin's energy and is astonished by his strength. He says it is impossible for someone to grow so much in such a short time. The handshake makes him recoil, and he awkwardly praises the doctor's power. Thinking quickly, Gao considers recruiting him, but backs off upon feeling the pain in his hand. Chin steps back, saying he is looking for someone, which piques Gao's interest. They talk, and the hero explains his search, promising to find him at any cost. Gao comments that he knows someone who can help and asks him to follow. The two enter an elevator. Chin asks if they are going underground, and Gao confirms, saying he will introduce him to someone full of information. The elevator descends to floor -5. The hero is impressed by the place, which is completely different from a simple bar. Gao explains that this place was built by veterans of the Serious Gang and has 10 underground floors, each more restricted than the last. He says that the 5th floor is the Serious headquarters and introduces Xiao Feng, his subordinate. Feng listens to the situation and states that there is also another interested party in the same person but avoids details. He asks Chin if the target attended any events. Chin replies that this person treated a member of the Shu family. Feng says that is already enough and promises to look into it immediately. Impressed, Chin notices an insignia under a clipboard and asks to see it. But the investigator pulls it away forcefully, saying it is something personal. Chin recognizes the symbol and asks if he is part of Division 19 and if he knows Liang Qing. Feng confirms, saying she was famous but has died. Chin denies this, revealing that he saved her and that she now works with him. Surprised and relieved, Feng relaxes upon hearing this. Chin explains that he is also looking for the other members of the division and asks if he does the same. The man avoids answering, making it clear that there is something he prefers to hide. Gao tries to calm the atmosphere by saying that Chin is a good person and that there is nothing to worry about. Then the subordinate takes a deep breath and begins to explain his story. He recalls a mission where all the members of his organization were killed by explosives. With a trembling voice, he recounts that he only survived because his boss saved him. Now, all he desires is revenge against the traitor responsible. The only clue he has is that the traitor was from the 9th stage and was named Chin. Even so, he promises to find him one day and settle the score. Suddenly, the investigator's system starts to fail, and Chin asks what is happening. The man explains that they probably have the same target, but that this person is too powerful. All information about him is blocked by extreme security. Chin asks what system that is, and the investigator reveals it to be military technology from Yanxia. He says it can only be accessed from the inside out, leaving the hero thoughtful. But Chin sees this as an opportunity, since he now has connections with the military. Gao agrees and says that, although difficult, it is not impossible to track the target. He shows a serious intelligence system with data on several important people. Chin is surprised to realize that Sirius is more of a military troop than a gang. Knowing that nothing is free, he asks what Gao wants in return. Smiling, he replies that he wants nothing, just that Chin joins them in the future. The doctor agrees but makes it clear that he will only help if there are no crimes involved. They both shake hands, sealing the deal. Chin says goodbye while Gao praises him, saying he has had his eye on him for a long time. He reveals to the subordinate that he needs someone like Chin to strengthen Sirius. Outside, the hero sends a message to Liang Qing, saying that he found a member of the division. He smiles, imagining how happy she will be. But a drunk man bumps into him and almost knocks his phone down. Before it falls, a woman quickly catches it. It's Mrs. Xu. Surprised, Chin asks what she is doing there. She pulls him outside and orders him to leave that place immediately. Not understanding, the hero asks why, and she explains that her family does not want to get involved in conflicts because of him. Chin says he can protect them, but she shouts that he is naive and that the Chin family is not clean. She claims she is only doing this for his own good, but he refuses to leave. The woman sighs and changes her tone, asking only that he return to the mansion. As she speaks, she discreetly hides a weapon behind her back. Suddenly, Brother Xu calls out to Chin from a distance. When he turns around, he sees something impossible. 2 Xu sisters. Confused, the brother approaches, and one accuses the other of being an imposter. Soon the two start to fight and accuse each other like in a game of Among Us. Chin watches in irritation, remembering that Sirius intelligence mentioned people capable of imitating others. He tries to understand the situation before acting, but Brother Xu, innocent as always, continues to approach. One of the sisters says he used to wet the bed when he was little, leaving him embarrassed. The other retorts that this is public information about the Xu family. Then, like in a game of Among Us, the two begin to argue non-stop, trying to prove who the real one is. Poor Xu nearly faints from embarrassment. The sisters take fighting stances and the battle begins. Both advance with quick strikes and energy emanating from their bodies. But Chin steps in and interrupts the clash, revealing a yin-yang symbol beneath his feet. He says he will need to use a more direct method to discover the true one, and apologizes in advance. Xu is startled to see Chin stab a needle into the sister's hand. The woman says she feels comfort instead of pain, and the doctor explains that the real one would have a wound from the previous banquet. The imposter smiles, revealing her deception. She says she didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. Chin replies that he knew little about Mrs. Xu, but enough to know she wouldn't act like that. Before finishing the conversation, the imposter tries to stab the doctor with the needle. The strike is narrowly dodged, and Chin tries to grab her but fails. She escapes, leaping off the walls, saying he is too weak to face her. As he watches her flee, Chin recognizes that he needs to become stronger. The real Xu comments that it is strange to have someone so powerful nearby, but assures that they will protect him. Chin asks how they found him, and the brother explains that the elder informed them of his location. As it was already late, Mrs. Xu suggests they return, reminding him that he has a meeting the next day. In the distance, the imposter reflects on the hero's kind heart and his ability to detect her aura. She promises to force him to leave Beijing. The next day, the commander asks how his night was. Chin says he found some clues but needs more time. The general offers help, but the doctor declines, saying that the one who needs it is the commander. The man points to his own scar, now gone. Xu observes in surprise, having never seen the commander so close to a stranger. Chin thinks it might be related to the pill, but quickly dismisses the idea. The gray-haired man explains that he tested a new medication after the old ones fell out of use. He claims the result was surprising and asks Chin for help in refining the formulas. In exchange, he would have full access to the army's herbs. Chin eagerly accepts, imagining how useful this will be. But then he notices something familiar in one of the ointments. It was an old recipe created by him. Surprised, he comments that that ointment had been delivered by him personally to the commander's wife. Chin mentions that the ointment is probably sold by his wife's company. The commander praises his skills but says he is confused. The Xu brothers react in surprise and ask about the hero's marriage. Chin explains that he met his wife in school and that he is now the son-in-law of the Chu family. The commander spits out his water in surprise, and Mrs. Shu praises his wife's luck. Soon the conversation returns to medications, with the soldier asking Chin for help in production. He says that if his wife wants to start a business, they will offer support and 3 advantageous conditions. Chin thinks for a moment and agrees, realizing it would be a good opportunity. The commander celebrates the agreement, satisfied. Later, Chin's phone rings. It's Duan Xiaofeng letting him know he has arrived. Jun appears, greeting him, and Chin returns the greeting but notices the cat-themed pajamas his friend is wearing. Embarrassed, Jun says it's because of the heat and the side effects of the pill. Ignoring this, Chin says it's time to start martial arts training. The student gets excited, but the doctor hands him several books and asks him to choose one. Jun complains, but eventually gives in. Suddenly there is a knock at the door. A man in a hat and eye patch appears. It's the investigator. He greets Chin and calls him an old colleague, inviting him to get into the car. Surprised, the hero accepts, still wondering how he knew where to find him. They drive down an abandoned road filled with destroyed houses. Chin finds the route strange, saying it doesn't look like an airport. The one-eyed man says it's a shortcut, but the doctor doesn't believe him. During the conversation, the imposter asks if Chin has faced anyone capable of disguising themselves. Meanwhile, we see the real investigator tied up in the trunk trying to free himself. The fake one asks Chin to grab some eye drops from the back. As he approaches, a purple gas begins to escape. The hero breathes in the gas and faints. In an even more isolated location, the kidnapper reveals his disguise and approaches. He says that all of this is for Chin's own good, but the doctor suddenly wakes up and swiftly tears off his mask. The imposter recoils in shock, unable to believe he has been discovered. Chin explains that he noticed the difference in aura and that it was identical to that of the imposter Shu. He also says he knew that the real Xiaofeng would never come without a disguise. The enemy admits the mistake but charges forward at high speed. In the blink of an eye, he strikes the doctor's chest and grabs him by the neck. Choking, Chin hears the masked man say that he should have followed his advice. Chin prepares his needles and calls the enemy's advice foolish. In a swift motion, he drives the needles into the imposter's arm, shouting that he would never trust him. The man retreats, wounded, but soon counterattacks with the same hand and strikes the doctor's face, throwing him away. The impact causes the debris to explode, and Chin gets up injured, lamenting the mistake. While thinking of a new plan, the masked man releases an overwhelming aura that cuts through the air. The hero is pushed back merely by the pressure, but tries to remain calm. Observing the surroundings, he realizes he is in a cemetery surrounded by mountains, the perfect place to gather yin qi. He then starts to run, causing the villain to mock him, saying he won't escape. Chin fires energy projectiles while running, but the enemy easily dodges them. Even so, he continues shooting, hitting the structures around, exactly as planned. When the masked man gets closer, Chin hides a needle behind his back and drives it into the ground. A dark energy spreads. It is the gathering of the 7 mortal spirits. Spectral spirits emerge and attack the villain like hellhounds. The enemy is surrounded by ghostly hands, realizing he has fallen into the trap. Even so, he laughs, praising Chin's cleverness, but calling the plan ridiculous. The doctor replies that it was pure luck he didn't notice earlier. The masked man then grabs a spirit with his hand and crushes it, saying that the hero also underestimates him. Meanwhile, the real investigator awakens in the trunk, realizing that Chin is in danger. He tries to free himself and reach for his phone to call for help. Back in the fight, the villain disperses the spirits with his aura and advances brutally. He says that Chin is still weak and needs to train more, hitting him with a hook that sends him flying. Next, he strikes the doctor's chest and violently throws him to the ground. The masked man claims that this injury will keep him out of action for a long time. Chin tries to catch his breath, asking why he didn't kill him. The enemy calmly descends, saying that even when defeated, the doctor still stands firm. He reveals that his goal is to destroy Chin's meridians and take him out of Shangling. The hero wonders if this man could be from the Chin family. The masked man then advances with another strike, only thinking that he hopes the boy survives. A dagger cuts through the air and interrupts the fight. The masked man easily deflects it and orders that no one interfere. The attacker is a masked girl who shouts for Chin to run away. The enemy advances and violently pushes her against the doctor. Both fall to the ground, one on top of the other. Chin opens his eyes and asks if she is okay, only to realize it is Liang Qing. The masked man boasts about being alone again, and Chin confirms, but now furious. He activates all his strength, and the villain is surprised by the energy that still remains in him. The 2 auras clash, dragon against tiger. The impact explodes in pure spiritual force. The enemy laughs and says that the fight is over. With a sharp blow, he knocks out Chin and leaves, saying that the rest depends on him. Meanwhile, Jun continues training until dawn, not understanding anything from the posture book. He tries to imitate the movements but only strikes ridiculous poses. He thinks about calling Chin, but realizes that the master has been motionless for hours. In fact, Chin is meditating, surrounded by two conflicting auras. He tries to understand why the masked man, instead of killing him, transferred power to him. With no time to think, he needs to master the two energies before his body collapses. The auras fight against each other, roaring around him. Jun keeps training until he is interrupted by his sister-in-law, who brings gifts and asks if they are okay. Suddenly, an explosion of energy shakes the entire mansion. The ground trembles and fire spreads through the corridors. Jun runs and sees that it comes from Chin's room. They break down the door, fearing the worst, but find him unharmed. Confused, the two hear the girl thanking him for the ointment he created, which became a bestseller. Jun tries to talk, but he is dragged outside by Liang. Later, Chin and Liang argue. She complains that he disappears without warning and doesn't think about her feelings. Embarrassed, he tries to explain but is overcome by a pain in his chest and coughs up blood. Liang panics, thinking he is going to faint. Chin calms her, saying it is just an aura imbalance. Lying, he says he is just tired, and she apologizes for worrying him. Soon after, she asks him to teach her martial arts as well. When he asks why, she replies that she wants to always be by her husband's side. Touched, Chin agrees, promising to train with her. Under the moonlight, the two embrace in silence. Later, while Liang sleeps, Chin descends the stairs and finds Qing still awake. She says she was investigating the case from Division 19, but the doctor warns her to stay away from it. Liang thanks Chin for his concern. He prepares to leave, but she stops him, asking where he is going. Chin says he is going after the masked man, and she insists on accompanying him. He refuses, stating that he needs to do this alone. Outside the Chin family's secret chamber, two soldiers appear. Meanwhile, Chin Li flips through ancient martial arts books. Nothing useful is found until he discovers a note from Master Chin hidden in the pages. Surprised, he realizes that the paper contains something important. Before he can continue, voices echo at the entrance. Two soldiers are talking and the older one notices something strange. The books were out of place, a sign of invasion. Chin Li prepares to fight, but the younger one explains that he was there before to train. The father sighs and reprimands him, asking him not to do that again. Then he pulls a scroll from a jar. The young man asks about the elixirs left by their grandfather to increase power. Chin Li listens in silence, intrigued. They comment that Master Chin destroyed the elixir due to its side effects. The son knows it's a lie, but pretends to agree and leaves with his father. As soon as the door closes, Chin Li asks the hidden girl if she is also looking for something. She replies that she didn't expect to see the commander there. But before they can talk more, someone returns to the chamber. Chin Li quickly tells the girl to be silent. The two hide. Watching Chin muse, the youngest soldier enter again. He rummages through the shelves until he finds a white vial. Without hesitation, he swallows one of the elixir pills. Suddenly, a crimson aura envelops his body. His nails turn into claws, his hair grows, and he falls to the ground screaming. Chin Li tries to understand, but the girl's phone rings, betraying their presence. Chin Muse hears the sound and advances furiously. They run through the city while the soldier chases them. The girl stumbles and Chin goes back to help her, unaware that she is deceiving him. She says she can't keep up, but he insists on protecting her. Muse appears right behind them, quick as lightning. Seeing them, he pretends to be blinded by the effects of the pill. Chin believes the act, thinking it's a side effect of the transformation. The girl hides a smile and slaps the boy to confirm the ruse. Muse continues to act and leaves, pretending to be confused. With the danger averted, Chin tries to interrogate the girl, but she dodges the questions. Her phone rings again. When she answers, she says that Officer Wang has summoned her and Commander Chin to the office immediately. Upon arriving at the military base, the group meets with Wang and reunites with a recovered Chin Muse. The commander greets him, still with the mark of the girl's slap on his face. Zhou Xuanyi, the adopted daughter of Officer Wang Shouyi, shamelessly asks what happened. With everyone gathered, Wang announces that they will be the representatives in the Tainha martial arts tournament. He trusts the group, especially with Chin Li in the lead. The hero accepts the challenge, and the representatives from Shangjing are chosen. This time, Wang wants first place. The reward is the legendary Holy Fire Lotus. Curious, Chin Li asks what the lotus is. Xuanyi takes the opportunity to ask him to train her before the tournament. The officer agrees and hands his daughter over to the commander's care. But the girl has ulterior motives. The next day, Xuanyi shows up at Chin Li's house. She knocks on the door and is greeted by a woman holding a knife. Ignoring the tense atmosphere, she enters asking for the commander. The two stare at each other until screams echo from upstairs. The noise comes from the room where Chin Li is massaging Qing Yin, who is screaming in pain. Xuanyi imagines the worst and doesn't know where to hide her face. Chin Li comes down, finds the girl, and notices her strange look. Qing Yin appears bringing his notes and pinches him for being forgetful. He introduces the two, but the atmosphere heats up. They exchange glances until he changes the subject, calling them to train. Each would have a different type of difficult training. Soon, fatigue sets in, but no one gives up. Xuanyi complains that she doesn't feel any progress and asks for medical help. He agrees and starts to treat her when Qing Yin appears, exhausted. Her training was light, but something seemed off. Qinli notices a green aura around her body. Upon investigating, a feminine figure emerges within her. The MC tries to get closer but is thrown back. He almost loses consciousness and tells his wife to rest. While he thinks of a solution, someone comes running toward the group. One of the fighters says he doesn't feel any difference in training, but Qinli notices that he has improved without realizing it. He asks the boy to take a lap around the track, and in seconds, he completes the course at high speed. Qinli thanks him and comments that the elixir is effective, but it shouldn't be used all the time. Qing Yin is interested, and he explains how the pill works. Xuanyi asks for one, and the other boy offers the ones he has in his pocket. They warn about the increase in temperature, but the effect is different for women. The two take the pill and return to training. At night, Qinli returns to his room to review his methods and improve his medicinal techniques. A blue aura fills the room as he finishes the experiment that would facilitate the students' training. Suddenly, there is a knock at the door. Zhou Xuanyi appears, pretending to be unwell and asking for help. Qinli steps back, and she falls to the floor, revealing her act. Unmasked, she tries to seduce him, but he rejects her without hesitation. Desperate, she begs to be his mistress, but he slams the door in her face. His wife, awake in bed, hears everything and just smiles. A month later, the group gathers at the airport. Qing Yin and Xuanyi continue to provoke each other, but the wife trusts her husband and leaves calmly. As the martial artists board, Liangqing hides on the plane, suspicious of Xuanyi's and Qin Muse's intentions. During the flight, Xuanyi falls into the lap of the wrong man and feels embarrassed. Qinli comments on Shangjing never having won the tournament and imagines the opponents he will face. The plane lands, and the group disembarks. Xuanyi calls out to Qinli, but the focus shifts when a commotion begins. A girl is thrown to the ground, and Ziwen, captain of Tianhai, starts to provoke her. He demands that one of the girls sleep with him or they will be expelled from the tournament. The girl reacts with a flying kick, but he easily dodges and counters with a kick and a hook. Even injured, she gets up determined. Qinli watches and decides to give her some tips to fight back. The girl complains that she doesn't need help, but her body moves according to Qinli's instructions, landing a brutal kick on the captain and ending the fight immediately. Surprised by the outcome, she tries to strike up a conversation with the boy. She asks if the group is just there to watch, and Zhou Xuanyi responds. She realizes there are 3 of them, and notices Qin Muse is missing. The boy, hiding in an alley, receives a mysterious pill from Officer Wang. The poison promises to increase his strength, and he accepts without thinking. Back at the airport, Xuanyi tries to disguise himself and make small talk with the commander. Tang Yi begins to change her opinion about men, even ignoring half of what he says. The defeated captain gets up furious, while Wang hands out credit cards to the team. Xuanyi poses and soon attracts the attention of several odd characters. One of them asks who Qinli is. Later, already in the dorms, Qinli thinks about Jiwen's strength, the 3rd place from the previous tournament. Meanwhile, Xuanyi plans his next attempt at conquest. While showering, he hears the doorbell and goes to answer. It was Jiwen, holding a rose and trying to act romantic. But it is Qinli who opens the door, shutting it in his face without saying anything. Furious, the captain barges in and finds Xuanyi. He tries to apologize for not having protected her earlier, but only manages to receive a precise kick to the groin. The girl calls him weird and goes back to flattering her commander, who is calmly brushing his teeth nearby. Ziwen, humiliated, realizes that Qinli is stronger than he appears and leaves trembling. The next day, the tournament begins. The 4 teams are introduced: Tainha, Jin, the women's team, and Shangjin. Few knew who the representatives of Shangjin were, and many doubted them. The narrator explains the rules and reveals the prize: the Red Lotus of Fire, capable of breaking human limits. The captains draw lots and the matchups are defined. Tang Yi is the first to step into the ring. The captain of Tainha, remembering the beating from the previous day, prepares with anger for revenge. Ziwen stares at Tang Yi with a thirst for revenge, emanating a green scorpion-shaped aura. The girl feels the weight of the confrontation even before the first blow. With terrifying speed, he charges and lands a brutal kick. Tang Yi is launched into the air and receives a punch to the chest, crashing hard to the ground. Xu Qiang comments that Ziwen has reached an advanced level of Reiki. Qinli asks about the shape of the aura, and his friend explains that only warriors of level 6 or higher can manifest it. Tang Yi tries to get up, refusing to give up. She charges at high speed and lands a precise blow, throwing the enemy to the ground. The audience cheers as they see her aura taking shape, a level 6 fighter. But just when she thinks she has won, Ziwen appears behind her. He says that this level is still not enough to defeat him and leaps for the final blow. The impact is brutal, and even injured, he continues to attack. His nose begins to bleed, showing that the confrontation was not so easy after all. Outside, Qinli watches closely and understands the gravity of the enemy. With the end of the fight, Zhou Xuanyi asks to be next. Qinli hesitates but allows it, instructing her to focus on Ziewen's injured leg. She thanks him and steps into the ring, provoking the opponent until he attacks. He strikes hard, but she dodges with agility. When she tries to counterattack, he grabs her leg with his thighs and prepares a crushing blow. Xuanyi pretends to surrender, making a cute face and promising to meet him after the tournament. Ziwen falls for the trap and releases her foot. The girl lands a precise kick on the injured leg, making the opponent scream in pain. With a cynical smile, she feigns innocence in front of the confused audience. But Ziwen regains his composure and says he is close to level 7, easily resisting the blow. He strikes the girl hard and wins his second fight. Seeing this, Qinli decides it's time to stop watching and take action. But his companion steps forward, asking to fight first. Even knowing the risk, Qinli strides into the arena with a firm gaze. The Zhu and Zi families had a long-standing rivalry, something he only discovers there. His companion explains that Xu Qiang had lost to Xie Wen in the previous tournament. The two face each other and the confrontation begins. Ji Wen attacks with a flurry of punches, but Qiang easily dodges and lands a precise blow, sending his rival flying. When the end of the fight seemed certain, Si Wen uses a powerful strike, but he is interrupted by a cup of soda to the face. He looks for the culprit and sees Qinli with his hand raised. Furious, Ziwen demands that he fight in place of his friend. Qinli accepts the challenge without hesitation, taunting the enemy with a needle in his cracked leg. The audience laughs and doubts the boy. Tang Yi watches, curious, while Qiaoshen, captain of Jin, asserts that no one would defeat the hosts. But she believes Qinli can change everything. He enters the arena, and Ziwen, confident, promises to give him a 2-move advantage. Qinli accepts, puts on his gloves, and prepares. Xuanyi cheers from the audience next to Wang, who doubts the boy's chances. Xie Wen stands still, waiting. Qinli pretends to be naive and suddenly lands a devastating punch to his stomach. The captain falls to his knees, incredulous at the blow. He pulls out a vial and takes pills to recover. Qinli watches curiously. Xiwen gets up, recovered, and challenges another strike. Qinli lands a hook to the face, knocking him down again. They repeat the clash until Ziwen realizes he is no match, and gives up, completely shaken. Qinli asks about the pills, but something changes. Ziwen's aura explodes, covering the entire arena. A distant voice calls for Qinli, and everything goes dark. Suddenly, he is in his old home, inside the body of his child self. As he approaches his parents, the environment changes. It is now a funeral. He walks among the people until he sees the graves of both. His wife appears behind him, apologizing for not arriving in time. She hugs him but smiles sinisterly, pulling out a knife to kill him. Before she can, Qinli blocks the attack and punches her in the face. Qinli knew that she was not his true wife. The illusion shatters, and a new face emerges from the dark aura, opening a vortex in the sky. He picks up the fallen knife and plunges it into the ground, releasing an energy that destroys the illusory scene. Back in the arena, he faces his new opponent, Qiao Shen, surrounded by illusory clones. Qinli ignores the scene and lands an uppercut to his chin, ending the farce. The victory is quick and decisive. The audience begins to recognize the strength of the captain of the unknown team. With no one willing to challenge him, the tournament seemed to be ending there, until Qin Muse appears, challenging his own teammate. Even with the narrator questioning, he uses the rules to justify the fight. Qinli accepts without hesitation. Muse releases his dark aura and charges for the attack. The protagonist easily blocks the blow and asks why he pretended to be blind before. Muse reveals it was because of Zhou Xuanyi. Before he can continue, he takes a punch to the stomach and drops a poisonous pill. Qinli grabs it, but the item dissolves in the air. Desperate, Muse tries to absorb the remnants of the substance and succeeds. His aura explodes, distorting the air around him. Wang senses the danger. Muse attacks with tremendous force, and Qinli is forced to fight seriously. The energy dragon surrounds him. The rival's body begins to transform, losing control. The heart races, the brain boils, and he turns into a crazed beast. Qinli prepares 3 needles and charges for the attack. The two exchange brutal blows throughout the arena. In a precise moment, he fires the needles at the enemy's vital points. Muse falls trembling, overwhelmed by pain. The narrator begins the count. Silence dominates the place. Qinli is declared the winner. No one has the courage to challenge him. The tournament comes to an end, and he finally receives the sacred fire lotus, whose energy strengthens his body just by its presence. Chin Muse's power begins to increase as he refuses to fall. Screaming that the lotus would be his, he tries to advance once more. Chin-Li knows that if he touched it, he would die. With a simple blow, the captain knocks him down again. Out of control, Muse turns against Wang. Before the attack can happen, Chin-Li seals his heart veins and makes him faint. Zhou Xuanyi checks the heartbeat and announces his death. Chin-Li analyzes the body, trying to understand what happened, while Wang orders that he be taken to his family. He congratulates Chin-Li, and the boy decides to stay close until he discovers the truth. At dusk, Chin-Li senses Liang Qing's presence spying in an alley. She apologizes, saying she was afraid he would get into danger. He understands and asks her to calm down, assuring her that the threat has passed. Before leaving, he asks the girl for a favor. Soon after, he meets Wang, who hands him a blindfold and says they need to follow military protocol. Chin-Li obeys, and the vehicle speeds away. During the journey, he thinks about Liang Qing and the needles that failed. Far away, the girl finds Muse's body and removes the needles. The crimson aura begins to shine again, and the young man awakens. Confused, he questions whether he is dead, but Liang explains that Chin-Li spared him from that. Back in the vehicle, Wang tries to clarify the boy's doubts, but he prefers to wait for answers. They arrive at a military base where soldiers train with medicinal pills. The car enters an elevator, taking them to the top. There, Officer He Dinghong, leader of Yangshi, receives Chin-Li and asks him to analyze a pill similar to the one used by Muse. He explains that this version was more advanced and should not have been used. Muse's relatives, army researchers, paid dearly for it, and their discoveries were corrupted. He leads Chin-Li to a steel room. On the walls, there are portraits of the boy's parents. He hands over a dossier revealing that both disappeared after an external attack. Before telling more, the officer asks for a favor. He wants Chin-Li to escort someone for 10 days to another country, an alchemist involved in the same project. The protagonist finds the choice strange and questions the reason. The man simply replies that his soldiers were too unstable, while Chin-Li was the only trustworthy one. He accepts the mission and shakes the officer's hand. He hands over a jar of potent pills and warns about masters above level 9. Chin-Li stores the vial and returns to training, deciding to become stronger. The dragon-shaped aura absorbs the pill while he refines the energy of the lotus. The next day, he notices changes. He can now levitate. The phone rings, and his wife informs him of an accident in the family. He leaves immediately, but military vehicles pursue him on the road. The cars push him, forcing him to stop. Surrounded by enemies, Chin-Li decides to fight for real. Liang Qing and Chin Muse appear in disguise and help him in the chaos. He hands the vial of pills to Muse, and they move forward. Upon arriving at the hospital, a doctor brings bad news to his wife. But at that moment, our hero appears to save the day. He goes to talk to the doctor to understand the situation, but ends up sensing a sinister aura coming from the medical wing. He then decides to go there to resolve this matter. That annoying mother-in-law yells at him, but since she is not important, he just ignores her and moves on. Chin-Li enters the room and sees the girl unconscious, still breathing. The injury does not seem accidental and is in a very complicated area to treat. Even knowing that she will probably have a fit of rage, he performs the surgery. And shortly after, everyone hears the young woman scream, happy that she is alive. As our MC imagined, she curses him with every name, until she realizes she is only alive because of him. Meanwhile, his subordinate calls with information about the cause of the attack. At another point in the city, 4 men mock the accident and celebrate. Chin-Li appears, ripping the hood off a car with one hand. He grabs one of the assailants by the collar and throws him out of the vehicle. The man pleads, saying he works for Junfang and offers money. 10 million does not buy him. Chin-Li reacts with disdain. He punches the assailant in the stomach and ends the threat. Chin-Li breaks the enemy's ribs and launches him into the air. He jumps up and comes down with both fists on the miserable man's face, smashing him into the ground. He lands lightly and walks towards him, ignoring the threats about belonging to the largest assassin group in the country. With the martial corps destroyed, the man only tries to survive. Before passing out, he reveals the reason for his arrogance, and Chin-Li explodes half of his body. At the end of the confrontation, something shines on the ground, a jewel of black aura with crimson reflections. Later, Chin-Li analyzes the item and discovers it is a treasure worth millions. Not knowing what to do, he decides to wait for the right moment. His wife enters looking for him, but she is startled when he appears out of nowhere. She lightly punches him, and he shows her the ring he found. Together, they activate the artifact and are transported to a room filled with treasures. Qingyin is enchanted, thinking it is magic. While she explores the place, Chin-Li takes the opportunity to examine her illness. Suddenly, a mysterious force pulls at his soul. A woman in white appears and walks silently. He tries to speak to her, but nothing works. Noticing the ceiling, she uses gestures to communicate. Chinli understands and asks how to break the seal. She holds his wrist, releasing a green aura. A golden book appears in her hands, shining brightly. Chinli wakes up and tells everything to his wife, promising to break the seal and asking her to keep training. The sister bursts into the room and the two head back to the kitchen. The girl prepares dinner as a thank you. Chinli eats, even with the terrible taste, just to avoid disappointing her. Later, she invites Qingyin to go out, but the wife declines due to work. Then she suggests that her brother-in-law accompany her shopping. Now becoming the official porter, he follows her through the city center. In an accessory store, the saleswoman compliments the boyfriend and offers watches. Embarrassed, the girl explains that he is her brother-in-law. Even so, she buys the item and gains VIP customer status. When it's time to pay, she realizes she is out of funds and gets scolded by the saleswoman. Chinli just sighs and pulls out 2 gold bars from his pocket. Chinli pays the bill, causing the saleswomen to change their attitude immediately. They even offer a discount to mask their embarrassment. His sister-in-law promises to pay later, but one of the women tries to attack her with a knife. The criminal reveals she belongs to the Jade Salon, a global organization. Chinli confirms his suspicions, and the woman warns that the pursuit is just beginning. Possessed by a crimson aura, she falls to the ground and reveals a message engraved on her arm. The police arrive accusing Chinli, but they recognize the mark of the salon and release him. After the testimony, he and his sister-in-law talk. She tries to thank him for saving her, but can't find the words. She remembers how much she hated him, and even confused, avoids expressing her feelings. Chinli notices her strange behavior and changes the subject. He proposes that she study on another continent to escape the organization. He promises to protect her family until everything is resolved. Zitan worries about her sister, but he assures her he will take care of her. Convinced, she agrees to travel and only asks him to send money. Quite bold of her. When he asks what she wanted to say earlier, she changes the subject. Back home, they arrive just in time for dinner. Zitan says she is exhausted and goes to rest, leaving Qingyin worried. Chinli explains the plan to send her abroad, and the wife agrees. After the meal, he goes to examine the mysterious book, but all the pages are blank. He tries to burn it, soak it, and nothing works. Before he can insist, he receives a call from his student. The next day, Qingyin goes to visit her parents and asks him to take her sister to the airport. Zitan is already waiting for him on the stairs, joking about the two being locked in the room. She says goodbye sulkily and walks ahead, pretending to be independent. Chinli helps her with the bags and goes back home afterward. But the place is destroyed and he senses something is wrong. Upon entering, he is surprised by his own student trying to hit him in the face, wanting to prove he has gotten stronger, but still far from reaching him. Chinli asks if the chaos was his fault and decides to test the student's progress. The boy shows absurd talent, already at level 3 in record time. Proud, he shares that he has become the family master and gained recognition for being Chinli's friend. While preparing a thank you tea, the two reminisce about the past and exchange compliments. The student comments on the criminal organization that is pursuing his family and promises to resolve everything on his own. Later, Chinli meets with Officer Wang and meets the army alchemist, an eccentric bald old man who knew his parents. When questioned, the doctor diverts the subject and goes to fetch the bags. Wang asks Chinli to join the escort and meet his travel companions. Among the cold faces, only Chao Gei shows friendliness, praising the young man's power. Captain Tan Waihe, with a stern expression, orders everyone to prioritize safety. He was a level 9 martial artist, while Chao Gei and Shen Li were at level 8, and Chu Miao, the soldier, at level 7. Soon the alchemist appears and the group boards the plane. During the flight, total silence. Only the doctor typed non-stop on his laptop. One of the soldiers teases Chen Li for being level 5, and Chu Miao adds, telling him to follow orders without trying to be a hero. He accepts, and the atmosphere lightens a bit with Cao Gei's jokes. Tan Weihei asks for silence so they don't disturb the doctor, who was working with the sacred fire lotus. Without progress, the scientist becomes desperate until Qin Li adjusts the simulation to 2,747%, solving the problem. The old man thanks him, impressed with the young man's knowledge. Qin Li downplays it, saying it was just luck. Suddenly Tan alerts that there is a traitor on board. A flight attendant tries to attack the alchemist with a hidden dagger. Qin Li reacts quickly, launching a needle and preventing the strike. The captain checks on the doctor, who emerges unscathed. Surprised, he asks how the boy noticed the attack so quickly. He invents that he noticed the woman's strange behavior in the bathroom. Tan thanks him and praises his attention. The team returns saying that the assassin has escaped, but the doctor is safe, for now. The aura of the flight attendant wouldn't leave Qin Li's mind, but he continues his journey in silence. 2 days later, the group lands in the United States. The doctor concludes his experiment and rushes to tell his new friend, who notes his resemblance to his deceased parents. Tanweihe warns that they are being followed, and soon 2 cars appear. The chase ends with the route blocked, and the fight becomes inevitable. Among the enemies, a level 9 fighter stands out, Lu Yan from the Jade Hall. Tan orders them to protect the doctor at all costs, but the enemy commands to kill everyone. The confrontation erupts. The captain faces Lu Yan, while the others try to contain the ambush. Kaoge, the friendliest in the group, is pierced by a blade and falls. Qin Li becomes furious and refuses to flee, unleashing his dragon aura. The power surprises even the captain. He launches dozens of needles, eliminating the enemies with deadly precision. In seconds, the battlefield falls silent. The survivors realize the true level of Qin Li's power and are left speechless. He says he still doesn't know if he is a grandmaster, but he knows he is close to it. After the battle, he feels his body recovering rapidly. His companions, regretful, apologize and thank him for being alive. Among them, a young man with glasses comments that without him, they would all have died. Another asks why they needed to travel abroad. The answer comes in a flashback. In a futuristic laboratory, a scientist tests an aura concentration pill. A young man swallows it confidently, and within days, his strength grows abnormally. He breaks walls and destroys everything around him while the scientists celebrate the success. But the doctor warns him about the risks. The boy ignores it and asks for more pills to reach level 9 before the exchange in the US. Months later, the scientist cries at his grave, filled with regret. Now, in a new laboratory, he continues the research, trying to understand why the success rate is still only 50%. An explosion shakes the laboratory, and the scientist is thrown against the wall. Not understanding what went wrong, he tries to regain control of the machines. Amid blue screens and flashing data, he vows to follow the clues left by a colleague and find a location rich in aura in the US. He promises to succeed for his friend and to prevent further sacrifices. With a confident smile, he states that they are close to the goal. A woman asks to participate in the test, and another warns that every blessing comes from a curse. Yu assures that if it works, everyone can become martial artists, but he is ridiculed. Suddenly, a purple energy fills the air, and chaos begins. The leader shouts for everyone to take cover as the laboratory explodes in light and impact. Amid the wreckage, a masked figure emerges, cold and threatening. The scientists recoil, shocked by his presence. The masked man stares at Yu Qian, and tension fills the air. He speaks about morality and survival, accusing the young man of naivety. The boy promises to protect Dr. Yu at all costs, but the masked man tells him to forget that and offers to reveal the whole truth. He removes his mask, revealing a deformed and unrecognizable face. In front of everyone's horror, he admits that the pills destroyed him, but also kept him alive. Yu calls him a military traitor, and he reacts furiously, showing a shining token in his hands. The doctor recognizes the symbol, the emblem of Wang Dazhuang. The masked man says he will tell everything about that artifact. He reveals that he invaded a military base in search of Qin Li's parents, where he found 2 scientists. One of them wanted to reactivate the aura condensation pill project, ignoring the fatal risks. Dr. Yu warned him about the consequences, but he insisted on moving forward. While moving chess pieces, he promised to find new test subjects. The masked man realized that the disappearance of Qin Li's parents was linked to this project. He decided to infiltrate to uncover the truth. Months later, a young man takes an experimental pill, believing it would take him to level 9. A red energy explodes in his body, deforming him amid the pain. The scientist watches him in agony, assuring that the power would come soon. But minutes later, the boy is declared a failure. Still, the experiment continues. The boy moves his hand slowly, realizing he survived the procedure. He opens his eyes relieved, aware that he would have died without the needles. He channels red energy to stabilize his body and contain the power of the pill. Suddenly, a purple energy explodes in the cemetery, illuminating everything. The power grows until it destroys the ground, scattering debris and smoke. Qin Li appears surrounded by the energy, confused and panicked at seeing his own deformed face. Under the rain, he screams in rage upon realizing what he has become. The bald scientist tries to explain that he taught him cultivation techniques in the past. Furious, the masked man accuses him of sacrificing everything for the project and advances. The old man pleads for mercy, but the disfigured one attacks him brutally. Desperate, the doctor mentions the disappearance of Qin Li's parents, causing him to stop. He reveals that he possesses a relic from them and promises to hand it over. Qin Li observes the purple item, curious, while the old man laughs, saying it was made for him. With a strike, he throws the relic to the ground, releasing a poisonous smoke. Qin Li realizes the danger, but the old man laughs, saying everyone would taste his toxic pills. In the midst of the smoke, an injured man appears, confused by the betrayal. The doctor accuses him of revealing his secrets and blames him for everything. Laughing, he confesses that he would use everyone as test subjects before killing them. The masked man shouts that he was never an alchemist, just a poison maker. Mad, the old man denies it, claiming to be a master of pills. He recounts that he altered formulas and doses, but everything always turned to poison. Driven by envy, he attacks Chin Li and reveals his hatred for the boy's parents' talent. He asserts that they are dead and that he is the true genius. Chin Li falls surrounded by purple energy, hearing the doctor claim that his parents died with honor. Furious, the young man rises, his purple aura surpassing the poison and filling the air. He floats, emanating power, leaving everyone in shock. The old man screams in terror as the energy engulfs him. Chin Li advances, shouting that this trash did not deserve to mention his parents. Ignoring the pleas for mercy, he delivers a devastating blow, throwing the man to the ground. Amidst the dust and debris, he walks confidently, exuding pure authority. Dr. Yu, fallen, watches and asks if that was the power of a half-step master. Chin Li helps the others to their feet, ensuring everyone is okay. The group comments on the danger and decides to return home to report everything. As they leave, Chin Li thinks of the vanished masked man, leaving no trace. At the base, a veteran congratulates him, smiling. He had become a half-step master. Chin Li stares at the old man and calls him a lying dog, determined to hear the truth. He asks if the realm of masters is the limit of martial arts. The military man explains that it is not. The realm has 3 stages and requires absolute spiritual mastery. He reveals that Yanxia has 4 legendary masters capable of transcending dimensions. Chin Li takes the opportunity to demand the promise about the whereabouts of his parents. The man says they disappeared on a mission and had their identities hidden even from their own son. The young man gets excited, believing they are still alive, but the old man reveals that they were murdered 5 years ago by internal and foreign forces. Stunned, Chin Li tries to process the news. The military man takes him to his parents' grave, under the rain. The boy looks at the tombstones and asks who was responsible. The man replies that it is not yet time to know, as the enemies are too powerful. Suddenly, a purple energy emerges from the grave, shining in the storm. Chin Li concentrates the power and the ground begins to tremble. With a shout, he unleashes all his strength and lifts the tomb with his own hands. The military man tries to contain him, fearing the consequences, but the young man insists, saying he needs to confirm something. Upon opening the tomb, he discovers it is empty. The old man explains that the site is protected by magic, suggesting that his parents may still be alive. Chin Li pays tribute and vows revenge against those who tried to kill them. Later, under the moon, he rests beside his wife. Qing Yin embraces him tenderly, asking him to relax and trust her. He thanks her and promises to take care of the Jang family's affairs. He shows a folder and asks her to review the files. At a lavish event, the new leader of the Jang family gives a speech, extolling unity and prosperity. He introduces the new president, Chun Qingyin, who wins everyone over with her elegance and charisma. Some question the decision, but the leader defends her competence and success. Jin Casey, an irate shareholder, accuses him of favoritism and curses him. Before chaos can escalate, a masked invader leaps from above, startling the guests. Chin Li appears and intercepts him with a single blow. The man is thrown to the ground, cracking the floor upon impact. Chin Li stares at him and asks if he was trying to attack his friends. The guests watch in shock. A single punch had taken down the invader. Jin Casey is furious to see her soldier defeated. Kneeling and injured, the man admits his mistake, surprised by Chin Li's strength. The warrior demands to know who ordered the attack on the Jang family, but the invader refuses to speak. Before fleeing, Wei Dahun vows revenge and swears that the Wei family will not let the humiliation go unpunished. Chin Li confirms his suspicions with irony, realizing that Jin Casey was behind the attack. Frustrated, she storms out in anger, while Zhang Jun orders the event doors to be closed. The young leader concludes that the Wei family intends to eliminate the Zhangs and take control. They discuss the threat and the 4 great families, with the Weis being the most powerful. The Wei leader, a grand master, seeks to dominate all houses. Chin Li decides to take action, promising to find his parents and strengthen himself. He hands over rare pills created with his parents' notes, leaving the group impressed. The men swear eternal loyalty, ready to follow the young master. Confidently, Chin Li states that if the Weiss provoke them, they will retaliate without hesitation. Later, under the starry sky, the silence is broken by a cry of pleasure. Qing Yin, breathless, asks if dual cultivation really helps in training. Smiling, he says that the technique served to transfer aura and strengthen his body. Skeptical, she questions a nighttime call from Shu while he tries to explain himself. The phone rings again, revealing Xu Xiao injured and unconscious. Alarmed, Qinli suspects that the Wei family has acted. At the hospital, he stabilizes his friend with purple energy and analyzes the poison that destroys his spiritual veins. With little time to act, he concludes that he will need the heart of a millennia-old spiritual beast. Qing Yin remembers such a creature in the Liangsheng mountain range, near Shanjing. She shows a picture, a three-headed scaled snake. Qinli recognizes the beast and comments that its strength is equivalent to a level 7 martial artist. Determined, he orders them to take care of Shu and sets off for Liangshan Mountain. The soldier watches over the injured man, urging him to hold on until his friend returns. In the forest, hunters discuss their failed attempts to kill the snake, and they discover that the Wei family is also after it. Qinli advances determined, saying that, with or without competition, the snake's heart will be theirs. A thunderous sound cuts through the air, and the two run through the forest until they find the beast. The three-headed snake emerges amidst screams and destruction, devouring warriors with ease. A man with white hair and a woman with blue strands appear, emanating a powerful aura. The warrior raises the flaming sword and vows to eliminate the monster. His blue blade cuts through the air, but the snake brutally blocks the strike. The beast roars, furious, and launches a devastating attack that shakes the field. The man shouts for the young woman to retreat, but she merely watches calmly. Wei Nianluan says she wants to see how long he can hold out. Chen Lijian raises his sword and advances confidently, promising to kill the snake. The creature fires purple projectiles that explode on contact, injuring the warrior. Three thieves take advantage of the chaos and steal scales from the beast, laughing at the injured man. Kneeling, he screams in rage, calling them worms. He soon notices the snake approaching and calls for help from the blue-haired woman. She tries to assist him, but the old man pushes her away and attacks, saying she will be the beast's dinner. The young woman falls to the ground, terrified as the three heads rise to devour her. Suddenly one of the heads is severed and falls heavily. Qinli appears in the air, slicing through the remaining two with precise strikes. The energy of his blade tears the creature's body apart, shredding it into pieces. Wei Nianluan watches in shock, unable to believe he defeated the snake so easily. Qinli lands beside the fallen body and comments that it was simpler than he expected. While searching for the beast's heart, an armed man approaches furiously. He accuses Qinli of injuring his disciple Wei Dahuan and vows revenge for the family's disgrace. Shouting, he raises the golden sword and charges. Qinli easily blocks the attack and counters, disregarding the treacherous style of the Wei family. In seconds, the old man is hit by several blows and falls to the ground, exhausted and bleeding. Injured, he tries to threaten the young man, but Wei Nianluan calls him a traitor and executes him mercilessly. The man's body falls motionless, while blood slowly drips over the scales of the dead snake. The old man dies within seconds. Two men look at him with disdain, saying he got the end he deserved. Wei Nianluan smiles and thanks Qinli for saving her, but he coldly replies that he only wanted the snake's heart. The organ still pulses when removed, releasing intense purple energy. Surrounded by the glow, Qinli calmly absorbs part of the power, commenting that even the beast's body was a treasure. His partner complains about not using the ring to make the job easier, and the two briefly argue. Qinli notices the fallen golden sword and realizes it is the legendary Chen Lijian from the Martial King. Intrigued, he decides to keep it for now. Wei Nianluan, embarrassed, is teased about marriage, but she just laughs awkwardly. They soon depart back to the hospital with the snake's heart. Qinli transforms the organ into a pill and administers it to Xu Xiao, asking for silence during the process. The red energy enters his friend's body and begins to heal him slowly. The woman thanks him, and Qinli assures her that he will wake up in a few days. The white-haired soldier says goodbye, stating that he needs to resolve an urgent matter. In an isolated mansion, he invades the place demanding answers about his brother's poisoning. The hooded man coldly replies that he was only following orders to prevent him from cultivating. Furious, the soldier grabs him, accusing him of using a poison that only the heart of the snake could cure. The hooded man confesses to having misled him, revealing that the beast was already at the master level. The commander asks about his hatred for Qinli, and he reveals that the young man is the son of people who owe him a lot. Determined, he states that the debt will be collected, without mercy. Even irritated, the soldier decides to spare him and ends the confrontation, warning him not to mess with his brother again. After he leaves, the hooded man calls his subordinates and orders them to capture the target. On the other end of the line, someone responds with a laugh, saying it will be a pleasure. In the hospital, Xu Xiao wakes up confused, still weak. The woman explains that he slept for days and that the pill worked perfectly. Relieved, she hugs him while he asks her to calm down, feeling pain. He thanks Qinli for saving him and asks about his brother. With teary eyes, the young woman tells him that his car fell off a cliff. His brother died before they could do anything. Xu Xiao is in shock, unable to believe his brother is dead. At the funeral, The atmosphere is heavy, and a man asks for a moment of silence for Xu Qiang. The sister covers her face and cries, while the sound of cannons echoes in tribute to the fallen hero. The officer explains that the salute honors his bravery and sacrifice. Xu Xiao falls to his knees before the grave, screaming his brother's name in despair. Between sobs, he vows revenge, while the cold wind carries the sound of gunfire across the field. Suddenly, a guard sees a man approaching with firm steps and heavy boots. He tries to block him, but the stranger strikes him with green energy, opening a hole in the soldier's chest. Smiling, the invader says there will be one more grave in that cemetery. With a gesture, he orders them to kill everyone. The subordinates charge with wild screams, cutting down anyone who appears. The commander becomes furious upon seeing his men falling, accusing the Jade Hall of daring to attack on that very day. The battle erupts among the tombstones, but the enemies were many. Commander, he orders the rest of the troops to go help their allies, leaving only himself and a few officers. In seconds, they are all defeated by Wen Tianxing, the same man involved in the deaths of Qin Li's parents. He is startled to realize that the enemy knew too much about them. Meanwhile, Qin Li finally reunites with his missing relatives and feels relief that they are alive. But a sinister aura surrounds his car, causing it to tumble down the mountain. From above, two assassins watch, the Bald Twins, killers from the Jade Hall. At the base, Xu Taihu, responsible for Xu Qiang's death, watches the car explode and calls Wen Tianxing to confirm the success. Soon after, he discovers too late that there was a traitor in his army. Wang plunges a blade into his stomach, revealing himself to be the spy. The officer, bleeding, asks why. Wang screams, saying that his father died protecting Qin Li's father, but no one cared. With hatred, he accuses he and all the officers of living as if nothing had happened. Xu Yi reveals that he has been investigating everything for years to avenge his father, swearing to eliminate everyone there. He tries to make him regain his reason, reminding him that without Qin Li, he would never defeat Wen Tianxing, but the man only wants blood. Blinded by rage, he blames the boy for everything and puts him on his blacklist. He had tried to kill him before, but this time the Jade Hall would do the job. He tries to calm him down, but Xu Yi just laughs, saying he would soon take Wen's place and erect a statue in honor of his father. Meanwhile, Wen Tianxing is enjoying himself on the battlefield. Before he could mock any further, Xu Yi appears behind him with a powerful strike. The assassin blocks and returns a brutal punch to his face, throwing him to the ground. Laughing, he says he is also almost a master, but with much more experience. Xu Yi tries to use a pill, but Wen steps on his hand and calls him trash for relying on drugs. He reveals that the Jade Hall always knew of his betrayal and crushes him against the ground. The soldiers realize the truth and call him a traitor, blaming him for the deaths of Qin Li and Xu Qiang. Even injured, Xu Yi tells the villain to shut up, while Xu's brother appears behind to avenge the family. He is also knocked down with a single blow. The sister runs to help him while Wen laughs until he hears a voice that makes him freeze. Qin Li appears floating, alive, emanating an overwhelming aura. Everyone feels relieved to see him, while Wen tries to understand what happened. Qin Li explains that he killed Xu Taihu and the Bald Twins before coming, eliminating them with precise strikes. Xu still mocked, saying that the plans of the Jade Hall were already underway. That's why Qin rushed to save his allies. Wen advances furiously, but receives a direct hit to the chest. The assassin realizes that the boy is not just any opponent. Qin Li comments, smiling, that he didn't even have time to train properly with his new sword. Wen tries to attack him from behind, but the young man increases his speed and slashes him multiple times, drawing insults on his back. Xu's brothers watch, amazed, while Wen realizes that his energy has been sealed. Desperate, he takes pills to boost his power, tearing his own shirt and returning to smile arrogantly. His strength explodes, almost reaching that of a martial master. He charges with everything, and this time Qin Li is thrown back, hit in the chest. Wen Tianxing shows why he is feared, a true monster in combat. The group's morale is renewed as the confrontation continues. Qin Li, kneeling and exhausted, faces Wen Tianxing slowly approaching. The villain laughs, saying that his parents begged like dogs before dying. Furious, Qin Li swallows some pills and releases an explosion of energy. Wen charges with a direct punch, but the young man intercepts the blow with his hand. The assassin panics as he feels his strength being surpassed. Qin Li promises to turn that day into Wen's funeral and lands a lethal blow to his chest. The enemy falls unconscious and everyone celebrates the victory. Xu Yi, regretful, simply lowers his head, overcome with guilt. Qin Li leans against a tombstone trying to catch his breath when Wen rises enveloped in a crimson aura. He screams that he will take everyone with him and prepares for self-destruction. Xu Yi grabs him before the explosion and runs away, sacrificing himself to save the group. The ground trembles and everything is consumed by light. Only the broken glasses of the former officer remain. He, injured, laments the loss and decides to honor Wang and his father as martyrs. Days later, Qinli reunites with his friends and praises the progress of Xu Chang's brother. He explains that his spiritual veins were blocked and that the pills helped him unleash his full potential. The friends thank him and swear loyalty, forming an alliance between their families. They talk about the martial arts conference of the Jiang and Shu families. Qinli invites himself to the event and hears that the Wei family will also be there, with a martial master. After deciding on the next steps, each one returns home. Alone, Qinli tries to decipher the mysterious book to help his wife, but Qing Yin interrupts everything, asking for a massage in a provocative dress. The hero, with no chance of resistance, falls into temptation and surrenders to her charm. Suddenly, the woman sealed in Qing Yin's body awakens in pain and rage. She conjures energy and forcibly brings Qin Li to her. Confused, he tries to understand what happened, but the woman glares at him furiously and begins to attack him mercilessly. Qin Li tries to speak, asking for calm. While sprinting, he's all, "Why you attacking me for no reason?" But she's just getting more ticked off because he called her out. Both are kind of shocked they're actually understanding each other. Our hero's thinking maybe she can talk now because she leveled up, but he's not buying it. He snaps his fingers, all confident, asking what she wants. A bit flustered, she tells him to stay on topic, knowing what he did. She goes quiet, looking a bit shy. Qinli tries to explain he was with his wife, but she cuts him off, calling him out for his nerve. Feeling the heat, he apologizes, knowing he's no match for her and needs to bounce. But then, boom, he gets a genius idea and starts working on it. She's surprised, asking if he's really coming closer. Not believing his guts, she starts casting her magic again. Super annoyed, she calls on heaven's power and blasts it all at our poor hero. A massive explosion rocks the place, and soon, it's all smoke. Later, she's sitting there, a bit shaken. Qinli realizes he's back in control, and it was a close call. His wife asks why he's spaced out, but he's all, no biggie. He says it's 'cause he's hyped, but really, there's some force behind it. Then, hugging his wife, she spots some green energy coming off him. Finding it weird too, she asks what's up with that. Then he stands, wrapped in all that smoky energy. And with a flash, he's zapped somewhere else. Now, he's in front of this book, and info's flooding his brain. It's a bit much to handle, but then he's like, didn't think I'd learn that move so fast. Gonna be handy against the Wei. Later, at Westfield Airport, Niu Yun, the Wei fam's butler, shows up, asking if he's repping the Jang and Shu fams. Seems that's exactly what our hero's doing. With few words, the butler turns, telling him to follow. His buddy thinks the butler's kind of full of himself for a servant, but our hero's like, don't judge too quick, and admits he's even more curious about the Wei fam now. Getting there, it's packed with tense vibes. The guy says it's like going to see the emperor, and Qin Li thinks it's on purpose, cause the dude wants respect. People around are grumbling they've been waiting forever and think the guy's a bit much. Then suddenly, the guy shows up, saying sorry for the wait. Everyone feels the weight of his master realm power. He says his fam's been looked down on by other hidden fams for years, and they're looking to team up to take them on. And being one of the 4 most powerful masters, he's gonna lead this squad, so he asks what everyone thinks about it. The crowd starts whispering, thinking the dude wants to be the boss at their expense, and if they say no, they might not make it out. Suddenly, a guy pops up saying the dude's right, and that's Wudian. Qinli mentions the guy looks young but is actually 60, and his buddy says he's the head Wu and didn't expect him there. The guy says teaming up with Wei is a rare chance and he's sure he doesn't want beef with 2 masters. Out of nowhere, a hyped dude named Wei Kaiyuan says his fam will never follow his orders, and that young elder questions how a kid like that dares to challenge Wei. Without wasting time, he says he'll show the real power of the master realm. The boy tries to defend himself as best as he can, but the attack hits him squarely. Then he gets super freaked out as some weird stuff starts taking over his body. He shakes himself trying to get rid of it, telling the man not to come closer. But those things start to consume his flesh and the guy withers while asking for help. A few seconds later, he's already on the ground, with only his skeleton remaining. Wutian says the Patriarch is more chill, but he himself has no mercy for people like the other. The Patriarch says there's no problem leaving if they don't want to join, but if they talk smack to Wutian, then it's gonna be bad. The crowd doesn't really buy it, and thinks they'll meet the same end if they refuse. So they do the only thing left to them. They agree to join the Elder. The man gets pumped because everyone's joining his cause, but one person speaks up. From the middle of the crowd, someone says they shouldn't count on them. Our MC says his family won't join, and his friend says the Jiang family won't join the dude either. At the same moment, an attack like the one before goes towards our guy. He easily dodges, grabbing his weapon while the man says it won't be so easy to come and go. Pointing his weapon at the man, he says he'll give him a little surprise. And in the next moment, he makes a series of cuts hitting the guy. Everyone around is shocked that Wutian is defeated with just one attack and seems to remember our MC from a previous battle. They figure it can only be Qin Li, who was promoted to the 5th master of the Yangxia region. The elder is a bit ticked off, saying the other killed his friend and will seek revenge. Our MC says the dude declared that the other families are hidden, but also said those families never get involved in anything social or political. He adds that everyone leaves there knowing this alliance is a lie, that in reality, they just don't dare offend the enemy. Qin Li says he's speaking nicely, but all he wants is to kill him because if he's dead, no one will oppose his alliance. The man gets irritated and attacks him with a flaming sword. He's even surprised because the attack was really powerful. He uses his weapon to try to parry that flaming sword. Our MC has just reached the Master Realm, but that attack is from someone who has already reached the peak of this realm. Then he shouts, using his ability, and breaks the Elder's attack, advancing against him. The Elder is surprised and thinks this was impossible. He observes the place emanating his aura while everyone there notices the place is about to collapse. In the next moment, the place really starts to crumble. People start running out to save their lives. A girl runs in the opposite direction, asking the two to stop because they'll destroy the house. The Elder asks what Nuan is doing there and tells her to step back. Automatically, our hero notices the girl approaching. Without hesitation, the boy advances towards the woman while the Elder shouts for him not to hurt her. The girl screams desperately for our hero not to hurt her. Already practically on top of the girl, he shouts for her to be careful. Then he grabs her and rolls with the girl, taking her out of the spot where a huge stone fell. The girl starts recovering, while our guy asks if she's okay. Nuan is surprised the boy saved her, and since she's fine, our hero asks if he can get off her. Feeling a bit shy, the girl apologizes for that. The Elder questions if Nuan knows that boy. She spills the tea that the old Wei Jinghuan tried to offer, but the boy swooped in to save the day. The old dude's jaw drops. Fuming, he demands to know where that old mutt who dared mess with his sis is, leaving our MC totally shook. Nuan spills the beans that the guy's already pushing daisies, and the old man feels a tad guilty for not keeping tabs on home drama. The girl sweetly pleads with her bro not to give our MC a hard time since he saved her twice. Obviously the old man chills out on Qin Li for a bit, and the girl's all hyped about him being so protective. The dude's sweating bullets cause our MC's got his fam's treasure, which could get awkward real quick. Qin Li hits up his buddy to bounce, since he nailed his mission with the Alliance and even saved the girl. But when he peeps his friend still frozen, he clocks that he's totally crushing on the girl. Fast forward and night finally rolls in. He uses the time to level up his first form and get way stronger. He flips through that book, soaking up the technique deets. Nailing the first move, he's now on the hunt for the second. The move's kinda whack, and the young dude's struggling to get it. But he figures out that now he's got the move down, he can soak up earth and sky vibes to level up. Meanwhile, in the Wei fam's secret lair, the old dude's saying sorry for keeping the Elder waiting. The Elder's like, didn't see the conference getting wrecked by some kid. Seems he sent some peeps to handle those families. But against Qin Li, only he can step up. For saving Nuan, the dude asks the Elder to give the boy a quick exit, and the old man's like, I got this. Then, the guy's low-key impressed, cause the man said he'd handle the hidden families but kept him in the loop. But that dude actually wants the old man to handle the kid first so he can later wipe out the Elder and his fam too. Back in our hero's crib, he's grinding hard on his next move. Qin Li didn't see that aura absorbing would be such a game changer. Out of nowhere, the boy spots someone flying outside his window. That Elder wants him to kneel and beg, but the young dude's like, rude much? It's bedtime. Since he didn't get his way, the old man's like, no more Mr. Nice Guy. And he points his weapon, charging in and telling our hero to accept his fate. Next thing, Qin Li's already zooming at him outside the building, weapon ready. The two swords clash with a massive bang. They keep swinging, and bits are flying everywhere, until a huge, colorful boom lights up the spot. The sun's already up. Someone's crawling, all banged up, through the building halls. Looks like Qin Li, who's having a rough day. He never thought an old dude would pack such a punch, and if he hadn't nailed his second form, he'd be toast. Or maybe 6 feet under right now. Qin Li's clueless about where that old man popped up from, but he knows he needs to train harder when someone suddenly says, hey. Our MC's startled by something. Chillin' on his bed is a healthy woman who says she's the head of the Liu fam, Li Mu Yan. He tenses up cause she's one of the big 4 masters, and he's got no clue why she's there. But the woman's all smiles and has a proposal she hopes he'll dig. Looks like to take on the Wei fam, she teamed up with the Fu fam. The woman's there to invite him to the squad, and if he's down, she'll heal him, secretly wanting to check out his body structure first. Qin Li's like, nah, you got it twisted. I'm not about that alliance life. and he spills that he once rolled with the Serious Gang, which shocks the woman, cause it's a low-tier crew. Lee's like, I know you took out Master Wu Tian and squared off with Wei Kaiyuan at the conference, and since she knows that old dude, she knows he won't let it slide. She figures the guy will rally some heavy hitters to strike back, so if he takes her offer, she can make sure he won't get hassled at work. Chin-Li gets that the woman's onto something and needs to find a spot to dodge this mess. Finally, she hands over an invite to her birthday bash and mentions the old dude will be there too. Our MC's all, if this invite's for real, I'm in, so the woman promises not to bug him anymore. That dude spots a lady in Chin-Li's room. Inside, they say their goodbyes, while the guy's thinking, is that his sister-in-law? He hides to keep watching, and the woman jokes about our hero's bed being rock hard, making things sound a bit sus. Imagining wild scenarios, the poor guy thinks his dreams are toast. But then, footsteps echo in the hallway, and he spots a mystery woman. He instantly melts because she's drop-dead gorgeous. When he meets Chin-Li and sees his state, he jokes if she was a bit too intense. Jang wonders how the boy's gonna explain this to his sister-in-law, but our MC's like, nah, we're just picking someone up at the airport. The guy's convinced Chin-Li's ditching his wife for another lady. Time flies, and our hero spills the tea on the whole situation. Now he's chill because the woman's one of the 4 masters, and our hero laughs at his wild thoughts. This time, he wants to be ready and plans to grab some pills ASAP. The guy's hyped to hear about the pills, but Chin-Li's like, nah, it's all on you now. With a blank face, he nods. Got it. In a mansion, someone yells, Chin-Li's a jerk. The old man's fuming, stomping around, asking if he's got a death wish. He admits he underestimated Chin-Li and lost a good buddy because of it. His crew's pumped, begging for a shot to take the boy down. The patriarch's like, can't lose anyone else. It's risky, but can't let him live either. He orders all elite fam members to gather in 3 days for a Chin-Li hunt. Nuon's shocked, asking if he really wants to off the boy, but the old man's like, it's family biz, stay out of it. She tries her cutest puppy eyes to stop her bro from fighting, and the man melts, saying he'd do anything for her. But a henchman snaps him back to reality. He gets mad, telling him to quit the nonsense, but the woman keeps up her cute act. The only fix is to send someone to keep her away till the mission's done. His 2 servants then drag the adorable girl away. The old man feels bad but thinks she needs to get what her bro's gotta do. No room for feels. Determined, he's set to launch his plan, sending hundreds of martial arts pros to take down the boy. Meanwhile, at the Liu Hotel, our hero's honing his new skills. He knows things are getting tricky, but in this city, he's low on energy, so he's got to figure it out. That's when his bro calls, and they're rocking some super cute shirts. Both laugh, not expecting to be up so early, and it's like a cuteness overload attack. Our MC's like, almost time for lunch with Mrs. Liu. Later, in a swanky spot, that stunning woman says they both showed up and our guys all, sorry for the wait. They whisper, surprised to see them meeting someone else. Liu welcomes them and introduces 2 peeps from the Fu fam already there to chat with Chin. The guy's heard of our hero and wonders which fam he's from, but Chin-Li's like, sorry, not a genius or from a big fam, leaving the man shocked. Liuli's annoyed he's not from one of the big 4 families, thinking it's a waste. Jang's got 0 interest in joining the alliance, just there cause he was invited. The other guy's like, this one's just a leech, can't believe the Liu fam invited him. But Liu Mu shuts it down, surprising them since she invited the boy. The guy's riled up, calling it an insult for a regular dude to join the alliance, asking not to be fooled. Liuli tells her bro to teach that trash a lesson. Our MC's bro and that cocky dude start bickering over all this chaos. Liu Mu's all, chill guys, but the boy's totally wild, claiming he'll own up to everything. Changkun's trying to get under our hero's skin, but our MC's like, what's so special about your fam, huh? Then he flexes his power, questioning if Changkun's fam even deserves his attention. Without even standing up, he unleashes his second move, spreading energy all over the room. That cocky dude can't handle it, and boom, he's on his knees. Looks like he got a bit wrecked, rolling around clutching his legs. Then our MC's all, go tell your fam head that Chin-Li's not interested in teaming up. The girl finally pipes up, saying the boy's doomed cause she's gonna snitch to her dad. But then Mrs. Liu's like, zip it, and slaps the girl. The confused girl asks why Aunt Liu's got his back like that. Then she spills the tea, saying he's from the Master Realm, an alchemist doc, and a commander, so everyone's after him. Those 2 kids are totally speechless now. She asks our MC not to be mad, saying it's just some juniors acting up, and our guy's like, you're too nice. Then he tells them to hit up the restaurant next door while she sorts things out. She glares at those kids, knowing they can't handle the way without the boy's help. Elsewhere, two dudes argue if babysitting the girl is worth missing the hunt. The girl yells for help and they rush to open the door, but turns out the problem's the dudes opening the door. The annoying guy's rolling on the floor because of that spray in his eyes. She uses that pepper spray chaos to make her escape. She bolts through the mansion and down the stairs. In a massive hall, the elder thanks everyone for coming, saying the plan's gonna rock with so many people. He's even busting out the family sword, unseen for years, to take down our hero and the Liu fam. Then, the epic flaming earth sword starts appearing beside him. Nuon's freaked cause she knows when these swords show up, it's game over for many. For 1,000 years that sword's been on fire, and now the flames never die out. The family boss declares that for the Wei generations, he's taking the family treasure, yanking that weapon from the ground. The word's out that Qin Li's teamed up with the Liu and Fu families, hiding behind these ladies. Nuon's desperate to save our MC, but she knows she's weak, while her bro's all about wiping everyone out. Then she finally gets a plan. She tries to sneak onto a bus with the crowd. Just when she's almost there, someone tells her to freeze. She can't believe it took her over 3 hours to disguise herself and still got busted. Someone steps up saying if she's scared of dying, she doesn't have to go last. But if she's not scared, she can roll with him cause he's super strong. And Nuon's grateful to brother Yunfei, relieved she didn't get caught. Pumped, she vows not to let anyone hurt Qin Li. Elsewhere, our hero thanks Mrs. Liu for her hospitality, but it's late and they won't bug her anymore. Then he asks if she knows a chill spot in Huadong, and Liu's like, yeah, but you sure you want to go? Jokingly, he says he ate too much and needs a quiet place to practice. With a gentle smile, she says it's a place people rarely visit. She offers to take him to Willow Mountain, but since it's early, our hero's like, I'll go solo, no worries. A few hours later, a girl up in a tree spots Commander Qin Li. The boy's just strolling down the street, all chill. He notices the place is buzzing with spiritual vibes, wondering if it's linked to the Liu fam when he spots something. That spot's got a golden glow. Everything there seems packed with powerful stuff. He checks out an item with a golden aura and picks it up. Then he goes to a girl who's cleaning, asking how much it costs. When she doesn't answer, our MC keeps calling her the boss. Still without turning to him, she casually says she'll sell anything the young dude wants. Qin Li thinks it's a bit sus and asks for the price. She spins around and drops a bomb, asking what he thinks of 5 million. She's already reaching out, asking if it's card or cash, but our guy's just standing there, mind blown. She's still waiting, and our hero's frozen, totally shook by the price tag. Finally, she slams the table, all fired up, saying she's got to pay taxes every year. Qin Li's like, how was I supposed to know? But figures it's worth it to clear out some space in the ring. Finally, he tells her to get ready to make bank, while she's just standing there, totally confused. Out of nowhere, gold bars start raining down on her. Later, our hero's chilling in the forest, leveling up his skills. The sun's peeking out, and suddenly, he gets this danger vibe and wakes up. He didn't see this coming so soon. A squad's attacking a mansion. They're up against this kinda old martial artist. Even Mrs. Liu's in the mix, roasting those weaklings. The patriarch's worried two might not cut it, but they've got numbers on their side. The plan's to take out Qin Li ASAP, but while they're wondering where he's hiding, our hero pops up right next to the guy's ear. The dude spins around, realizing it's Qin Li himself. He's fuming, questioning how the young dude dares. Qin Li whips out his weapon, teasing him, saying the old man didn't learn his lesson last time. The old man says he promised Nuon he wouldn't off him yesterday. But you know, that doesn't cover the rest of the fam. Right then, two hefty henchmen crash in front of him. Mrs. Liu tells our MC those two are the Xiong bros, and together, they're Master Realm strong. She warns him to be careful while kicking one of the henchmen's faces, leaving our hero impressed with the fam's strength. Now that he's been warned, he's on high alert. The two chunky bros boast they'll show off all the way power. They charge together with their bare fists. Qin Li clocks their massive strength. But he's not fazed and charges with his weapon ready. Nuon can't help but shout for the young dude. One of the Wei bros asks if she's nervous and if it's her first battlefield. The guy claims our MC can't hurt the bros, and she knows she's gotta ditch him to get to Qin Li. Our young dude's unfazed and says he didn't expect them to be as dense as their name. One bro says the boy's mocking them, and the other's just catching on. Meanwhile, Qin Li zooms in and seizes the chance to test his new move on the two. The big guy's like, what's he doing? And grinning, our young dude says it's just a little trick. Then he activates his power, and the two start getting drained. Everyone's shocked and ticked off, except Nuon, who's totally amazed. Brother Yunfei didn't see the boy's tricks coming. A bit jittery, he claims those bros call him Big Bro and that the boy's no match for him. Sweating, he insists it's true, but Nuon's not buying it. He explains it's his special ability, and if he touches the young dude, he's toast. The girl then asks why he's not fighting. But since she wants to see his power, the young dude says he'll show off. She just needs to wait a sec. Pretending to be hyped, Nuan says she wants to see her bro's power. While the guy approaches, all scared, she realizes she's ditched him. And seconds later, he's flying past her like a rocket after taking a hit. The guy's all beat up on the ground, admitting the boy's pretty strong. Chin-Li wonders if these are the family's elite martial artists. The girl realizes she worried for nothing, as our MC's really strong. And then she notices her older bros vanished, only to realize the next moment what's going down. The old man's leaping at our hero with his earth flame sword. A wild and powerful impact hits the spot. When the fire spreads, we see our MC defending himself as best as he can with his weapon, but the old dude's all fired up to win today, no matter what, and goes in for another attack. Chin-Li's starting to feel the heat. Things are getting tricky. Nuan's freaking out, totally clueless on how to help him out. Mrs. Liu and her bro are yelling for him as the patriarch swings that epic weapon again. Nuan's trying to reason, saying her bro can't just off him. He spots her and is all confused, since he told them to keep her locked up, and he drops the bomb that Chin-Li's the fam's enemy. Then she starts stammering and spills that she's got a bun in the oven, his bun. The dude's in shock, asking if she's really saying she's preggo with that guy's kid. Her bro's losing it, wanting to know when this all went down, and even our hero's like, huh? She spills the tea that after the giant snake rescue, she got charmed and being young, fell for it. The guy's about to lose it while she wonders what to do now. Finally, she grabs a weapon, saying if he insists on killing him, she's got to step up. The dude's like, great, while Mrs. Liu roasts him for trying to off her nephew's dad, and adds that the Wei fam's head is trying to mess up his sis's life forever. A battle rages in his head between the good and bad angel about the kid. She steps up, ready to be taken as a hostage, but our hero's like, where'd this story come from? Her bro's just as confused, wondering why she's winking and if she's feeling okay. Suddenly the old man snaps back and orders his goons to take his sis home, but the two big bros are still down, KO'd. The dude's ticked and yells, asking if they haven't had enough grub. Those big guys suddenly snap out of it, and get up super quick for their size, grabbing the girl and hauling her off. They bolt with her while our hero just stands there, watching. Now the old man's made up his mind, true story or not. The dude leaps at our Mac again, saying he's gotta go. The swords clash, causing a massive energy boom, but the patriarch's quicker and lands a kick on Chin-Li. The young guy crashes down, dropping his weapon. He sees his spiritual shields draining fast, no time to recharge. He's starting to think today might be his last. Mrs. Liu's all out of juice, but she's got one last trick. She wants our Mac to help with some drama, but he's gotta nail it, and the boy's clueless. While he's questioning her, the Fu fam's patriarch is speechless. He's shocked she's really gonna use that. Then she says she gives up and her fam will serve the Wei fam. The old dude's pretty pleased, but he wants her to off the boy to prove her loyalty, and she says, sure. She tells her little bro not to blame her. She raises her hand, summoning her power, telling him to blame himself for being weak. That water starts forming into a woman, and she explains he must withstand her power. That woman-shaped energy charges at our Emac and hits him right in the chest. The old man's loving this. He asks if Fu's gonna keep fighting even with the Liu fam surrendering, but the dude's like, nah. But he adds that since he can't, there's someone else who can keep the fight going. The patriarch's a bit on edge with this news, and our hero shows up, wielding all that borrowed power, feeling way better now. Mrs. Liu says she prefers the young ones and apologizes. She knows she's done fighting, and it's all on our Mac now. That old man realizes she gave all her energy to the boy. Then he jumps again, like a meteor, saying he's ending it now. In response, our hero uses his Form 1, the Pillar of Heaven. With a slick move, he manages to pierce that old dude with his weapon. People are yelling for the patriarch who drops like a sack of potatoes. That barrier they set up starts cracking under our mech's power. He cranks up his aura's strength, and that greenish energy starts slicing through the barrier, smashing it in seconds. Then this young dude's all, out of respect for my sis, I just knocked him out, but he better bounce and take his fam with him. The old dude's like, yo, the elder you offed was from the Zhuge fam, and they're def gonna come for you. He hopes the guy can still walk and talk like today. Our hero's clueless about that fam, but they sound like one of those secret ninja clans. Mrs. Liu spills the tea that these hidden fams are full of powerful peeps, ready to step into the spotlight. Chin-Li's all, props to Mrs. Liu for this, and she's like, it's a secret fam technique. The Fu fam's big boss apologizes for his young troublemakers and calls our hero a legend. Chill vibes, our hero tells him not to sweat it. The lady's hinting hard about her birthday in 2 days, really wants him to roll through. He peeps the place has got mad spiritual vibes, needs to train up there more. Fast forward 2 days, it's Mrs. Liu's B-Day bash. She's all glammed up, greeting everyone, hoping they vibe with the party. Guests are stoked to be there, eager for her to take their gifts. That bratty kid thinks they're clueless about his aunt's taste. He's like, how's this junk gonna impress her? He juggles while others flex with pricey Jade. Liuli's teasing, asking if he needs help with the gift or just came to mooch. The big boss calls her out and she's all, oops, my bad, looking scared. Our hero's all smiles, saying it's no biggie. Mrs. Liu rolls up, checking if they're having fun, and Chin Li's like, just messing with Miss Fu. Birthday girl's laughing, soaking up the congrats. Chun-kun shows off his gift, and she's wowed by the fancy lotus. The young dude's like, if you dig it, the 200 million price tag's nothing for us. The girl keeps teasing, under her fam's disapproving glares, asking what our hero brought. Our hero hands over his gift, wishing her a happy B-day. The duo's whispering, roasting him for the basic gift. But Chin Li's like, nah, it's one of a kind. Other guests joke, saying he's got jokes cause it looks like trash. She takes the gift, saying all gifts are equal, pricey or not. Mrs. Liu's curious if it's hiding some secret treasure. Liuli's like, he's gotta be fooling her. The bratty kid wonders if they should do something, but his dad's like, it's complicated. She puts it on, and Master Fu works his magic on the bracelet. The lady's shocked, asking what he's up to, but something's definitely going down. She's stuttering, seeing the bracelet glow with power. A magical symbol pops up around the bracelet. She instantly knows it's a defense artifact. Mrs. Liu's super grateful for the gift, and our hero's stoked she digs it. The bratty kid thinks our hero just got lucky, but the birthday girl's like, nobody scores rare stuff by luck. She jokes she likes him a lot, maybe even been in his bed. Out of nowhere, a water hand smacks the kid in the face, and the lady tells him to show some respect to his elders. The kid's shocked, saying even his dad never hit him, but his dad's like, you had it coming. He suggests the kid apologize to Mrs. Chin Li before he does it himself, but our young hero's like, no need for sorries, but can we chat about alchemy? The kid's clueless, thinks it's witchcraft, but maybe there are hints in the southern islands and Shu. Our hero's hyped with this intel. He stands up, thanking for the assist. The lady can't believe how strong he's become, thinking if she trains with him, she could level up fast. In a mansion, someone's yelling for help. The old man's stressed, been calling forever and no one's showing up. Then someone pops up saying Wei Kai Yuan can stop yelling. The guy drops the bomb that all the Wei fam's elite members are toast. Kai Yuan wakes up, shocked he didn't hear a thing, wondering if they're stealthy ninjas. Yo, check this out, it's wild. Nuon's hiding, trying to figure out what's going down. Out of nowhere, someone snatches her arm and covers her mouth. Then these two big bros tell her to stay hidden and hush up. The invaders are all, search everywhere, leave no one standing. The bros admit the enemies are tough, but promise to help her escape, even though she wants to help her bro, but they drag her away, saying there's no hope for the patriarch. Kai Yuan didn't see the Zhuge fam coming for him before Chin Li. The assassins all, sooner or later they'd show up, and today, the Wei fam's toast. But he says not to sweat it about Chin Li, they'll handle him too. Meanwhile, at Huadong Hotel, someone yells, what's going on? Our MC asks Liang Qing to spill the tea on Qing Yin. She says assassins hit the village, and even though they fought hard, they couldn't win, and she got poisoned. Then, a woman strolls down the hall, thinking the commander won't escape this time, while on the phone. She believes with Huan San's essence, he won't say no to practicing with her tonight. Suddenly, a boy bursts in, telling them to look after his wife, slamming the door on another girl. That girl gets mad, thinking the boys only got eyes for Qing Yin. She thinks the woman made her do this, so don't blame her later. Later, she's chatting with a doc about making her face look like the person on the phone, no matter the cost. With a dark vibe, she thinks Chin Li's getting a new wife soon. In a mansion, someone says they got lucky, or the poison would have hit the heart. The poison's creeping slow, took him almost 3 hours to get there. Chin Li wants the scoop on the assassin who's chilling in the basement. Down there, the dude's all beat up, and he spilled all the beans. Turns out Master Wutian, who he offed before, was an elder of Sanhe Hall, and they sent the assassins. He says they didn't dare attack him, so they sent a bunch to take out his wife. Chin Li thinks she got poisoned, and Master Fu said the alchemy's from the southern islands. He knows they tried their best, but the enemy's super strong. Then he tosses some pills to them. The guy's shocked, asking if it's really for him, and he pats his shoulder, saying next time, no regrets. But the future enemies will be worse. So he asked a friend for backup. He explains they'll help when needed, so he counts on her and Shang Jin, making the woman wonder if he's leaving. Determined, he says Sanhe Hall messed with his wife, so he's gonna find them himself. Later, in the southern islands, a receptionist asks if they're Jiang Jun and Chin Li. Our hero grins. That's us. His bros freaked, pointing at the TV. There's a conference with a Sanhe Hall master, Yu Quan Sing. The receptionist's panicking, cause the guy's a big deal, and how could they call him that? Jang says the guy's famous, but he's never heard of him. The woman's clearly shook. She points, scared, blaming the young master for dissing Master Yu. The young man asks who this young master is as a suited guy steps up to confront him, and he adds that he's not welcome anymore. Over the top, the suited guy charges at the boy, telling him to scram. But then, boom, energy explosion. Our hero steps up, saying he only grabbed the umbrella cause it looks like rain, asking if the guy will chill, but the man's super ticked and hurt. While our hero's all chill, saying the umbrella's top notch. He asks if the receptionist can sell him one, but the freaked out woman says they're not for sale. Ignoring the dude in the suit, he's all, what a bummer. Annoyed, he's like, is this where my cash goes every year? Cut those hotel bills in half next year. The receptionist's freaking out, thinking she's in deep trouble now. The guy bails with some help, thinking he's got the worst luck running into these two clowns. They're chatting, and his bro's like, if it were me, I'd have left that dude's legs in pieces. Chin Li's all, I'll probably tell you Kwang Sing, and Jang's like, I'll check it out. Then, boom, he spots something cool on his phone and shows his bro. Our MC's like, never thought I'd see him here. The receptionist's clueless that young Master Yu's a martial artist, but worse than her. Later, in this epic spot, our MC's like, didn't expect to see him here. The dude's like, I'm here cause my squad's growing. Why's Chin Li here? The young guy's like, I'm here for a martial arts conference with my bro. Gao's like, since you're here, I'll spill the tea. He's all, there are two big players here, Sanhee Hall and Zhuanmin. There's gonna be a tournament where martial artists can join Sanhee Hall to beef up against the rival. Of course, they gotta deal with Sanhee Hall, so they're joining the tournament. Hearing this, our MC's like, sign me up too. Chin Li's new to the squad and hasn't done much, so he's itching to join in. The dude's hyped about our young guy's plan, especially since he's heard he's hit the master level. Then he's like, I'm in the serious gang. When suddenly someone's like, is the tournament all on him? Two dudes roll in, kinda salty about being swapped for our hero, who they think is just a kid. Gao's like, that's not what I meant, forgive this newbie. He's all, these are the Liu bros, the gang's top dogs. The dudes are ticked and want to train to see if our MC's the real deal. Chin Li's like, I'm cool with being recognized by Bro Gao, not looking to embarrass myself. Now they're impressed, saying our hero's got good judgment, and it's smart not to show off too soon. He's watching, wondering if these guys are legit martial artists. But then his phone buzzes, and he answers, kinda worried. Elsewhere, someone's like, chill, have a drink while waiting for Bro Chin. Nuan's like, sorry, can't drink, heard from Mrs. Liu Chin's at this hotel. The dude's annoyed, it's just a cocktail, plus I can help find the guy. The girl's a bit scared, tells him not to be mad, and agrees to drink. Now the dude's pretty pleased with himself. The young guy's waiting for his plan to kick in. Jang's sprinting, yelling for Nuan to stop. But he bumps into some goons who are like, how dare you mess with Mr. Yu? The fight kicks off at the door, with the young guy owning it. The dudes get tossed inside, smashing through the glass. He bursts in, shouting, don't drink that, something's off. The girl's all excited seeing him rush in. But then, everything's a blur, and she drops her glass. She flops on the sofa, feeling super hot. Jiang's mad, ready to throw down, demanding what's in her drink. But the suit guy's like, you're just level 6 trash, get lost. The boy's sent flying, crashing into glass. In a fighting stance, he's like, you ruined my plan. He's feeling the hit, begging Nuan to wake up. The suit guy's being creepy, suggesting. They hang out. Later, the girl's in bed, feeling awful. But that dude's like, I'll make you feel better, taking off his shirt. Suddenly, the door's kicked open, freaking him out. And our hero's there with his bro. The dude's all, do you know who I am? Calling him a psycho. But Chin Li's not in the mood to chat and just face plants into the wall. In a blink, that funny dude's sprawled out on the floor, looking like a pancake. Jiang scoops up poor Nuan, who's only whining about feeling super hot. Soon they plop her into a tub of icy water. They used acupuncture to zap the drug effects, so now she's on the mend. Before long, she starts waking up, all confused about where she is. Nuan's pretty baffled, asking why they're there, but our hero's more curious about how she ended up in that spot. Someone pipes up, offering to spill the tea on everything that went down. She mentions there's not much left of the Wei family now, and she barely made it out. The Wu He family is just waiting for other families to weaken so they can swoop in, and our guy's worried about her power level. The bros tell her to chill, promising they'll keep her safe now. All she can do is cry, feeling all the feels. Later, two squads face off in a decked-out spot, and the suit guy's all, just cause he has a sword doesn't mean he's winning. He points out that everyone there is a martial arts pro, so he's in a pickle. Chin Li flashes his registration, saying they're there to throw down. The suit guy wants to see if the young dude's got the chops to be there. Then he tells him to head that way if he's up for a fight. Our guy's stepping in when two bald fighters come zooming at him. He dodges just in time, avoiding those human missiles. The dudes crash land, totally KO'd. Gao's like it's about time for his turn. As he steps in, he hears the crowd buzzing about him and who he's up against. That old dude offers special treatment, saying after he beats him, he'll let him go. Chin-Li's bummed, asking if they don't do fight to the death anymore. The old guy's shocked hearing that. Laughing hard, he says it's the first time someone's asked for that and tells him to go for it. He adds no sneaky moves allowed, so if he bites it, it's on him. Our boy taps the document, grinning, saying the old dude needs to do it too. The guy's ticked, not expecting that sass, and says he'll take him down. But in a flash, he gets a gut punch, faster than he can blink. The guy spits, hurt, wondering how that even happened. The whole crowd's in disbelief. That old dude goes flying from the hit, while the suit guy's breaking glass, totally shook. A stunning woman says the boy's got mad skills. A guy who seems to be her servant asks if she needs anything, but she cuts him off, saying nah. Two big dudes tell the old guy to rest easy cause they'll avenge him. Chin-Li's pumped about more folks wanting a fight to the death and notices a weird vibe in his body when he entered. That duo starts a combo move. A red whirlwind forms above them, taking over the place. The crowd realizes they're poisonous bugs, and since it's not safe, everyone bails. But even while running, they see they can't shake those bugs. Our hero watches the attack. He shuts his eyes to focus his aura. Then, in a flash, he's done concentrating, and launches an attack at the massive red and black sphere coming his way. The crowd can't believe the serious gang's beating the Sani Tang in their own crib. Seems like a while back, the Godfather took out two grandmasters barehanded, and now this boy's done. The Yu Kwangsing master says he digs a young, brave soul, and if he joins, he could be vice master. Chin-Li says he's always been a bit lazy and apologizes, but he hasn't seen Master Yu flex his power yet. He asks if he could get lucky and spar with Master Yu, and the man says since he's keen, he'll be there tomorrow. Our MC says he'll definitely be there. And then someone rolls up saying he's really got the skills. Gao, pleased, says they can totally trust him, and our hero replies that they're done for today, so they can bounce. The master totally didn't see Kaiyuan's sis showing up, and now he's thinking, oh, this is getting spicy. Nuon's all about helping Jiang, wondering if she should take over, but then he jumps in saying, nah, not cool. Still, she leans in and gives the wound a little blow. The dude's all touched, thinking he could totally kick the bucket happy now, while she's like, remember when we did this as kids? The girl mentions Chin's already bounced to prep, and they're all, who's rolling up? At this hour. Nuon hops up to get the door. Bam. Someone goes full ninja on her. Jang, all banged up, gets off the bed, super worried about her. And guess who? That annoying suit guy's back, saying to save Nuon, Chin's gotta meet with Sanhee Tang. Fast forward, our hero's smack dab in the arena. He's feeling the vibes are off, cause the place is empty. Then his phone's all, surprise, Nuon's kidnapped, total setup. Super ticked, he just keeps saying, Sanhee Tang. Nearby, the gang's looking all ready to rumble. The master's feeling all smug about his plan, thinking Chin's in for a rough time. Suit guy's like, still using your dad's playbook, huh? And the master's all, yup, cause it works. Nuon's like, Chin won't come for me cause the Wei fam's got beef with that dude. The jerk grabs her hair, saying he bets Chin cares, and thinks they're, close. Nuon's feeling like she's causing too much drama for Chin and regrets coming. The guy's all, use that pretty face to charm folks, let's see how you do without it. Then he rips her clothes, wanting to see her undies. He's all, Chin-Li won't want you after we're done. Then the clueless dude kicks the chair, sending her flying into the crowd, saying they can do whatever. She lands, still tied up, among the goons. Nuon's freaking out, hoping Chin will swoop in. Suddenly, the doors fly open with a bang. Our hero storms in, saying it looks like everyone's had a long enough life. Jiang spots his girl on the floor. She tries to warn them about a secret trap to keep them out. Chin-Li uses his power to scope out the energy in the place. Our boy stops his bro, saying it's not a walk in the park. Determined, he says he's going in to try something. He steps forward and triggers something mega powerful. Suit guy calls him a fool, saying there's gonna be another funeral. He says if Chin dies in the trap, he should count himself lucky. The master, using all his energy, tells him to go to hell. Our MC stands there, unfazed. Finally, he taunts the master, saying he thought he was tougher, but it's just a basic trap. With a slick move, our hero shatters all that energy, saying the master will pay for what he did to the girl. The master's shocked by the energy coming at him. And then, boom, a massive energy explosion happens. The master's left on the floor, all beat up, admitting Chin-Li is the real deal. Realizing he's toast, Suit Guy says he doesn't want trouble and admits he messed up. But Chin-Li's not having it, cause he's part of the crew that attacked his wife. Jang says his bro's a top doc and will fix her face while Nuon thanks them big time for saving her. The leftover goons beg for mercy, saying they want to join the serious gang now. So, our MC tells them to report to Gao, which makes them super relieved. The guys are now leaving all chill. Then our MC shows he's pretty banged up too. His friends are worried and he says he thinks he got poisoned. A woman walks in saying the poison's the pride of the Sani Tang fam, and if he doesn't act fast, he's toast. Qinli turns, asking who she is. The woman says she's Xia Yufei, head of the Xuan sect, and admits she caught the martial arts showdown yesterday. Qinli remembers Gao talking about a beef between the two groups there. Xuan sect's the big boss around here, chilling at the top of the island. Our MC, all curious, asks why she's watching him. She says she's here to help and wants a private chat. Qinli's still a bit sus, but goes along with it. Elsewhere, she offers our dude a remedy, but he's like, nah, I'm a doc too. I got this poison thing covered, thinking she's got other motives. She spills that no one's hit Grandmaster level in ages, and no one's been worthy, until he showed up. She says if he takes the gig, she'll step down and be vice chief, which totally floors our MC. Our hero's like, nah, I'm not into joining any squads, even if they're famous. She then invites him to her sect as a VIP, and he's like, what's that about? She explains the books from her group's founders, and as a thank you, she could hand it over. Yufei says she's tried it, but isn't skilled enough, hoping it'll be his jam. Next thing, the dude feels his aura leveling up, getting all powerful. She's hyped, noticing his aura's maxing out just by being there. Qinli tells her if her crew's in trouble, she can hit him up, and she thanks him. Back at the battle spot, the master's still lying there, all beat up. Lucky for him, he popped a pill to save his heart and didn't bite the dust. He gets up, plotting revenge on our MC. The master grumbles that Qinli not only wrecked Sani Hall, but also threatened to boot the Zhug family. The assassins on the other end find the idea of booting the family hilarious. The dude's like, just offing Qinli's dull, I'm heading to the southern island to take it all. He calls Yu Guangxing trash for kicking him out before and now needing him to settle the beef. All bruised, the guy begs Master Yi for forgiveness, saying he was clueless back then. Finally, he orders the dude to spread the word that Zhug is taking over the southern islands. The assassin chuckles, saying he wants the reporters to see him take down Qinli. Our MC's looking after Nuan, who's worried about scars, but with this trick, she's good. Suddenly, she apologizes for her big bro, saying he always messes up but protects her. With tears, she asks if bro Qinli can save him. Our MC reassures her, saying he'll help and tells her to chill. On the phone, he tells Patriarch Liu he's coming back tomorrow but has a favor to ask. The woman asks if he wants her to help his lowly check on her family, and Nuan tries to defend herself. Mrs. Liu says she's already sent someone to check, and her family's place is now a Zhuge camp. Qinli thinks the only fix is taking out Zhuge, and Mrs. Liu tells him to turn on the TV. Curious, he flips it on. The news says they're planning to take over the southern islands. Looks like, even though he couldn't find them before, now it's game on. The next day, the squad rolls up to a temple. Yufei asks if he knows about this family. He hasn't heard much, but knows to watch out for their grandmaster. The woman's ticked about them trying to nab her turf and is ready to throw down. Qinli checks her out, thinking she's one tough cookie. They open the door and step in. The crowd thinks they're safe, with Qinli and Chief Yufei on deck. But the audience is split. Some think they're doomed against the invading family. Suddenly, a massive energy bursts in the arena. Master Yi shows up, all powered up. Feeling all that, the guy says the only Zhuge there is Zhuge Yi, the family elder. And he says the bad news is he's enough to handle everyone else. Yufei's looking a bit worried about that dude's presence. Our MC asks if she knows him, and she nods, saying she met him like 10 years ago. Back then, he was Wu Yifan, a disciple at Sanhe Hall. He got all creepy and started following her around, but she shut him down. That made him super salty, and he wanted revenge. One time, she caught him creeping and handled it like a boss. She just knocked him out, warning she'd finish him if he kept it up, and he got kicked out of Sanhe Hall for his injuries. He begged not to get the boot. But they beat him up and tossed him out, saying they didn't need losers like him. He was left to fend for himself. That mess led him to the Zhug family, and now he's back for payback. To prove it, he asks if she remembers him, calling her slow. Yufei mocks him, asking if he's even worth remembering. She says her sect's been around for centuries, and while not the biggest, it won't be taken down. Master Yi claims her Xuan sect will be under his feet, but Yufei tells him to zip it. Then, with crazy speed, he lunges at her with a special move. She blocks with a barrier, thinking she didn't expect this trash to get so strong. She kicks back instantly while he taunts, saying she's not who she used to be. Yufei asks if he's sure about that. He taunts again, asking if she prefers top or bottom. She surrounds herself with pink energy that fills the area. Then, she does a martial dance in the arena, leaving Master Yi baffled. While he's wondering if it's a dance, he misses the attack coming his way. He gets a solid kick to the head. With the hit's force, he crashes down, even breaking the arena. But Yufei's not into chatting and hits him again, sending him flying. What follows is a beatdown, where she doesn't let up on that cocky guy for a second. Chin-Li's shocked she can handle a grandmaster and realizes he underestimated her. Master Yi's beaten but not dead, saying her strength's more interesting now. Suddenly, a dark aura takes over her, putting her in a weird state. He says, even as a top grandmaster, she can't resist his poison. Excited, he says he can control her with just a finger now. Then, without delay, he attacks, telling her to go to hell. A loud impact echoes, and she waits with her eyes shut. When she opens them, she sees Chin-Li in front, shielding her. Our MC asks if she's okay but sees the poison's serious and needs fixing. Master Yi asks if he's the one who beat Sanhee Hall and if he's ready to die. Holding her, he says he'll deal with the guy later. That guy laughs, mocking the island folks. The crowd thinks even if he faces Master Yi, he'll end up dead. 10 minutes later, Chin-Li says the poison's gone, but she needs rest. Yufei says even though it's not his problem, she needs his help to save Xuan's sect and the island. And our MC says even if she didn't ask, he'd settle the score because they hurt his people. She feels a bit shy, wondering if she's one of those people. Chin-Li asks what's up with her, but still shy, she says it's nothing. With the poison sorted, he says he's gonna face Zhuge Yi now. Yufei's hyped and tells him to be careful. The crowd thinks our MC bailed and considers joining the Zhuge family. While the guy mocks, saying everyone was tough and now they're scared, our hero shows up asking if he's done. Chin-Li's already behind him with a weapon ready. That guy's not slacking either and turns to attack. The two clash their attacks with force. That cocky dude gets yeeted backward with the force of the hit. He checks out the mark on the ground, thinking he didn't expect that kid to be so strong. Annoyed, he whips up a ball of energy, asking if our hero thinks a newbie master like him can reach him. With a flick of his wrist, Master Yi sends an energy tiger at his rival. But something's off, and the dude freaks out at what he sees. On the flip side, Chin-Li gathers his energy, creating a tiger way bigger than the one he made. Our hero's fist lands smack on the face of the smug master. That punch was super strong, and Master Yi feels the hit. The crowd thinks the master hasn't shown his tricks yet, while Yufei is hyped about the outcome. She thinks she didn't expect to see secret families showing up here. The buzz our hero is creating must be huge. She's shocked that these families are here. Suddenly, something wild happens in the arena. Super annoyed, Master Yi asks if our hero is looking for trouble. The dude pulls out a sword, and then spits on it. With that, a crazy powerful energy bursts from that weapon. Everyone watching from the stands is shook. One of the secret family peeps wonders if that evil spirit is linked to that family. Chin-Li realizes it's a mega powerful evil spirit. The dude sees he's got the upper hand and sends his attack at his rival. Our hero just grins and dives to the ground, making a kind of symbol with his energy. A massive entity pops up above that symbol. That thing sucks up all the energy from the evil spirit. Grinning, Chin-Li says that trick is useless against him. Annoyed, the dude says the kid was the first and will be the last to push him this far, then cuts his hand with the sword. Again, a powerful energy starts to flow from that master, covering his whole body. His look gets kinda demonic, as he says to let him show his true power before taking him down. Rising from the ground, he unleashes a bunch of demonic attacks at our hero. Chin-Li notices he's turned into some kind of monster and wonders what they're doing. Things are not looking good as the Qi and the Yin evil spirit are clashing inside his body. Suddenly, it seems he has a plan. Saying he doesn't want those nasty things, he throws the energy back at his rival. Without breaking a sweat, the demonic master gobbles up that energy through his mouth. The monster taunts our hero, asking if he's already given up, and adds that his aura is tasty. But in the next moment, something unexpected happens, and it hits him right in the heart. Placing his hand over it, he asks what Chin-Li did to him. Our hero says he just mixed the evil spirit with his aura and sent it back to the dude, letting them clash inside him. Shaking and defeated, the monster asks how the kid dares, but he's cut off by a precise sword attack. From the middle of the stands, that guy says as he predicted, the kid will win. The monster gets launched far with the attack while screaming. Chin-Li explains that all this is because the Zhuge family hurt his wife. A dude comes running in asking if Mr. Zhuge is okay. That guy thinks trash is trash and he can only blame his bad luck. Pretending to support him, he comments that this Chin-Li is terrible and how could he do this to him, but it seems it's not over yet. Zhuge Yi seems to feel an internal attack again and drops to the ground without a reaction, while the fake dude there shouts his name. He keeps shouting excitedly, questioning why he killed him if that tournament was just a competition. People curse him for doing this, while our hero really thinks Zhuge wasn't supposed to die from just that. That guy says they should have done the same when the dude tried to kill Master Xia, and that actually, this guy is no good. He questions if that monster was the only one allowed to kill others, and that in the martial arts world, power is what counts. Qin thanks for the kind words but explains that he wasn't the one who killed Mr. Zhuge. This is news no one saw coming. Our hero quickly approaches that shady guy, who questions what he wants. Pulling out a needle and sticking it into the dead guy, our hero says it's an autopsy. When he pulls it out, he realizes the dude is completely rotten. He quickly stabs a creature that popped out of him, and explains that it was this parasite that killed Mr. Zhuge, and Yufei reveals it's a Yu Guangxing Punic parasite. The suspect dudes they're just trying to distract from the real deal, and who even knows if they're not the bad guys themselves. Everyone's jaws drop when our hero's like, what if he had a witness, huh? Qin Li's why you running if I didn't even point fingers? But the dude's like, I know what's up. Our MC's been side-eyeing him for ages, and when he grabs him, the dude's face is like, whoa. Then, plot twist, he's Yu Guangxing, and everyone's like, wait, isn't he supposed to be toast? Qin Li's are you the mastermind behind the Zhuge fam crashing the southern islands? The dude's like, y'all can go jump in a lake, and poof, smoke bomb. The crowd's coughing up a storm from the toxic smoke, but our hero's got his aura shield on lock. Next thing you know, the dude's vanished like a ninja. The young guy's like, Guangxing's really losing it over whatever he's after. Our MC's thanks dude, but what's your name again? The guy's like, join my squad, and Qin Li's like, nah, not really into the whole faction scene, but he's thinking, maybe flying solo ain't the best move. Then bam, he tosses a card, hoping for a future meetup. Our hero picks up the card, totally shook by what's on it. Yufei's like, got us a hotel room, you should crash, I'll handle the rest. But he's like, nah, I got this. The duo's moving on when suddenly, bam, the girl's hit by something. From inside, our hero's like, weird, use the silver needle to zap the poison. He powers up to help his friend who's looking rough. He checks, her heart's cool, but her pulse is weak, like she's on the edge. To save her, he's gotta channel his aura. But first, gotta unbutton her shirt. No time to freeze up. Our MC pops the top buttons and starts undoing the cuffs, one by one. Lifts her up, finishes taking off the shirt. He tosses her clothes aside, ready to start. Then, he grabs the needle and gives her a little poke. After that, he focuses his aura into her. For a whole hour, he's all in with his aura. Finally, she starts waking up and sees our hero, blindfolded, while she's kinda exposed. Embarrassed, she covers up and calls for Qin Li, who's stoked she's awake. Our MC's like, gotta take out the needle first, don't move. Qin Li's couldn't leave you, and she's like, not your fault, I knew my deal. She spills she was born with pure yin, today was supposed to be it, but now she can stick around longer. He gets she wanted to leave stuff to him, and she smiles, asking if she was sneaky. Then she asks what if he could change her fate, and she's totally surprised. Yufei's like, you're kidding, it's not a sickness, it's destiny. No one's ever helped. He talks about the soul contract, letting someone transfer life through sacrifice. Yufei's like, who'd do that? And someone pipes up, I would. But she yells no, while the old dude smiles softly. Qin Li's heading out, saying after they chat, they can find him. Guangxing tells Master Kang our MC poisoned Master Yi and offed him, but he found a way out. The dude's ticked like, how dare he mess with my fam, and slams the table, saying head south. The dude's like, heading back to Shangjing, let's set a trap and end this mess. Master Kang's kinda iffy but goes with it. He ends the call, thinking the plans for his return to Shangjing to be his last. Qin Li's like, in a few days, we'll wrap up and help Nuan with the Wei fam drama. Jang's why head to Shangjing if the Wei fam's elsewhere? But our hero's like, it's no accident. Nuan's just standing there, totally clueless, staring at the two. Then, out of nowhere, there's a knock on the door, and the young dude goes to check it out. On the other side, it's Gao, announcing himself. The guy's is the boss here? And Zhang's like, yeah, he is. Suddenly the door flies open, and a crowd of people with boxes barges in, tripping over each other. Zhang's just standing there like, what the heck is going on? Turns out, they're a bunch of gang leaders wanting to shower our hero with gifts. Gao spills the tea that they're leaders from schools and sects, all wanting to follow him. The young dude's so are you gonna start your own squad now, or what? Qin Li's deep in thought, considering the idea. He thinks it's a sweet chance, but nah, not the right time. Can't get tangled up in drama now. Our hero's like, I'm not from here, but y'all should join the Zhuan sect under Chief Xia Yufei. The group chats it out, and, seeing the Zhuan sect's solid rep, they decide to roll with it. He tells them to call it a night since it's way past bedtime, and he's got travel plans tomorrow. But before they bounce, they shower our MC with gifts, hoping he's into them. He's thinking his parents have never been down south, so he's gotta search elsewhere. Gao's all, nothing here catches my eye, but Chin Li's like, chill dude, know any alchemists around here? Nope, no alchemists here. If he wants one, he's gotta hit up Sichuan province. He adds that back in the day, the elder went there to master alchemy. Fast forward to the Southern Islands airport. The squad's moving when Chin Li gets a light bulb moment. Suddenly, someone rolls up, asking if Mr. Chin's leaving the islands without a word. Yufei grins, wondering if he ghosted the others too. Chin Li's feeling awkward, saying she's better for the island gig since he's just passing through, and he's got a jet, with nothing to offer back. At least, she hands him a remedy from her sect to help on his journey. She wishes him safe travels, and our hero thanks her, wishing the same for his buddy. Then she watches him leave with his bags, and she seems a bit bummed to see him go. While the elder thinks she shouldn't sweat it, they'll cross paths again. Finally, the plane takes off from the airport. The crew lands back in Shangjing, and Zhang's looking a bit under the weather, but someone's waiting at the airport. Our young dude's shocked to see Mrs. Xu there. Straight up, she says she's there to pick him up and has some serious stuff to chat about. Chin Li tells them to go ahead. He's got important biz to handle. Jang's surprised, but rolls with it. While Mrs. Xu's driving, she tells him to check out the tablet on the seat. The boy's wondering what's so crucial that she came to meet him herself. He grabs the tablet as she spills the beans about new info on his parents' disappearance. Chin Li's glued to the recordings, shocked. In the video, there's a massive explosion, people flying everywhere. A brawl's going down at that spot. A dude's yelling to protect the researchers until they can bounce. One of the baddies is chasing the scientists. A suit-wearing guy tries to defend a woman but gets hit by a weapon. He fights back by injecting something into the attacker's neck. Boom, the guy drops, totally out of it. The brave dude's like, just a scratch, let's keep moving. But they're blocked by two more invaders. Seems like the baddies want something from the suit guy, and he's not giving it up. The recording cuts off there cause the fight got wild, and the cameras got wrecked. Mrs. Xu says these folks are from an extremist group, and that our hero should only trust himself. Chin Li's already met with the Chitong and Zhuge families and spots a familiar pattern in those bodies. Suddenly, it clicks for him. He pulls a card from his jacket. The girl explains the Zhuge family is heading to Shangjing in 3 days to chat about training Yanxia warriors. Grinning, Chin Li's like, didn't think Yu Guangxing would come in handy. Mrs. Xu pops in, saying his wife sent her to whisk him off to their new crib. Chin Li's all like, whoa, everything's set up already? So she's taking him first, cause wifey's waiting, and our dude's super grateful. On the way, our main guy asks about young Master Xu, but turns out the kid's got a bit of a spicy attitude. Fast forward, they roll up to this mega fancy mansion. Qing Yi's getting ready, wondering why they're not there yet. She's also thinking if he was in on the whole plan. Just then, someone shows up, and she jumps up, all hyped. She ditches everything and bolts to the door. She leaps at our hero, giving him a big ol' hug. Wifey was worried he'd run off with some other chick. Our dude's like, weird, she wasn't this pumped before. He asks if she really missed him that much. She grabs his arm, saying she warmed up his bed, but he's still kinda puzzled. Then she spins around, asking if she really had to say that. Chin Li jokes she might have had a rough day and thinks they should check that first. She's a bit flustered, calls him a rascal, but she's into it. Our MC holds her hand, saying he'll take a peek first. In a cute way, she wonders if something's up with her bod. He focuses, saying he'll double check while she keeps asking if something's wrong. Our hero's shocked she doesn't have the same vibe as before. Right then, she shoves his arm, asking who that lady is, knowing she's not his wife. Then, through the open door, his real wife walks in. The two Qingyans stare each other down with totally different vibes. The at-home wife asks who the other woman is, and our hero's stuck in the middle, like a deer in headlights. Chin Li says he'll explain, but wifey's like, no need, I trust you, I'll handle this. The real one calls it ridiculous, saying hubby doesn't dig her, but the other claims he only loves her looks. Our guy suddenly clicks who she is and throws out the name, Zhou Xuan. Qing Yin admits she was wrong, but promises to love him more, saying it's a couple's issue. The fake lady says the wife doesn't even know what love is while she'd die for the commander. Then, out of nowhere, she whips out a hidden weapon and makes a move to hurt herself. But Qing Yin stops her just in time, and even gives her a slap. She explains that folks who don't love themselves don't get love. She adds that she just wants to satisfy her own wants, and real love doesn't cause drama. She tells her to bounce, saying she doesn't need to know who she is and doesn't want to. The fake wife starts bawling and gets mad. Then she storms off, saying something about the village. Chin Li's digging what his wife said, and she says it came from the heart. Qing Yin asks if he's arrived and hasn't eaten, then asks for his help in the kitchen. Feeling good, our hero agrees to help. Time flies and he's chilling in bed, working on his aura when his phone buzzes. He picks up right away. Someone's begging him to save the boss. It's that old dude, and they're at a nearby hotel. Chin-Li jumps up, telling them to spill the deets as he's already on the move. Grabbing his coat, it's clear something intense is going down. Later, he meets up with his friend who says she doesn't want to take another life, but she's glad to see him. Our MC's shocked to see her in this state. The old man's freaking out, wanting to sacrifice himself for her, but the contract needs both parties to agree. Chin-Li asks if she'd agree if it meant saving Uncle Jang, but she's unsure, feeling tricked. The boy says he'll do whatever it takes to save him, but it's gonna be tricky. Uncle Jang's cool with it, saying he's lived long enough anyway. That dude was saved by Yufei's dad when he was a sick kid, and now he wants to repay the favor. Chin-Li explains the spiritual contract has a cost, but he's there to make sure Uncle doesn't kick the bucket. The old man says the boy promised, and he's ready. Then the girl takes a deep breath, says she's ready too, so our hero gets to work. He whips out this epic ring from his coat, and starts doing this wild contract thing, with the ring just floating there, buzzing with power. Right at the peak of the ritual, he's all, the time is now. The energy just floods the place, wrapping everyone up in it. The whole building's glowing with this crazy powerful vibe. Hours later, it's dark out, and the contract's still going strong. Finally, the ritual wraps up. The girl pops her eyes open just in time to see her uncle flop over. Freaking out, she begs our main dude to save him. Chin-Li jumps in to help the guy out. The woman rushes over too, hoping the uncle's gonna be okay. Then our hero grabs his needle and gets to work. Yufei's on edge, cause it's been over 3 hours. She's trying to trust that nothing bad will happen since Chin-Li promised. She blames herself, thinking even Chin's having a hard time. Out of nowhere, it looks like our hero takes a hit, and the girl dashes over, super worried. Her uncle starts waking up, shocking her, while the boy says it was just a chi blip, no biggie. Next thing, he pops a pill. Our main dude saves the day, but the uncle's got 10 to 20 years left, and he's super thankful. Yufei's all grateful too, saying if he ever needs anything, they're there. Chin-Li's like, cool, but your uncle needs to heal somewhere with mad spiritual vibes, suggesting the southern islands. The girl says they're heading out tomorrow, but today they're sticking around to bug him a bit more. Back home, he realizes he's drained, just as his wife calls him. Qingyin's all worried, asking what went down. Our main guy explains he just helped a buddy out and got wiped. His wife lets out a relieved sigh. She stands up, asking when he'll start taking better care of himself. She wonders how she can help him out. Then she has a light bulb moment. Says now that he's got a void, it's prime time for dual cultivation. But warns if he thinks of another girl, boom, he's toast. Chin-Li figures it's the woman inside his wife's head, messing with her. She asks what he thinks, cause he's not answering and looks beat. A bit tense, he agrees it's cool, but checks if she really wants to help, and she's like, yep. So they spend the night working on this plan. Elsewhere the next day, a crowd's clapping. 3 masters are floating around, flexing their power. They're from that sketchy, tough family. Meanwhile, our hero's still working with his wife, finally wrapping up that long process. He notices he's got more chi now and plans to test his skills when the Zhuge family shows up. He waves his hands, and energy starts spreading through the room. That aura even leaks out of his house, spreading far and wide. People in the city are like, what's that energy in the sky? In a building a bit away, 2 people are chilling. One's like, good thing old Zhuge sent us to invite Chin-Li, even if the old dude's a martial arts pro, he's kinda trash. They feel this strong force from the aura, wondering if they're being watched. One of them notices the aura's not normal. It seems like something's coming from their door, so he goes to check it out. Chin-Li shows up, saying tossing their invite isn't smart. The 2 guys inside freak out when they see him. In a flash, our hero zooms past them, leaving them seriously hurt. All the guy can say is, he's super fast. Chin-Li asks if they can clue him in on what's happening. Someone mentions the Zhuge conference spot's got a mega seal, and you need an invite to get in. That guy from before says his invite's no good now, and our main dude's wondering if he's a buddy or not. Then the guy adds if he wants to risk it, he can hand over an invite. Our young dude thanks him, and the man's all, these families are messy, and if they put a hunting order on you, others will jump in too. This gets him thinking like, how many more families are in on this? On the phone, Jang's asking where he's at, since he's already heading to the martial arts conference, and our hero's like, I'll catch you there. Someone's saying the Zhuge family is a big deal, and for this conference, they even invited smaller families like theirs. In that fancy place, guests are all wondering how many more families might show up. Jang's saying this conference is way bigger than the Wei one, and Chin-Li's explaining the families pretending to look for talents. Our MC's saying the smaller families are hyped about this super powerful family popping up out of nowhere. And the only way to push the family back suddenly, someone points out a dude who must be the head of the Zhug family. The highlighted dude saying everyone can do whatever they want. In a flash, our MC's in front of him saying he's heard loads about Master Zhug, who's like, is that Chin Lee? The young dude's like, yep, that's me. That guy claps, saying he's heard a lot about our young dude since he took down Master Wuchen in public. The guy's plan is to invite Chin Lee to join his family, burying that murder for good, but our MC's like, nah, not interested in being anyone's pet, but there's one thing I gotta check. Then he whips out his phone, asking if he knows that person. The dude's caught off guard, asking where he got his photo from 10 years ago. But that's all our boy needed to hear. That master's like, didn't expect you to have that kind of photo and some skills too. Our hero's ignoring him, asking him to try again, questioning if he remembers those people there. The master's stammering while our MC's saying they were his parents, and he's confessing that he's here today just to take him down. The crowd's thinking Chin Lee's a fool for daring to challenge Zuga, and they're wanting that dude to take out the cocky boy, still saying the elder's got a kind heart. The dude's saying the boy can't be spared since he's that couple's kid, but if he kneels and breaks his own meridians, he'll let him. Live. Or he's offering a second chance, which is to just end him right there. Our MC's mocking him, saying he's worried if the dude's got enough power to take him down. The man's saying he knows the young dude's strong, but that doesn't matter, asking if he knows why he came there. Then he takes a card, throws it in the air, filling the room with golden energy. The card's spinning at the top, spreading lines everywhere, leaving everyone a bit lost. He's explaining the people there are important, and he can just move a finger to end everyone. So if he goes down, everyone goes down. He adds our MC's no exception. Then, without a second thought, the dude snaps his fingers, and an energy explosion happens in the crowd. Everyone's panicking, not really getting what's going on. The elder's saying for no one to move, or they'll be toast, and all they can do is beg Mr. Chin Lee to end himself. The crowd's automatically shouting, telling our hero to just do it. Jang's worried about the situation, wanting to find a way to help. Scared, that master's saying all he knows is they were taken to the island, but our MC's threatening him with death. Then, full of rage, he punches the wall near his face. Chin Lee's saying if he wants to stay there, he can stay forever. Then he turns and starts to leave while that scared dude's screaming for the boy to keep his word and let him out. But our MC's saying he only promised to let him live, while the man's cursing him. Our hero's starting to leave, thinking for that old man to wait for him. Outside, the girl's worried, thinking about what she should do. And finally, our hero exits, leaving her more at ease. Our young dude realizes something's off, and the girl's saying her brother was captured by a hidden family, and they want Chin Lee to go there. Seems they made contact by phone, but the woman didn't want to bother him, so our hero's saying he'll check it out. He takes out his phone and checks the info. In another spot, a red-haired woman's on the phone, saying the businessman's finally free. Chin Lee's all, what do you want? The girl noticed the young dude handled the Zhug family, so she's curious to meet him, but unsure if he'd be down, she cooked up a little plan. And out of nowhere, she slaps the young dude's face. The red-haired woman's all, when adults talk, kids zip it, or I might just give your face a makeover. Then she sets up a meet at a Tokyo cafe the next day, promising to let his buddy go free. Next day, everyone's at the cafe entrance, and the girl's all, wow, you're popular with your friends. Chin Lee's like, let my friend go. But the girl's in no rush. She makes a little finger move. The henchmen roll up with the boy, looking a bit freaked out. That woman heads into the cafe, calling the young dude. Chin Lee's all, I'll go chat with her. You guys bounce soon. The woman tells the manager to clear the place, wanting to reserve it, leaving the guy a bit shocked. Customers are kinda annoyed she's messing with their chill time, but the girl drops 10 million bucks on the counter, saying, don't make me repeat myself. The cafe owner's jaw drops at that cash. Now chill, he tells everyone the cafe's closed today, back to normal tomorrow, asking them to leave. The manager grins goofily, saying those who stay can chill, he won't bug them. Finally, the girl's all, I'm Mo Yao, but our hero's like, not interested, what do you want? She's all, I'm here 'cause you're talented and cute, so here's two options. First, join her for protection, or second, face the blacklist for wrecking the Zhug family. Chin Lee thinks it's all over the top, saying he won't join, but the girl's like, one more chance to think. She says the hidden family's not ruling the world shows they can be beaten, and he's never been threatened. Out of nowhere, the girl's all, wanna fight me here? Then she flexes her energy, saying he can't just face her whenever. Chin Lee realizes her energy's way beyond a master's max. The girl's all, join me and you'll be chill, while our hero thinks the dude was right. Yao explains there are way worse folks in the hidden families who wouldn't care about his life. Chin-Li knows she's not easily crushed, but he's also not going down here. He's all, if you want revenge, go for it, I'm in till the end. But the woman's super annoyed with him. She's all, if you're that stubborn, don't blame me later. He notices something's off, something's spinning and bouncing in front of him, embedding in the ground. Yao's all, as expected, your reflexes aren't bad. Chin-Li's like, since you started it, I won't be nice. Our hero whips out his weapon and charges at her. The cafe manager's outside, admiring his check, then realizes something's up. He looks at the door, seeing everything breaking inside. People outside are like, what's going on? While the energy explosion continues. Some are hyped to see a fight like this, while another calls the cops. The manager's bummed he'll need the money to fix the place. Then, the two fly over the cafe, and the whole place collapses like it's nothing. The manager nearly has a heart attack seeing it. The crowd's shocked the place collapsed, but those two are fine. While they keep fighting, flying above everyone. Yao's all, not bad reaching this strength in a regular world. And our young dude grins, saying she's pretty good too. But he adds, she's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Suddenly, massive energy descends from the sky, filling the space, and the girl's all, when did he do that? She thinks it's totally bonkers that he believes a barrier can protect her. But Chin-Li's all, nah, it's just to keep others safe. The woman gets super ticked off at the dude again. Then she twirls her weapon and hurls it at him, packed with power, saying this is so not cool. Her energy, looking like a snake, zooms toward our hero, but he snags that weapon with just 2 fingers. Yao's mind is blown, thinking no way, while our hero's all, get ready for something epic. Then he fires back with a massive energy blast. That huge power hits, tearing her clothes to shreds. Next thing, she's on the ground in the rubble, and Chin-Li's like, you lost. The woman's pretty banged up on the ground in front of him. And without getting up, she curses the whole mess. But she's not done yet, and with a flick of her hand, sends a bunch of projectiles at our hero. Chin-Li's got no sweat blocking them, but when he's done, he realizes it was just a trick for her to bail. The girl says she'll put a hit out on him and make the whole world his enemy, but our MC just laughs, curious how long she'll last. The dude adds that if she wants him gone, she better have the muscle for it when someone calls him. Looks like the manager's a bit miffed about what happened to his cafe. Chin-Li thinks that woman came to stir the pot and might need to hit up Grandpa for backup. Someone nearby's like, didn't expect that aura to be from him and that other woman. When asked, the guy didn't know the woman, but noticed she had some moves during the fight. Then our MC's all, just here for the show, while the manager's feeling like nobody cares about his drama. Chin-Li wants the real scoop on why he's there, while the young dude's like, usually doesn't mess around with this stuff. He admits he almost forgot about the biz, then hands over the phone for the young dude to peep something. Checking the phone, he sees an old man in a capsule with some weird liquid. He explains that to crack the secret of developments, the Green Hall snagged a bunch of human experiments. The young dude's like, with the old man's strength, he shouldn't have been caught so easy, and our hero thinks it might be about power transfer. Confused, he wonders who the heck that boy is, and the guy, keeping it mysterious, asks if he can't guess. He adds to let it slide and that Chin Badao is grandpa to both of them. And, to our MC's shock, he adds they're all part of the Chin fam, including his parents. Chin-Li wants to know where his parents are, but truth is, the young dude doesn't know and says he should ask the old man. A bit taken aback, he wonders if it's to ask Grandpa. The mysterious boy explains Grandpa ditched the family leadership without a heads up, and all the young dude can do is give the location. That guy sees the hidden families put a hit out on him, and time's running out. Our MC's all, gonna save Grandpa. Elsewhere, someone tells Huang this is from Master Zhuzhe. Guangxin says he was told to head there if things went south. That guy's a bit jittery, thinking his family's top tier and doesn't get why the other thinks they'll still have to clean up his mess. The man explains Chin-Li attacked and nabbed the head of Zhuge, so it's a big hit to the hidden families. He says even though the Chin family are his foes, he's not interested in messing up this truce for something small like the Zhuge family. But still, he won't pass up any perks for the guy and will order the families to take out Chin-Li. Then he blasts an attack at that guy, tossing him out the window. That henchman says Yao tried to recruit the boy and failed, getting hurt after a scrap between the two. The stepdad wants to seize the chance to take out the girl. Guangxin says these hidden families are super full of themselves and wonders what's their deal. He thinks it's prime time for payback and will sneak in with the assassins to take down Chin-Li. Back at our MC's crib, his wife asks what's up with the boy. Chin-Li asked his wife if she'd be scared while she's with him. Today in the world of martial arts, it's all about the weak versus the strong, and the battles never stop. But her biggest fear? Being away from him and not getting what he's up to. She just wishes he'd say something, anything. But Chin-Li tells her to zip it because someone's coming. Outside, a bunch of masked dudes are creeping up. He tells her to stay put no matter what noise she hears, while she just begs him to be careful, but with a chill smile, he tells her not to sweat it. Then he whips up some kind of barrier around her. The revenge-seeking dude orders his crew to hustle. Right then, our hero leaps from the top floor, telling them to chase him if they dare. Kwang Shin points at him, telling everyone to follow, but the assassins are kinda sus about his plan and warn if he messes up, he's toast. He fires back, saying the boy took down Zhuge solo and he's not easy to kill. Plus, the boy's wife is still inside. The assassins say the second and first floors are ghost towns. They start thinking Kwang Shin played them since they can't find the wife, and now it's too late to catch Qin Li. Qingyin stays hidden, wondering if they're after her hubby. One guy opens a closet and finds a stash of embarrassing stuff. He thinks our MC's got some wild luck, and if he finds her first, he'll have a blast. But suddenly, someone grabs him by the collar and yeets him far away. He crashes to the ground, totally defenseless. The assassins are about to confront him since they haven't found any woman, but Kwang Shin says he wants to skin her. Just as he's telling them to chill, someone yells they found the girl. She sobs, begging them to let go. Now, with her caught, they think Qin Li's got no choice but to show up. She asks if our MC told them to torture her, while the guy says if the boy's done with her, he should surrender. From her hiding spot, Qingyin recognizes the voice. And she's worried because the girl's been nabbed. The assassin says they won't hurt her, just want to show some love. But she bites him hard. Cursing, the assassin pulls out his weapon and hits her squarely, no sweat. Kwang Shin freaks out, asking why the assassin hit her. Meanwhile, outside, our hero's still taking down the bad guys. He points his weapon and blasts energy shots. He wipes them out, but it wasn't a cakewalk. Looks like there's still someone lurking in the woods. From the bushes, an injured woman appears, and they're both shocked to see each other. She says it seems fate wants her gone for bumping into him and asks him to do it. But our MC tosses her something, saying he's not into injured folks. Surprised, she sees it's a healing pill. Yao asks why he's helping her after she tried to off him, and he says, believe it or not. He figures since she's from the hidden families, she might know some secrets. Her wounds start healing right then. Yao didn't expect the pill to work better than anything else she's tried. She says she doesn't want to owe him, so she'll cancel the hit. She says he's the first to make her cancel something like that. But she gets annoyed, saying if she wasn't hurt, she wouldn't be used by the Huang family, and our hero finds her mood swings funny. The elder decides to stop chasing our MC, and lucky for him, they're retreating now. Those two are heading to Qin Li's place. Qin Li tells her to stop tailing him since they barely know each other, but she asks why his house smells like a crime scene. At that moment, he fears something's happened to his wife. While the assassins mess with the woman, our MC shows up and asks if they're done having fun. They're shocked to see who's there. Qin Li spots his supposed wife, clothes gone, looking dead on the floor. Furious, our MC charges at the guy, asking how he wants to meet his end. Kwang Shin tries to talk his way out, saying the boy's got it all wrong, but our hero grips the dude's neck tighter, saying it's too late for oopsies. Then he yeets the guy's body at the feet of the other baddies. That assassin's jaw drops, seeing the young dude alive, and he tries to blame the guy he just offed for his wife's mess. He claims the boy can't take them all down because he's hurt, but then, boom, someone rolls in offering backup. The man yells, calling the girl a backstabber, and Yao's all, everyone's toast tonight. His wife thinks she's been stuck there forever, promising to stay with him, and now she's hiding solo. But then, chaos kicks off again. She bolts out the door, hoping her bae's not in trouble. Yao checks if our hero's chill, and he's like, didn't even get to throw a punch. Qin Li never thought Zhou Xuanyi would end up in this mess. But suddenly, Yao spots someone lurking and chucks his weapon at them. Our hero realizes it's his wife and screams her name. Qingyin, freaked out, tries to defend herself with all she's got, but the weapon stops right before hitting her, leaving our hero shook. His wife asks why there's a crowd crashing their crib, and our MC says they're his foes. This news makes the girl a bit jittery. He spills that they're the same crew behind her fam's vanishing act. But what his wife really wants to know is about that other girl there. He gets a bit flustered, says she's just a buddy, and he'll spill the tea later. But there's urgent biz to handle now, cause he's got a plan to save his grandpa. Next day, someone's yelling that it's impossible. Yiren's all, no matter how tough, I'm with you. But he's not letting that woman tag along. Yao's like, total waste of time, cause he doesn't want to be with her, and she doesn't want to be with him, leaving our hero wiped out. But it seems he's got a brainwave and whispers to his buddy. Yinran asks if the boy's for real, and our MC's like, have I ever lied to you? Then the young dude's like, cool, I'll forget the drama. Qin Li says besides the trio, there's one more joining the rescue squad. He's talking about Yufei from the southern islands. Answering the phone, that girl spills she found out the number of warriors on the island and the best way in. Seems there are loads of masters and grandmasters there, and the best way in is by cruise ship. His partner's shook, but Yao's like, Except for that wannabe god realm, she can squash the rest with one hand. Yufei says there are 2 or 3 cruise ships on weekends near the islands, and they can use them to sneak in. So, our MC asks her to meet him in 2 days so they can roll together, and the girl's down. Yao says she promised to tag along on the boy's journey, but she's not fully healed yet. Plus, she's still dragging that dude along. Yinran gets ticked, telling her to repeat, while the girl mocks him, saying she's so scared. Qinli steps in and says, chill, he's got a plan. They eyeball that Tian Yuan pill with mad curiosity. Only 3 of these babies in the world, and munching one not only levels you up, but can bring someone back from the dead. Yao says loads of families hunt for it without luck and finds out Yufei gifted it to him. Those 2 joke that with a gift like that, there must be some romance brewing, but the young dude teases Yao, and she, as usual, can't handle much teasing. Qinli cuts the banter to ask if they want to level up and heal or not, and they zip it real quick. Then he tells them to wait outside cause he needs to prep the pills. Yao's impressed he can whip up pills, and Yinran notices he just scored another fangirl. Our MC says he'll join them soon and knows just a bit of that pure pill can make loads more basic ones. The girl checks if everything's cool cause he's taking a while, but Yinran's like, no worries. At that moment, our MC shows signs of life. Yao asks where the pill he made is, and he shows a pot full of them, leaving the other 2 gobsmacked by the stash. The girl thinks having him in the fam could be a win, maybe use him a bit, so our MC's all, my buddy can handle it. He spills the tea, saying he should take one every hour to level up his spiritual game, and there's a hint of envy. The boy's super grateful, promising to follow orders, but the girl's not having it. She complains it's pricey, and our MC just hands it over like it's candy, saying he hasn't done anything for her. Qinli tells her to follow him to his bed, and when he sees she's worried, he assures her he's not into her like that. Yao's all flustered, saying he's just messing with her, but our hero insists he's just trying to help her heal. Chasing him, she yells to stop and let her hop on his back to finish him off. Soon enough they're there and Yao's like, what's up? Qinli opens his case, pulling out a silver needle. She warns him not to lie, or else. Our hero tells her to hurry, and as Yao takes off her clothes, she wonders if he's really not into her. Then she warns him to do a good job. And Qinli's got no choice but to agree. Right? In that awkward position, she says she's ready and he can start. The girl screams. Looks like the boy's really started. The boy scolds her, saying if she keeps squirming it'll make things worse. But Yao's feeling the heat. Gripping the sheets, she tells him to hurry up. He keeps working that needle on her back. Then suddenly, he pulls it out, making her scream again. Taking a deep breath, he says he's done. Fast forward 2 days, somewhere by the sea. People are vibing and having a blast on the cruise ship. Curious, Qinli asks if the redhead's a master, and she seems clueless. Surprised, she asks if he didn't know there are realms beyond Grandmaster. She breaks it down. Pseudo-god, divine, and ascendant realms, each with primary, intermediate, and peak levels. She says she's mid-pseudo-god realm. Qinli's intrigued, and Yufei thinks she's as strong as her dad, can't imagine her power. Yinran says even in pseudo-god realm, she can't beat brother Qin. Qinli wonders why he can't level up past master, no matter how hard he tries. Winking, the girl asks if he wants to know. Sulking, our MC says she's not the only pseudo-god around, he'll ask someone else. While Yao's cool with it, but Yufei's puzzled by this girl. He gets up and leaves and the girl asks if he didn't take her seriously, she was just joking. Yao explains he needs a mix of training and divine treasures, and finally, our boy gets it. He wonders about his chances, while someone mentions some Chinese folks just chilling and munching. The group jokes about Chinese being pigs and probably not bathing, laughing it up. Yao warns the boy to chill. The people on that boat aren't your average Joes, and since there's time to make a move, she suggests our MC go dance with her. Yufei jumps in, saying the girl might want the spotlight, but Qinli's not feeling it. Yao teases, asking how she knows he doesn't want to, and the girl says our MC's better than her. The redhead keeps going, asking if she knows how many fans that boy has. Yufei's speechless, just watching. Then she asks our boy if he's down to dance, but he says nah. But the girl whispers that to reach the beach safely, it's best to follow her lead. The other girl watches, a bit jelly, and suddenly bails, saying she's feeling queasy, heading inside to chill. Qinli's worried about his friend and chases after her. Yao says his lovely lady's so sad, and he's off to comfort her. Irritated, our MC tells the girl to zip it. With a weapon in hand, she questions his nerve. But then she notices something. She points her weapon at the boy, threatening him if he keeps staring, while the guy says redheads are trouble. Later, Yufei's looking all sad, staring at the sea. When our hero shows up, he asks if she's all right. Then, the girl wipes her tears and says everything's cool. He spills the tea that the girl's a chatterbox and shouldn't stress, but she's all about the deets on them. Qinli's chill, saying not to sweat Yao. He's just here 'cause he's handy. Grinning, Yufei's feeling the vibes now. Our hero's hyped. They can hit the ballroom without any drama. They roll up to this super fancy spot soon after. Yufei's buzzing, cause the place is straight up stunning. A masked dude rolls up, saying he's got a wild fix for his messy life. Grinning, he grabs the guy's arm, ready to throw hands, but Yinran freaks and spills she's Chin's sis. Chin Li's all, knew it, while his buddy spills the tea about a rich lady, the countess, running the cruise. Our MC jokes if the dude's crushing on her, but he's like, no way. A serious-looking person's all, how'd these folks crash the countess's B-day? They're gossiping about the countess's fam being mega powerful and throwing shade at the Chinese. Yufei's like, rude much? And then someone's all, the countess is here. A lady shows up at the top of the stairs with her security squad. She's all smiles, welcoming everyone, and the guests are all, happy B-day. Chin Li peeps the countess has got this weird vibe, like a martial artist, but she's not. Our MC's like, nah, she's no martial artist. Turns out she's got some sneaky poison, and when it kicks in, she's got an hour tops. His crew's shook by this. A waiter swings by with drinks for the B-day toast. Our hero grabs one and checks it out. He grills the waiter and finds out it's the only wine on deck today. He figures out the wine's a poison trigger, and if she sips it, she's done for. Right then, a glass hits the deck, and the countess looks like she's already had a taste. Security's yelling for the med team. Everyone's shocked while a doc's like, clear the way. The doc's sprinting down the stairs, saying she needs a private room. Guests are all, what's up with the countess and why is she spewing like that? Thanks to our hero's poison smarts, he clocked the danger early. Yufei's like, for real? And wonders why she's always got this weird vibe. An hour later, the doc's rushing, saying they need a PhD doc, and the countess is dropping $1 billion for the fix. Guests are shook by the cash, and one's like, cure her, win her heart. Yinran's like, my boss is perfect for this, while another dude's like, I'm MMCA's VP. The doc's like, follow me, and a young guy spots the famous President Joseph. That rude crew's losing it over these folks getting close to the countess. Yinran's ticked and ready to clap back, but our hero's like, chill, no drama now. Plus, they're US docs, maybe they've got this. Joseph's curious, thinking he's seen that guy before. The US doc's like, the toxin's everywhere now. Another doc's like, what's up? And Joseph's like, just a routine check. But the lady's hurling again, looking rough. That dude's freaking over her condition. Then, the US doc's wondering if that young guy's got the answer, but he doesn't even look like a doc. He finally remembers he's the guy who saved the Jang family's old man. So he's like, ask the Chinese about Chin Li, he can save the countess. Yao's like, heard about him? You really not gonna save her? And our MC's like, I got this. And adds they're already on it. The doc's like, is Chin Li here to help the madam? Our hero's like, let's go, while Yao's just thinking about the cash. The boat's nearing its stop. And Chin Li's like, the countess is good now, adding she needs some chill time. The countess starts waking up, all, what happened? And the doc's stoked she's okay. Chin Li's like, you got poisoned, but I sorted it, just watch out for shady folks. Our MC hands over his digits for the cash and says he's got to bounce, but she's all, hold up. The countess slides him her card, saying if he ever needs a hand, just hit her up. Grinning, the dude takes the card. Finally, the countess is like, all right everyone, time to skedaddle. The room starts clearing out. Then, the woman flips off the light, claiming she's finally nailed that vibe. Chin Li mentions they're the closest they've ever been to the island. Finally, he gives the nod for everyone to move out. The two girls zoom off the boat towards the island. Yinran's stressing, but our hero's all, I'm almost a master, I got this flying thing down. The young dude's shocked and says he'll give it a shot. He focuses his energy and starts floating up. He's super hyped when he realizes he's airborne. But then he starts plummeting, yelling his head off. Chin Li's like, first time jitters, you'll get it. For now, just hang on to me. A bit sheepish, the young guy agrees. Then, the duo flies to the island. On the phone, the countess tells someone they've taken off. The woman orders someone to be brought in. She's like, take care of his fam. And the guy's on it. That countess says it's early, but when the poison kicks in, send him to that person. She asks if the chopper's ready, but security's like, no rush. She wonders if saving someone makes them trust her. The squad rolls up, and Chin Li's like, the guards are only level 9, but there's a bunch of half-step masters and a couple of grandmasters inside. The plan's for our MC and Yinran to sneak in while the girls keep watch outside, staying hidden unless needed. Later, the duo sneaks through the place, and the young guy wonders if the boss knows what's up. In disguise, Chin Li says they're trying to power up someone fast, no matter the cost. He calls for a quick change-up because there are cameras everywhere, and he wants to move on since he can't sense the old man's vibe. While Yinran drags the knocked-out dude, our hero warns someone's coming. As he finishes dragging the guy, someone walks in. The man's like, "Didn't you deliver something?" And the young guy's all, "Yeah, didn't expect you to hit the bathroom." Our MC apologizes, saying they still need to gather intel on the Chin family's power. Finally, the man says that loser's in a cell, waiting to be bait. Chin Li's heard enough. With a swift move, he takes the guy down. Scared, the dude asks who he is, while our hero orders him to lead him to the Chin family man if he wants to live. Yufei notes it's eerily quiet, while Yao wonders if they've been busted. A strong aura sweeps past them, making them uneasy, but the girl realizes it's Chin's spiritual power. Yao's like, "What's that? Fool doing? He might blow our cover." But Yufei thinks they might be in trouble. Inside, Yinran's fuming with his aura while his buddy tries to chill him out. The young guy approaches the sorry-looking body, and to everyone's shock, announces the dude's still kicking. Hoisting the old man on his back, they start to bail, but it looks like more trouble's brewing. That masked guy's like, "Didn't think you'd come for the old man, but you're not leaving." Chin Li asks his buddy to handle the old man for a sec, and furious, he declares, "All who hurt that man will pay." Boom! An explosion rocks the place. Yao's like, "It's a brawl, let's go." But Yufei tells her to hang on. From the hole, our hero and his buddy fly out with the old man. The girl's stoked, saying they're coming, but the redhead spots a powerful energy closing in. She tries to yell to warn our MC, but maybe it wasn't quick enough. A scary energy forms behind them, while the girl yells to warn them. Our MC only has time to shove his buddy away. That massive energy slams into Chin Li. The girls do their best to shield themselves. Afterward, Yao tries to see what went down. From the smoke, our hero's like, "Didn't think that guy had some tricks up his sleeve." Floating, the masked dude's all, "Nobody leaves my turf alive, bro." Chin Li's like, "Bounce with the old dude, I'll catch up later." Our MC gives Yao a look, and she totally gets it. Then they both go full ninja on the masked guy, yelling, "Time to meet your doom." But, plot twist, he blocks them like it's no biggie, and he's all, "Wow, you guys are weak." But then a voice goes, "Is that it?" Too late, a sword goes right through him from behind. Our hero's like, "Boom, got him, let's roll." Later, they're strolling on the beach, and Yinran's all, "Mission accomplished." Chin Li's doubting his healing skills, but his buddy's like, "Dude, you got this." Feeling the love, our hero's like, "Hope you're right." He remembers to ask the old dude about his parents and wonders what secrets he's hiding. Suddenly, Yinran's on the ground, screaming with a headache. Something super weird's happening to him. Our MC's yelling for help. Turns out he's poisoned. Same stuff as the old dude. But why only him? They all hung out with the old guy. The poison's spreading fast. Yao's like, "He won't last long, what's the plan?" A helicopter's coming in hot and they realize someone's arriving. It lands nearby and the door swings open. The Countess pops out. "Hop in, everyone." Inside, our hero gives his buddy a pill. Good thing Yufei hooked him up earlier. The Countess is all, "What's up with him?" Yao's suspicious, but she says she heard the explosion and got worried. Still wary, the redhead's like, "No funny business, lady." Our MC realizes his insides are wrecked and needs meds ASAP. The Countess offers her family's fortune to help. Chin Li's like, "You've done enough, just drop us at the airport." The guard's like, "We're back, what's next?" She orders him to hit the island and finish the mission. Someone's like, "Why'd you let him live? You're way stronger." Masked dude's all, "He's useful alive." Suddenly a cup slams down and the boss is like, "What's going on?" The henchman's like, "The underground experiments went wild." He calls them losers and tells them to follow, saying it was chill last night. Adds he's not strong enough to go down and mess things up. Down below, weird creatures bust out of their tubes. These things are Grandmaster level, so they've trashed the guards. The boss didn't expect the understanding and is surprised too. He uses his powers, and something bursts behind them. The boss turns to see what's up. From the hole, something leaps out. It's one of the underground creatures. Henchman's like, "That one's divine realm level. No wonder it broke through." The monster smashes one of them, but the boss is already on it, saying disobedience makes it useless. He stomps it with energy, crushing it too. Comments, "It's a shame it's a loser." Looking at the chaos, he thinks it's a big mess. Throughout the complex, chaos is everywhere. The boss hits a room full of creatures, saying it's noisy, but in a flash, all experiments are down. Someone's like, "Busy much?" Without turning, the boss asks if she brought the goods. The Countess says she poisoned herself to get it there. She tosses the jar, and the boss catches it mid-air. Opening it, he sniffs the contents, comments on Chin Li's unique spiritual power, and asks if new experiments are ready, and they are. He offers Nipo-sung a reward for the good work. She thanks him, and the masked man asks her to stay on the island and help out, and he mentions that her disguise's skin is kinda gross to him. The two share a quick glance, and the woman says it's no biggie. Then he starts fiddling with his hair. He pulls off what was a wig, asking if it looks better now. Saying it looks better, the masked dude wants him to keep bringing info about Chin's moves. Back with the squad, Yao says he found what our hero needs in Sichuan, but since there haven't been any auctions lately, he should check it out himself. Yao mentions that Yufei's back on her islands and won't easily head to Sichuan to help. But Qin Li says no worries, the person going with him will show up soon. Right then, Jang pops up all hyped, saying he's back. He's stoked to help our hero, who tells him they're leaving soon. Back at his crib, our hero's vibe spreads. Inside, he's chilling in a bath with his wife. The woman, deep down, worries, cause Sichuan's got many hidden families, and his vibe's all over the place. Qin Li says the only one uneasy is Qing Yin. Then, out of nowhere, the woman taps his forehead with her finger, and says for her host's sake, she'll teach him the life-saving technique. If he nails this technique, few can match his speed. A bunch of special moves flash before his eyes. While the woman channels her energy to help him, he zeroes in on what's happening, but the woman tells him to hurry cause she can't hold on much longer. Pumped, our hero says he nailed the dragon steps, and a bit flustered, she says that's good for him. She explains he needs to learn the divine heart method ASAP, or else in a few years, she and her host will vanish. His wife surprises him by suggesting he seems a bit hyped. Qin Li's just a tad embarrassed by this. Qing Yin blushes a bit too and says to keep going. So our hero's down with the plan. After that epic night, Qin Li gets what it means to be a true son-in-law, so the next day. At the airport, Jiang asks where they're heading first and finds out they're off to a Chinese herbal medicine fam. A girl grumbles about some fool and how she can't shake him off. She seems super annoyed and bumps into our hero. But she yells at him, calling him a brat and asking why he doesn't watch where he's going. Jiang gets all hyped about the girl, and she complains, asking if he's never seen a pretty girl before, also saying she'll gouge his eyes out. Then he replies it was her who bumped into his boss, making the girl even more ticked off. Suddenly someone says Huan Meyer's finally here, catching her off guard. Still annoyed, she suggests the guys got lucky. She walks up to the dude with a ridiculous amount of flowers, who says he waited half a day for her. Meyer thinks she wanted to smack this stalker when she hears someone nearby say the car's here and they're heading to Tan's house. Then she gets a bright idea. She goes back to the two guys, saying she was just kidding and asking if they're mad at her. Jang wonders what's up, and our hero explains she wants to use him as a shield, and the Tan fam being around would be a big help. Moving ahead, she links arms with our hero and says, let's roll. Meyer says if he wants to get into the Tan fam, he needs to help her and follow her tips, then asks what Qin Li's name is. She turns to the stalker and introduces our guy as her future hubby, thanking him for picking them up and wanting the guy to drive for them. That stalker tries to argue, cause the guy seems to have come from another country. Meyer yells, saying this is her boyfriend Qin Li, so she asks him to show respect. Yujun wants to face off with our hero since he's with the girl with her fam's blessing. But the girl teases him again, asking if he thinks just cause he has a good fam, everyone should bow down. She suggests taking that dude home and showing that Qin Li's way better than the guy. Arriving at a spot, the girl shouts, telling the old man she's here. She asks if he's got water cause she's dying of thirst. The old man tending the flowers asks why she showed up like this and that she should have given him a heads up she was coming. But Meyer says she told the man yesterday she'd be back today, claiming he's got amnesia. Jokingly, she says that old dude sure knows how to give her a headache. The guy totally blanks the girl and says it's awesome his nephew's here, and the stalker dude's all, great to see you, uncle. That girl is totally lost. But our MC? He's onto something. He spots the devil's hand and a bunch of other rare flowers chillin' there. He's all, whoa, check out these divine and rare treasures. Qin Li never thought the Tan fam was this extra. These herbs are straight out of books. Then the girl calls him over. Grinning, she tells him to hurry up cause the old man's calling. Then, she drops the bomb, introducing that guy as her boyfriend, Qin Li. The guy's not feeling it and asks if it's true, and the girl's like, yup. That old dude gets mad, grabs the girl by the arm and calls her over. Pointing at our hero, Jang orders someone to toss those losers out. Meyer argues, saying if it's about Yujun, he should marry the guy to unite the families cause she's not into him. He slaps her, saying the marriage was set ages ago and he won't let her be with some random dude's son. He orders them all out, and security's on them like a pack of wild dogs. With one move, he handles them all, saying he won't be nice since the Tan fam treats guests like this. Yujun attacks, asking how he dares to stand before him like this. Just a small-time martial artist. He adds he got hurt from the attack and should hit up a hospital. Otherwise, he thanks for the kind words and apologizes, acting all cocky. But our hero doesn't even look back, just uses his aura, sending the stalker flying. That dude hits the ground hard. Jang says next time he can handle this kind of minion. Chin-Li says he's here for business with the Tan fam, but if they don't want to make bank, they can bounce. He turns to bro Jang, saying they should jet. The girl runs to him, but the man orders her to hush, asking if she wants to off her old man. Meyer says since Grandpa passed, the old man's getting all snobby and reminds her sister died after marrying, and she's not down for that. She wants to bring Grandpa back to set things right. The henchman jokes he's scared of Grandpa coming back, but the old man says if he keeps quiet, he'll seem less dumb. The old man asks if the boy wants a doc, but what he really wants is to off Chin-Li, leaving Meyer to the old man. That guy's worried, cause if Grandpa returns, it'll mess up his plans. Later, somewhere else. Our MC didn't find what he needed at the pharmacies, but at least he heard there's a medicinal herb auction tomorrow. Someone knocks and he's surprised the boy came so soon. He hears someone asking who it is. A ruckus starts, but he stays chill cause he knows Jiang can handle this level of threat. Chin-Li tells his buddy to chill, and the guy says he's just having a bit of fun. Then the next day, in the city. Looks like they don't find what they're after there either, and our MC suggests hitting up the Kingpill Valley. Meyer pops up yelling, calling him a jerk, and that she finally found him. The girl says her fam's got all the medicinal herb fam's digits, and he should hit her up if he needs anything. Chin-Li apologizes, untangling himself from the girl, saying he's got no time to play now. But then, she mentions he's after the 9 Jades. This makes our guy stop in his tracks. Then, he asks if she's got it, but Meyer says she doesn't. However, she mentions her grandpa's stash might have it. Later, somewhere else, someone shouts, "What?" The guy's shocked she's asking for the 9 Jades, but Meyer confirms and says the handsome dude wants to buy it. Then, the man sizes up our hero. Scratching his ear, he says he's got it, but it's pricey. Yet Chin-Li says money's no issue. Suspicious, he says he needs to see the goods first, thinking he really underestimated that girl. Excited, the shopkeeper tells Kyung to bring out their precious treasure. The dude reminds him that the epic treasure got sold yesterday. He's all stressed, blaming his goldfish memory. Chin-Li's all, who snagged it? But the seller's like, sorry, buyer info's top secret. Meyer's like, I know you're scared of Gramps, but you can trust me. And the guy's not denying it, especially with that tiny cash stack. Finally, he spills that the Valley of the Medicine King bought it. Later, Chin-Li's all, do you know how to find the Medicine King? And learns it's a whole sect. They use a bunch of hills for herbs, and it's called the Valley of the Medicine King. She admits they only deal with martial artists, and she's clueless about their exact spot. Jang's like, I'll ask Sun, but our hero thinks it's pointless, especially since they don't know the group's strength. Meyer mentions her grandpa's flying in soon and probably knows about this place. She invites our hero to tag along, and of course, he's in. Later at Sichuan Airport, her grandpa, Tan Zongguo, shows up and is like, told you not to come, when will you stop being stubborn? The old dude walks off grinning. Suddenly Chin-Li's like, watch out, Gramps! As a car zooms in, the car smashes into a wall, totally wrecked. The girl rushes to her grandpa. The guys are like, hey, your grandpa's over there. Meyer looks back, all worried. Then the old man thanks our hero for saving him, while the girl's all, I was so worried. Going to the girl, the old man's like, I'm fine. Why the tears? Chin-Li's like, looked like the car aimed for you. Zhongguo's like, knew someone didn't want me back. Meyer introduces our hero, and Gramps is like, you've got good taste in dudes. She's all, he's just a friend. But Gramps keeps teasing. The old man's like, heard it all, and suggests they head to the Tan family house, but Chin-Li's not feeling it. Jiang's like, can't help him, and our hero feels betrayed. The old man's a bit lost. He adds, if you don't come, I'll roll on the ground. Chin-Li's like, this feels familiar. Later they reach the house, and that old dude's like, how dare that brat come back? But then Gramps walks in, saying he invited her. Shocked, the man's like, Gramps is back. Then Gramps is like, if I hadn't returned, you'd lose the fam, but first, apologize to Chin-Li. Slapping the old dude, Gramps says the boy saved him despite the bad treatment, and if he doesn't apologize, he's out as head of the fam. With no choice, the man's like, my bad, and apologizes to our hero. But he's mad about always being dissed and plans to get even. Later, our young dudes explain their story kinda. Covering his tea, Gramps is like, got it. He mentions the Medicine King's hosting an alchemy contest, and the prize is the dew of the 9 Jades. Chin-Li's like, what's the catch to join? Grinning, he's like, just marry my granddaughter, and Jian almost spits his tea. The girl's blushing hard like, what's Gramps saying? Elsewhere. After dark, our hero's training his powers. Checking his phone, he sees the girl's there too. She's like, I'm on vacay, made bank, can buy you anything. He's thinking, time flies, it's been ages since I saw her. But he's like, I'm good, heading home tomorrow. She's not thrilled. She's annoyed he's brushing off her kindness with gifts. Those guys from before are like, that girl's Chin-Li's sis-in-law. The young dude's like, "Boss, you got plans?" But the boss cuts him off, confirming it. He's all, "No ingredients for experiments in the valley, so we need another subject to make it worth our while." Then the boss is like, "Keep an eye on Chin Li. Other issues are sorted." The girl's just strolling down the street when, bam, golden energy pops up in front of her. Curious, she reaches out to touch it, and when she does, boom, she's in a trance, frozen and twisted on the street. Meanwhile, the boss is all, "She's a good kid." Later, at the foot of Wind Mountain, Grandpa's saying, "Valley folks might not be fighters, but their pill-making skills are next level," and our hero's mind is blown. A woman rolls up saying she didn't expect Meyer there. It's Lu Shui from the Lu martial arts fam. Hands on hips, the girl's like, "Didn't expect you either." But Lu Shui's all, "Your family's like your body, nothing good about it." And even if she brings that melon, nothing changes. Meyer's fuming, throwing insults, while our hero's like, "There's all kinds of turnips and carrots here." But Zhu's yelling, "Who you calling a carrot?" Then someone's like, "Valley of the Medicine King folks are here." They're talking about robe numbers showing ranks. Top is 9, elders at 7. Vengeful, the girl's planning to school our hero later for the humiliation. The elder's like, "Hey everyone, I'm Ms. Yi." He's saying young folks can join, but the winner makes the soul restoration elixir pill. Plus, they get to join the Medicine King and enjoy secret potions forever. The crowd's hyped for the due of the 9 Jades and joining the sect. Then the elder's like, "Let the games begin." Elsewhere, a dude's offering 50 million for herbs from another guy. Another's asking to borrow a book. In another spot, a guy's saying only under 25s can join, and the old man's like, "I'm only 18. Chin Li's like, "Too crowded for alchemy. Wait here, I'll be back." Again, the old man's telling his granddaughter she's got a good eye for guys, and she's a bit tense. The woman's super annoyed with our hero, then she signals. A squad of henchmen shows up and she's like, "The guy who just left is in our hands." Determined, the guy's like, "Got it." An hour later, while herb picking, Chin Li's ambushed by the squad, but something happens, and they stop. Our hero's showing off purification pills. The guy's shocked, didn't think he'd get such a pill, even Lady Lu couldn't make them. Chin Li's like, "Know what to do now?" And is surprised alchemists are rare in Sichuan. Then the guy's like, "I'll tell her we beat you up." And our boy's like, "Know where to find Snow Lingji?" Super helpful, he's like, 10 kilometers that way, there's a tree. Thanking him tons, our hero says bye. Eventually, he finds the tree. He's thinking, this is the spot. Then he backs up and runs at the tree. He leaps, thinking it's the last ingredient he needs, but someone snags it first. Then he's back on the ground. He's like, "Are you a participant?" Thinking he didn't see him coming. Our hero only got the root, needs his skills to make the pill. The guy's silent, starts using his powers. Then a cauldron appears in the air. From the city, Meyer's asking Grandpa what's up, but the old man's clueless, and Jang's wondering if the boss is okay. Seems like an emergency signal from the Ning family, and they're curious. The guy keeps his ritual going, firing energy at the cauldron. It's wrapped in energy now. The crowd's totally amazed. The MC's all, "Yo, 20 years ago, the Ning fam took in a talented kid. Is that you?" The dude's like, "Yep, the family leader's my master." And the old guy's like, "Knew it." Chin Li's doing his thing, and the girl's roasting him, saying he looks like a dog digging for treasure. The squad keeps roasting our main guy, but he's chill about it. Master Ye is curious, wondering what the kid's up to. Jang rolls in, kinda annoyed, asking what the lady said. The bold lady's like, "If you missed it, I'll say it again. The kid's like a dog digging." Meyer's super annoyed, threatening to yank her hair and make her a nun, but the lady's like, "Back off." Suddenly the cauldron pops open, glowing like a disco ball. The two girls pause their beef to check it out, and the boy's like, "Yo, check this out." The old dude's mind blown cause it's a 5th grade pill, way above his expectations. And just as he's about to announce the winner, someone butts in, holding a cake that looks like it lost a fight. Our hero's like, "Gonna announce the winner without seeing mine?" Everyone's kinda cringing at the cake while his buddies are face-palming. Chin Li's like, "Can't you see the pill in my hand?" And then, the mud ball starts cracking. It breaks open, revealing a pill with some epic purple energy. The old guy's about to faint cause it's a level 9 pill. Now, all sweet. The girl's like, "Chin, you're amazing." The master confirms our hero's win, thinking he wanted to use that Jade to recruit a disciple for the fam. The girl's salty, thinking he's trying to flip the script, while the crowd's all, "Just luck, man." As the old dude bounces, our hero's like, "Hey, forgetting the prize?" The guy's a bit awkward, playing dumb, and apologizes, blaming his memory. He grabs a green box and hands the Jade to the boy. The other dude's like, "Looks like the Ning fam's got some serious competition." Checking it out, Chin Li's stoked everything's legit, and tells his buddy they can bounce, but someone goes, "Hold up." The grandpa rolls up asking them to hang tight. Chin Li's like, Master Tan, what's up? But the old dude's just got a question. Grandpa's curious if he's heard of the beauty cream maker. Our hero whips out a jar, leaving the old dude shook. Then, whispering, he spills the tea, saying he made the cream. The old guy's super shocked by this bombshell, feeling bummed, realizing he's losing his son-in-law. Later, back home, he tells his wife about all the drama, but he snagged the medicine just in time. He mentions the only snag is Grandpa got pretty banged up, but his wife's all chill, telling him not to stress about Grandpa. Chin-Li checks if she felt any weirdness lately, and she's like, nah. But after their last bathtub sesh, she felt a power boost. Our hero's like, guess the lady inside was right. Then suggests more practice if it worked so well. She kills the lights, asking him to be chill cause her sis is next door, but he's like, she's probably out cold. Then, at 3 a.m., the girl's tossing and turning, thanks to the noise. She wonders if the dude would still be a jerk if he met her before her sis. Determined, she's like, I don't want to be Chu Zitan. She sits up, all fired up, saying she wants to be Chin-Li's girl. Then she hops out of bed and heads to the window. Right then, a massive energy swoops in through the window. Nearby, a masked dude's like, she's finally here, and the girl's moving like a puppet. She declares she wants to be strong and Chin-Li's girl. The masked dude's like, you're a good girl, perfect for this. I'll hook you up with everything you need. 8 days later, at breakfast, Qingyin says Zitan told her to bounce, and our hero's like, can't figure her out. Chin-Li's like, even though I got the poison out of Grandpa, he's still messed up from the experiments. Suddenly, this epic aura just bursts through the door. Our main dude wonders if it's Qin Weiling making an entrance. As he gets closer, our guy asks if he's the dude who can't handle PDA, but the dude just grins, telling him to chill with it. He spills the tea that, even though the old man's body is kinda wrecked, he took a big gamble and found a remedy that might help. Chin-Li, all hyped, asks what this magical remedy is, and the young dude says it's the legendary white fire lotus from the west. 2 cars are zooming through the desert dunes. They roll up to this camp-looking place. As our hero hops out, someone mentions they gotta hoof it from here. The old man warns about a tornado threat, but the guy's all, we're not your average Joes. Master Ye spots something fishy. He mentions he didn't expect to see our hero here. Curious about why our young dude's here, he instantly replies he's after the white fire lotus. Turns out those guys are here too and say it's guarded by a spirit beast. Chin-Li notices the master is super chill, asking if there's a plan. The master nods and suggests teaming up to share the lotus, but he wants another one of those purple pills as part of the deal. Pumped about the idea, our hero's totally down for it. The old man wonders if they're walking into a death trap. From a dune, our hero asks if he's sure the lotus is down there. Master Ye confirms, saying he sent people before, but they never came back, and the competition was to lure in talented folks. Chin-Li notes some won't join his squad, while the old man says fate brought them together today. On his phone, he gets a message warning that his Sichuan antics caught the eye of other hidden families, telling him to watch out. He shoots back a quick thanks. The old man explains that once they find the beast, he'll use a special powder to scare it off so he can snag the lotus. The squad moves through a canyon, and one guy's like, didn't think it was this huge down here. Just then, the old man spots the lotus up ahead, and the earlier chatterbox bolts recklessly to grab it. But all the squad sense something's off. A fiery creature pops up above the flower. The creature roars, its aura spreading everywhere. The old man worries the spirit beast might be in the pseudo or god realm, and another squad member asks how they can beat it. Sensing the attack, our hero yells for everyone to dodge. He whips out his weapon to take on the monster. Master Ye chucks that bag at the creature. It smacks its face, and he thinks it's working. Chin-Li seizes the moment to leap and strike the creature, but the monster's faster and counters him. The old man yells as the young dude goes flying. Then, the spirit beast targets the master. Our hero notes the powder didn't work, and the master says the creature's super strong. The monster raises its paw and slams the ground. It feels like they're getting buried in sand, making escape harder. Our hero asks if he has the stuff to make the purple pill, and the old man says yes. Then the guy hands it over, and our hero chomps it down while the man's like, you're nuts! He finishes the root, and something wild happens with his aura. Suddenly, the young dude unleashes a massive power surge. The energy starts leaking through the ground, and boom, a huge explosion shatters the surface. Some folks nearby try to shield themselves, while others get blown away. The masked guy's like, never seen such a wild air current before. He wonders if it's the Wolf King. Back in the canyon, our young dude escapes the quicksand and saves the old man. Shocked, he asks if Chin-Li's hit the pseudo-god realm. The creature seems super ticked off now. 2 giant tornadoes swirl around the monster. The duo watches the attack, thinking about their next move. Chin-Li tells the guy to bail first, and he agrees. Charging at the monster, he says he needs that lotus. Then he faces the creature with his sword, yelling, "Take this!" The monster, not backing down, unleashes its power again. Nearby, the old dude finally makes it out of the canyon, only to find a squad of masked peeps waiting outside. One of them says the king of the Medicine Valley is living up to his rep and asks if he's got the lotus. The old guy's like, "The young dude down there might not make it," thinking these guys must be ready for anything, but the masked dude's all, "Are you trying to stall me?" Then he decides to handle the old guy first. Whipping out a weapon, the old man says they're totally underestimating them. But then, boom, a massive explosion goes off behind them. And bam, the spiritual creature and our hero pop up at the top. The old man says those dudes are here to swipe the white lotus, and our hero's like, "Guess I gotta save some energy." The creature, not wasting a sec, attacks again with its tornadoes. But Chin-Li jumps in, saying it's the same move again. Those tornadoes zoom towards the masked dudes, forcing him to whip out some kind of power too. But the old man seizes the moment to attack from behind. The masked dude's like, "How's a mere grandmaster attacking a pseudo-god like that?" But in a flash, our young hero's already on him, attacking. Running out of time, the dude uses another one of his tricks. And when our hero hits him, he realizes it's just a dummy left behind. Chin-Li figures it looked real, but the dummy's aura is off. Then the old man yells for our MC to watch out, cause the monster's right there. With some chill, he tells the little wolf the creature's no match for him now, and makes a move, sending a flaming dragon at it. That power smacks the wolf, sending it flying while it howls. Soon after, the lotus is released. He comments he didn't realize the Wolf King was the lotus, and the old man's stoked they pulled it off. Energy starts buzzing from the flower as he wonders if there's another spirit beast. The master says without the lotus, the whole underground's gonna collapse, and tells them to bounce quick. But they weren't fast enough, and the ground gives way. Then, 3 days later in Shangjing, our hero's like, "Grandpa's finally awake." The old man's super grateful for being saved by the good kid. Chin-Li's like, "Isn't that what I'm supposed to do?" And the old man asks about his cultivation level, finding out he's a pseudo-god. Then he says it's time to spill the tea about his parents. He explains they were from the Qin elite, but as an elder, he didn't have much power, just a follower. His grandpa says he didn't go with them to not hold them back, and with a lot of hustle, they found the key to the ancient ruin. In the ruins, they discovered some alchemy methods, but they also ran into a divine-level fire monkey and got booted from the ruins. When they got back, the Huang family attacked, causing a lot of chaos, and they got kicked out of the Qin family. After that, they joined an organization and started making pills, but word got out they entered the relic. So many families joined in, wanting what they might have found. The old man took the fourth elder to them, and though they were buried, they weren't dead, so the elder took them to the family and put them in ice coffins. Excited, Chin-Li's like, "So my parents are alive." His grandpa suggests going back to Qin and finding a way to save his parents. Later, back home, his wife asks if he's decided to return to the Qin HQ. Our MC's like, "I'll do anything to save my mom and dad." Then the girl says she's all in and will go with him to the family, and our hero's like, "For real?" But the girl says she is, cause she's his wife, duh. Then the two show their love. Inside the girl, another woman seems curious. She notices the seals lifting layer by layer. She comments she lost the sense of touch ages ago, and our young man asks if the seal's fully broken. But the girl says he doesn't have the juice for that yet, just making her a bit freer in the host's body. And since he hit the pseudo-god realm, she wants to help him start the next level of cultivation. Then she starts floating and using her power. That energy zooms towards our hero's head, and suddenly he's hit with a massive power-up. Sometime later, Chin-Li's chatting with his grandma about moving forward, but someone's all, "Hold up!" His wife pops up, asking if he's planning to ditch her at home. Then, boom, she jumps right in front of them. Qingyin's like, "How could I not meet the in-laws?" Grandpa's getting vibes, thinking he's felt that lady's aura before. He's all, "Let's roll together," making the girl super grateful. 2 days later, someone's like, "We'll hear him out." Qingyin's mind blown. Never thought Yangxia had a place like this. But the old dude's like, "It's hidden. Outsiders can't peep it." Suddenly, something grabs our hero's attention, and he's staring at this massive structure right in front of him. A nearby snake decides to crash the party. Grandpa's like, "Not today, snake," and steps up, smacking it into a tree. But then, a squad rolls up, all, "Who are you and why are you in the Qin zone?" Old man's like, "I'm Qin Badao." The squad's freaking out, calling him a traitor, and orders his arrest. Sometime later, the big boss, Qin Xiaotian, asks if he's really Qin Yali's kid. Qinjan, the boss's son, is all, "Loser dad, loser son, no skills, no chill." Grandpa's about to clap back, but our MC stops him. Then the boss is like, "Badao bailed without a hall pass, should have meditated in the cave for a month." He admits he broke the rules and deserves a slap on the wrist, but Chin-Li's family and wants back in. The boss orders him to be taken away. Our hero's like, wait, but Grandpa's chill, saying the month will fly by. He whispers, go find the fourth elder. Chin-Li's thinking it's not the time to throw hands. That cocky kid's like, no trash in the Chin fam, kick the boy out, but the lady can stay. Our boy's like, nah, she's my wife, treat her right, fam, or guest. The boss is like, your folks cost us big bucks, if you're here for cash, we'll boot you. Then he and his wife get surrounded by the fam, everyone's ready to throw down with our MC. Another aura spreads before he can even blink. The woman's like, he's Chinyali's kid, the OG family chief. That's the fourth elder, and she's like, plus, we can't confirm Mr. and Mrs. Chin in the ruins. The boy's like, how can the fourth elder back Chin-Li, an outsider? The boss tells him to zip it, saying if the lady doesn't remember, it's settled, and now that's sorted. She wants the boy to tag along. Then they head to another spot for some tea. Chin-Li's all, thanks, fourth elder, and asks about his parents in the ruins. She's got no solid proof, thinks Xiaotian framed his folks to be the boss. Our MC's like, where are my parents? Can I see them? The elder's like, didn't notice. Xiaotian snagged the ice coffins, only he's got the keys. Qingyin's like, so, hubby can't see his folks ever? But she's like, there's a contest, win it, become the heir. Then asks his power level. Our hero's like, check it yourself, extending his arm. The elder grabs his hand, focusing hard. Qingyi's like, what's the verdict on my hubby? And the lady's like, there's a specter. Then, 6 days later, the competition kicks off. The family boss and the fourth elder are the judges. The narrator's like, competitors, take your spots. John's like, the lady's lost it, nominating him's wild, not my fault if he bites it. Chin-Li's like, you the fave? And the boy's like, yeah, you scared. Our dude jumps up, all fired up, saying he wants to take on the top dog, while another kid's like, bro, you got a death wish or what? He asks the fourth elder what she thinks, and she's all, yeah, let's see Jean get wrecked. Then the big boss stands up, announcing the showdown, thinking his son should use this chance to finish him off. The cocky kid's all, hey, if I accidentally KO this dude, not my fault, he's just weak. Our MC, cool as ice, tells him to bring it on. The kid, super annoyed, starts flexing his aura, spreading it everywhere. Our hero's like, whoa, Grandmaster level already? But still not as epic as the secular artists. With a leap, the kid goes full lion mode, but our dude just blocks it. And then, he lets his own power rip, like a hurricane. Getting ready to strike, he tells John to take notes. He launches his attack, energy swirling around him. John feels the hit and goes flying. No chance of recovery. His wife thinks, good thing we did that dual cultivation, or it'd be Chin-Li down there. The elder's like, is this guy for real? The leader didn't see our MC's power coming and thinks he wants payback. Chin-Li's all, anyone else want to try? But everyone's too shook after he one-shotted John. The kid's like, since you wrecked John in one hit, no need for more fights, leader's call now. But Chin-Li's like, only one cause John was chill, y'all are snobs, but I'm not here for drama. The elder's about to declare the strongest, but another elder jumps in, saying he grew up away from the fam, so it's tricky. She explains the kid can learn, asking if he wants to mess with family traditions. Kinda giving up, he's like, nah, wouldn't dare. Then she announces, on behalf of the fourth elder, that Chin-Li's the next family boss. Later, they hit up an icy cave, and find our MC's parents frozen in ice blocks. With a sad look, he finally sees his mom and dad. His grandpa's like, all my fault, I'm useless. Chin-Li asks if there's a way to save them. Seems the only shot is finding that flaming monkey in the ruins for an elixir. No matter how tough, the kid's ready to try, and his wife's got his back. Elsewhere, the family leader meets that masked dude again. Masked guy's like, met that kid, he's a pain, gotta get rid of him for peace. Leader's like, he hurt my son, time for payback, there's a chance now. He explains the kid's gotta hit the ancient ruin to save his folks, perfect for a sneak attack. Masked guy grins, never change, do ya? Yao's eavesdropping from behind a tree. Determined, she's like, whatever that old dude does, I'm sending him to the underworld. Later, the elder hands the ruins key to our MC. His wife's like, this key doesn't look special, is it really the one? But first, she explains the key lost its mojo years ago. Can't open the ruins without it. Chin-Li spots a green glow from the key. It's heading straight to Chin-Yin. The girl snatches the key, saying she finally found it. Chin-Li's clueless about what she's on about. Checking out the energy-packed key, she says it's been ages. Then she presses it to her forehead. Eyes shut. Energy spills from the key, spreading everywhere. When she opens her eyes, the energy goes wild, leaking through the house, reaching the sky. They're all stunned by the power. Grinning, Qingyun starts explaining. She says, by chance, her parents are in the ancient ruin. All right, buckle up, cause this story's about to get wild. So picture this. They're up against this gnarly monster and it's not looking good. Her dad's super hurt and drops this key, right? And then, whoosh, some weird liquid drips from his arm onto the key. And bam, a green aura pops up like it's got a mind of its own. This aura's all over the place while her mom checks on dad. It finally reaches her, and fast forward a few years, mom's like, "Alright kiddo, time to pass the torch to Qingyin." The aura's like, "Cool, I'm in," and hops over to the young girl, sparking something epic inside her. Then, out of nowhere, this woman shows up saying she woke him up. Our hero's like, "Can I hit up the ruins now?" And she's all, "Sure thing, I'm the boss here." They chat about this mysterious woman inside him, wondering if she's some ancient relic spirit. Qin Li's like, "We've been buds since forever." And Qingyin's all, "Whoa, really?" But yeah, it's true. Later, at night, inside his wife's body. Weird, right? The woman says she's bouncing soon but leaving a killer gift. A spiritual pearl made from earth, sun, and moon vibes. Qin Li's stoked and pops a pill, and suddenly, energy's shooting out of him like a cosmic firework. In the next room, folks are freaking out over this energy show. The elder's like, "Didn't think he'd hit divine status so fast." John's wondering if dad's gonna avenge him, and the elder's curious if the old lady's divine now. The young dude's mind is blown. Things are tense cause they're not on the same team, but dad's like, "Chill, the Huang family's boss is checking the ruins too." Meanwhile, his wife's like, "Save your energy, dude, or you'll poof into nothing." He nods, learning his lesson, but the girl's confused and a bit ticked, tossing a pillow at him. Fast forward a few days, the squad hits the ancient ruins, facing this massive door. Qingyan's hyped, slaps her hand on it, and the key zooms to her neck. She does some ritual thing, and the doors creak open. Inside, it's an old battlefield, but Qingyin's like, "This is just the surface." Our hero's curious about the relic, and his wife's like, "Follow me," pointing to a tablet. She commands it to open, surprising him. Her aura's got her, and she's like, "Why the holdup?" Grabbing his arm, they speed up, and the aura swirls into a spiral, teleporting them to a forest-like place. Qingyin's like, "Not as spooky as I thought," and Qin Li notices the plants are buzzing with spiritual energy. The elder's all, "Perfect for alchemy and leveling up." Our hero's thinking about making future-use pills. Nearby, the family leader rolls in with a crew. The masked leader's like, "Finally got in, congrats all around," then orders a Qin Li search party. He tries his aura on the tablet, but it fights back, shocking him. The energy's going wild and the masked dude's caught off guard. Back with the squad, Qin Li's like, "Enough dawdling, let's find that giant monkey." The masked guy's lurking, annoyed they snag some goodies. The group moves on, while the masked man decides to scout ahead. Grandpa's like, "We've been trekking forever, where's that fire monkey?" When out of nowhere, someone yells at our hero to watch out for something. Leader Qin shows up, already throwing hands with our MC, asking how he dares to mess with his son. Next thing you know, that dude's eating dirt, admitting he messed up and it was his son's fault. One of the squad asks who gave the heads up. The red-haired girl pipes up, saying it was her aunt. Zitan just chills, trying to spot who it was, then spins around to face her. The girl clocks Yao before she can even blink. But our MC's quick on his feet and catches her. He's totally shook about Zitan, and his wife's just as stunned to find out she's his little sis. That smug dude's all, "The girl's with us now." Qin Li's like, "How's this even possible?" And his sis is all, "Explain yourself." The guy in charge says it's the other dude's turn now. A bunch of hooded peeps ditch their cloaks, revealing there's some wild genetic experiments. Qin Li tells Yao she's pretty banged up, offering her meds while warning him to watch out for these folks. Those monsters don't even hesitate. They just start swinging. Grandpa and the elder step up, saying they'll handle these things. The masked dude tells that guy to team up with Qin Li since he's pretty OP. Then the two start flexing their aura, and on the flip side, our hero gears up for the brawl. Zitan goes after Qingyin, who doesn't even defend, just says they're sisters. But as she gets close, something wild happens. Now ready to throw down, the woman inside her asks if she's really gonna hit her own sis. So, she decides to school her in Qingyin's name. Annoyed, she asks how she dares to be so reckless, using such basic moves, and the two sisters start trading blows. Those green aura attacks are totally winning, and in no time, Zitan's almost down for the count. That woman says since they were kids, she and her sis gave her love and the best of everything, asking if this is how she repays them. Zitan seems shook by her words. Qingyan begs the woman to stop hitting her because she's her sister. Zitan spots the weakness and takes her shot, jumping and nailing Qingyan. She can't believe Zitan did that. Our MC sees what's up and yells his wife's name. Right then, the guy shows up with an attack, saying he hates dudes who get distracted mid-fight, and smacks our MC in the back, no defense. The hit pushes him forward a bit, but he glares at the guy, saying he ain't got time to waste on him. Then he whips out his sword and sends an attack at the dude, taking him down in seconds. The masked guy freaks out, thinking he needs to bail, turns to run, but gets nailed by our MC's sword. He used his aura to swing his weapon from afar. Meanwhile, Zitan's got her sis by the neck. Qin-Li rushes in to save his wife. The boy slams Zitan against the wall, asking if she's lost it cause she's his sis. But still ticked off, she whips out a weapon and tells him to buzz off. Qin-Li uses his aura to block, telling her to snap out of it. Suddenly something clicks in her head, and she remembers our hero with her sis, mentally asking why he loves someone else and not her. She recalls her sis saying she's her masterpiece, and keeps repeating those words to herself. She seems to be having a meltdown, repeating those words in her head. Then she clutches her head, screaming, and spins around, bailing out of there. As she bounces away, Qing-Yun calls for her lil sis. Qin-Li wonders how she leveled up to Grandmaster so fast, considering she was just a regular person. Yao says she didn't see her sis-in-law turning evil, but the Green Hall's master is on the way anyway. She explains he was just distracting them while hunting for something. Our MC wonders what he's after, if it's the flaming pill too. Grandpa yells for them to hurry and find the guy. Qing-Yi's still in shock, wondering how her sis turned out like this. Our dude shows up and tells her to chill. Qin-Li says they're all after the flaming monkey, so if they head there, they'll probably run into his sis. That masked guy's all, they came from inside, how's there no reaction? Catching his attention, someone pops up yelling nearby, saying she ain't like that. With her hand on her head, Zitan's having a major brain freeze, saying she's not about that life and doesn't want this. The chief's all, consciousness is stubborn, but it ain't enough to break the rules. Then he rolls up and uses his power on her again. She's just zoning out, focusing her aura. When asked what went down, Zitan spills the tea, saying they found Qin-Li. And with a face like thunder, she says most of them got wrecked by him. Finally, the masked dude's like, take me to the kid. Yao's all, we've trekked this whole ruin and still no flaming monkey. Qin-Li's like, does this lady even know? She says she was snoozing and just woke up, so nope. He wonders if the monkey just bailed, but she's like, I'd know if it did. Suddenly our boy throws up a hand, telling everyone to chill cause something big's coming. The squad jumps back when a red aura pops up. Boom. A massive explosion goes off, wrecking everything. And, from the dust, someone's like, yo, Qin-Li, we meet again. Our MC's like, it's the Green Hall boss, while Qing-Yin's like, and my sis is here. The masked dude's like, I'm not just the Green Hall boss, I'm the Huang fam leader too. From the middle of the hall, he unmasks and says the boy iced his crew, asking if he's ready to kick the bucket. Then, a massive energy aura flares up. With a flick of his arm, he smacks the grandpa, saying failed experiments gotta go. The fourth elder leaps at him, telling him to quit being cocky, but he blocks her with one hand, no sweat. And with the impact, she's sent flying. That guy's all, what about the Qin fam heads from back then? Yao thinks he held back last time. Then, getting closer, the masked dude's like, who said I went all out last time? He asks if back on the island, if they hadn't let everyone go, would they have made it out alive? And Yao realizes she's frozen. Qin-Li's wondering what this dude wants, thinking it's not the flaming pill. Someone yells, saying they've got unfinished business. Defending himself like it's nothing, the man says the Qin fam's so weak they rely on these two to keep their rep. That dude counters with his power, again tossing them far with his strength. Qing-Yin checks on Yao, but she's like, chill, I'm not dying. Qin-Li, all worried, asks who this dude even is. Crossing his arms, the guy's like, take a guess. Grandpa says he and the elder together couldn't beat him, and he's scared, but thinks there's only one person it could be. Finishing with, it's gotta be Hong Ming. Our hero and his wife are clueless about who he is. Badao explains he's the top warrior of the hidden fams, living for like 200 to 300 years. Next up are the Huang and Qin fams, then smaller ones like Zhuge. That dude's like, nice guess, but only half right. He says he's Hong Ming, also the Green Hall head and Huang fam leader, so he runs both hidden and regular worlds. Qin-Li asks about his parents back then, and the guy's like, yeah, that was me too. He says he set them up to enter the ruins and get offed, and everything that happened to Qin-Li was his plan too. Plus, there's that girl he transformed who now only listens to him. Our MC starts flexing his aura, saying, alright then, and charges at the guy who's unfazed. Ming grabs Qin-Li's hand like it's nothing, and with a chill vibe he asks how to get into the stone monument. Annoyed, Qin-Li tells him to ask the King of Hell, gearing up to punch him. But something stops him. Zitan sneak attacks, leaving a gnarly wound on his chest. She pulls back her hand, leaving some nasty holes. His wife rushes to help as he hits the ground. Qing-Yin runs over, freaking out, seeing Qin-Li out cold. Ming wonders if the dude really bit the dust, finding it super lame. The girl yells for him to let her go while the guy says Qingyin went to him. Ming smacks her on the neck. With a smug grin, the woman just drops, totally wiped out. He orders a quick exit, ditching everyone else, and Zitan's all in, leaving the losers for the experiments to mess with. Yao's all, hey, you got your life-saving pills, right? But the boy's like, nah, Zitan's spiritual attack hit my heart veins. Meanwhile, those mega experiments are on the move. Qinli's like, let's go, squad. Then he just shuts his eyes and faints. Yao's holding her, calling her name all worried. Grandpa's feeling like a total fail for not saving the fam's legacy. He's all fired up, ready to take on everyone. The fourth elder's like, girl, grab Qinli. But then, plot twist, something wild kicks off. Our main dude's liquid drips and a red aura's spreading everywhere. The two ladies spin around hunting for the source. Badao and even the experiments freeze, cause the vibe's off the charts. Looks like the aura's coming from those ice blocks. They start cracking, and boom, they shatter, freeing a bunch of peeps. Out pops a red-haired granny and a bald-bearded dude. Shan's jaw drops seeing her granny out and about. Granny's like, wow, you've grown. We've been stuck here forever. And the old dude nods. Grandpa's like, wait, aren't you the last 6 Qin elders? Didn't the girl say you vanished? One elder's all grumpy. Who spread that nonsense? Itching for a brawl. They spill that 6 of them stayed to seal the ruin. Grumpy elder's like, the ancient relic's indestructible, and so's the emperor's lineage. Another elder's like, we sensed a crisis, so we woke up. Xing's like, is this emperor crisis about Qinli? Then someone uses their aura to boost our hero. Elder's shocked at his injuries, wondering if Qinli's got the emperor's lineage. Red-haired elder's like, where's Yali? Badao's like, he and his wife's iced up, barely hanging on. Elder's mad, is this how you protect the lineage? But another's like, focus on Yali's kid. They ask if the old lady can save him. She says they can help, but their souls might vanish. Elder's like, never thought our souls would chill with the emperor's. It's fate. Shin's like, Granny. Old lady's sorry for leaving, saying it's her turn to guard the emperor's lineage. Time to finish their missions. They zoom off, leaving a rainbow trail. All the elders and crew rally to help our hero. They aim their hands, blasting auras at Qinli. Our hero starts floating. Auras wrap around him, forming a cocoon. Qinli opens his eyes, confused. The crew's like, this is our secret spot. An elder's like, we're the squad, your injuries are bad, let's team up to heal you. No time wasted, energies flow into our hero. He yells, energies all visible. Outside, the cocoon cracks. It shatters, revealing our hero, all healed up. His crew's hyped to see him okay. Surrounded by ancestors, Qinli's super grateful. Elders remind him of his promise, and he's like, got it. But he's got one more thing to do. Take down Hong Ming. Ming shoves Qingyin. Think you can trick me with these lame moves? The girl's like, find your own path. But her sis slaps her. No chill. She's mad, hurt. Hits back, yelling for her sis to snap out of it. Zitan pauses, thinking, then grabs her sis by the neck. Qingyin's body auto-activates the monument. Ming's like, guess your sis knows you well, didn't think it'd be this easy. As they step inside, the dude's all, whoa, this place is way cooler than I thought. And there's this one herb that could crank out like a bazillion pills. Qingyin's thinking, no way can we let him mess with anything here, or we're toast. So she asks him about striking a deal. Ming's all ears and wants the deets. The top herb here is the king herb, super hidden, and no way he's finding it solo. Ming's curious about her terms, and she's like, just let me bounce out of here in one piece. He nods. Lead the way. Nearby, our main dude's facing a bunch of freaky experiments. Yao's smacking one like, why do these things never end? Badao's all, I'll hold these creeps with the fourth elder, you guys hit the monument. Yao and our hero dash to the monument, while the dude's thinking about his wife. Meanwhile, his wife's crew keeps moving. Ming's suspicious. You stalling? But Qingyin's like, nah, life's on the line here. As she clears the path, she tells him to chill. She's unsure how real the memories in her head are, but she's gotta try. Finally, she points. There it is, glowing gold and guarded. Ming's like, protection? Puffed, no biggie. But she reminds him of his promise. He unleashes his aura on the shield. His energy smacks the barrier, but it doesn't crack. Ming steps up, shielding himself from the herb's aura, and blasts it with energy. The ray smashes the flower's shield. Boom, explosion, everything's flying. Ming's like, what the heck? But she's clueless. Suddenly, a massive energy burst from the flower. The dude's shielding himself. Didn't think an herb packed this much punch. He leaps at it, reaches out to grab it, but oops, ends up hurt. Suddenly, the ground splits open, and Ming's launched sky high. Qingyin's totally shocked. Out of nowhere, a flaming monkey shows up. A bit freaked, she spots the fire monkey. Ming glares at her. You set me up! Qingyan bolts while he's all, "I've been played!" And the girl's still trying to escape. The dude's almost caught up to her, but something's on his tail too. And bam! A giant hand smacks him. He's flying through the air. Ming crashes into a hill, while the flaming monkey just chills. Now the monkey turns to Qingyan, who's defenseless. She yells, "Don't do it!" The creature gets closer, and she tries to defend herself, but the monster's curious. Suddenly it closes its eyes, all chill, then jumps away, leaving her safe, but her sis Zitan's watching. Nearby, the duo's all, "That sneaky Ming must be hiding his aura." But Qinli spots something. He senses a fiery aura, realizing it's not just any aura. Yao's like, "It's coming from the monument," and our guy's like, "This ain't good." Qingyan's like, "You stalking me?" And Zitan's all, "I'm gonna end you." The girl screams as her sis steps on her head, but suddenly, she's zapped by golden energy. And next thing, she's out cold. Qingyan's like, "Did you kill her?" But our hero's like, "Nah, she's fine." The woman in his wife's body didn't expect our MC to be this OP. Qinli's like, "It's my power, duh. You've seen it," leaving her confused. And while he's talking, bam, punched in the face. Yao's like, "Can we talk about her single feels?" But Yao's about to mention her sis-in-law. When Qinli spots the giant fire monkey, and the squad rushes that way. They're all, "Whoa, didn't even see the fire monkey chillin' in that stone monument." Qingyan's like, "This beast is smart, always moving around. Didn't even know it was in my hood." Yao's puzzled, thinking the monkey could totally take out Ming, but it's just vibing. Nearby, the two are still duking it out. Then, the monkey gets sidetracked by something shiny. It heads for an herb and our MC's all, "Oh, so that's the deal. Didn't expect the monkey to be all zen, not wrecking the trees and herbs." Qinli's pumped, tells the girls to roll with him. He jumps in front of Ming, asking if they're done goofing around. Ming's shook, like, "Dude, thought you were toast." But Qinli's all, "Nah, how could I be gone before you?" Ming's mind blown at how fast the kid hit the divine realm. Our hero's like, "Got what I needed, peace out, gonna trap you here." Ming's chasing, saying, "Only if you can, bro." The fire monkey's just watching them bounce. Seems lonely, so it hops after them. Our hero's out of there, leaving the monument. Ming's hot on his trail, also bailing. He's like, "Whoa, Qinli's gone stealth mode, can't track him." Suddenly the fire monkey's back, tailing them. The kid's like, "If it's giving the pill, I'm taking it." He whips out a sick weapon, charging it with aura. He launches an attack, aiming for the monkey's face. The monkey's like, "Nah," chomps it down easy. Ming's sweating, "No way, that's nuts." Qinli's like, "Dude, I was just warming up, get it?" Our hero swings his sword at the dude. The guy's like, "Whoa, that's fast." Thinks he can't dodge, gets smacked. Qinli's watching, feeling pretty good. Ming's not thrilled about the hit. He's like, "This kid's leveled up, halfway to divine, no doubt." Our MC's ready to keep the brawl going. Since the dude brought treasure, Ming's like, "Time to end this." Qinli's all, "Could've won before, but now it's game on." As they clash, he's thinking, "This guy's dreaming." Their powers collide, big time. Even the fire monkey's feeling the heat. The impact's wild, wrecking everything around. Qinli's in the smoke, looking rough, leaning on his sword to stay up. But his opponent's way worse, like, "How's this happening?" Then he tries some astral projection move, aiming for our hero's body, thinking he's got a shot. He creeps closer, ready to take over, but gets smacked back like, "Whoa, didn't see that coming." Meanwhile, the kid's facing off with the fire monkey. Ming's brainstorming other ways to win. Qinli's like, "This beast's stronger, gotta get back to the monument." He spots his chance, so when the monkey strikes, he blocks with sword in hand. He uses his aura, blasting light at the creature. The monster finally feels it, backs off looking dazed. But then it's like, "Wait, got played," and the kid's gone. Feeling a bit silly now. Soon, our MC's at the stone monument. Qinli didn't think the monkey would catch on, now it's a problem. The creature's yelling, "Get lost." The kid's shocked it can talk. Then the monster's cracking up at the whole scene. Qinli's like, "You hurt my parents, now I'm taking your flaming pill to save them." He leaps at the creature, going for it. The creature's like, "Nah," catches his weapon. And suddenly, its wife shows up, like, "Who's this punk in our crib?" She wraps the creature in her energy. In a flash, the aura's got it locked down. The monster's freaking out, trying to break free. The woman in his wife's body is all, "Yo, hurry up, my power's running on low battery." Our hero's checking out this creature stuck in front of him. He's got that weird feeling again. But hey, saving people is priority number one. So, he swings his weapon, aiming right at the monster. And then, boom, something wild goes down. Out of nowhere, he's back inside that monument, like, what? He spots a tiny monkey chilling on someone's shoulder. The monkey hands over a flower to the dude, but then, bam, it gets hit by a weapon. The attacker's all, The immortal old dude's toast, but he left the monkey to guard the forest. He's bragging about how the forest is his and his crew's now. Chin Li's like, whoa, these are the giant monkey's memories. And the guys are all, we're rolling in dough now. But the little monkey, not down for the count, gives them the stink eye and tries to stand. Suddenly, it morphs into this massive, freaky monkey. A bluish glow pops up, and bam, our MC's back in action. He tells the creature he gets it, it's just guarding the herbs. Then he places his hand on the monster's forehead, promising not to wreck the place. The monkey looks at him with tears, then poofs away with a smile. Chin Li sees the flaming core right in front of him. He reaches out to snag it. His wife's like, how'd it just hand over its core? But he's all, we just clicked, okay? Yao's like, that monkey's a divine beast, probably ancient. She jokes it might be a girl, but our MC's like, zip it, all embarrassed. Qingyin's curious about her sis, and Chin Li's like, freed her from control, gave her a healing pill. While they're chatting, the consciousness of the dude who was their enemy is creeping on them. Ming's thinking, no one's stopping me from getting Chin Li's body back. He charges at our hero, who's busy with Zitan. Yao spots something on the boy's shoulder, saying it looks like a worm. She grabs it, totally grossed out, and tosses it, calling it a talking, evil worm. Ming curses and zooms off. Our MC's like, what was that? But Yao's still freaked out. Suddenly Zitan's eyes pop open. She's stoked her sister's finally awake. But Chin Li steps up, saying that's not the girl. The dude's like, I've been around, but this is my first time in a girl's body, and it's awesome. Our MC's like, that's Hong Ming, while Qingyin's yelling for him to scram. But the guy's like, I barely made it and I'm not leaving. This body's pretty sweet. Yao's shocked the dude took the girl's body and now feels gross for touching him as a worm. Ming's all, how dare you diss me? The enemy's ready to attack, thinking she's asking for it. Chin Li steps in, warning it's the last chance to leave the girl's body. But Ming's taunting, asking if he'd swap bodies. Our MC's like, you're dreaming, and smacks him hard. Ming goes flying, crashing into a rock. The girl, hands on the ground, asks if he really hates her. Her words catch the young man off guard. He tells her to stay strong and fight Ming's control, but she says she's possessed and doesn't need excuses to be taken down. Her sister's confused about how they could hurt her. Frustrated, Zitan's like, without me, you two can be happy. And since they want to be together forever, she'll make it happen, and her sister screams for her to stop. But our MC's quick, holding the girl back. Ming warns him not to do anything stupid. He can't promise his sister-in-law's safety, but the hero's like, who said I was attacking? Ming's worried he might have a secret move. He senses something's off. Yao's attack is heading his way, but he pulls off a last-minute save with his aura, just in the nick of time. The dude's all smug, telling the girl she's way too weak to hurt him. Chin Li's like, true, but I bought some time, while doing a mind meld move. Ming's all, what's your game plan? Remember, if you go down, your sis-in-law's toast too. But our hero's chill, saying the girl's safe, only the bad guy's in trouble. Inside the girl's mind, he spots the dude eyeballing him. The guy's in disbelief, thinking there's no way Chin Li's this strong now. While our boys got him cornered, the dude's yelling he's the top martial artist ever. Chin Li's like, dude, you're basically a zombie, all power hungry, no friends. Power's everything, making the impossible possible. How can that kid know anything? The guy wonders. The hero's like, does all that power make you happy though? The guy's annoyed, like, why should I care? With the dude in his grip, the young man says he's missed life's big lesson, wasting all those years. After taking down the enemy, Zitan breaks free and hits the ground. Chin Li's all about power, but first, he wants to find his parents and protect everyone. And now the girl's in that state. He taps her forehead, saying it's time to wake up. Back in the real world, the girl slowly opens her eyes. She wakes up in her sister's arms, who's super stoked that things are cool now. Then Qingyin gives her a big, happy hug. Zitan realizes she might have messed up with her brother-in-law. Feeling a bit guilty, she calls out to the young man. Chin Li's wiped out but tries to comfort her. Totally exhausted, the boy faints in their arms. He just overdid it and passed out. Nothing major. The woman in his wife's body says he'll bounce back fast in that magic pool. The girls are like, why didn't you mention this sooner? Qingyin's confused as the girls dash off. Zitan races with Yao, saying she's not waiting and will dive in first. The young woman finds it hilarious. The girl says the pool makes her feel like she's got infinite power. The red-haired girl is totally vibing with the moment. Qingyin's pleased, thinking she'd be clueless without the woman inside her. Her sister says it's weird, like she's a different person sometimes, so the girl explains she's got two spirits in her. Yao gets why she knew about this spot now. Everything's chill, but something's off. Qingyin bolts in that direction, yelling it seems sketchy. She tries, to call her husband, who's way off and can't hear. Suddenly, water splashes everywhere near him. A massive water dragon pops up. The girls freak out, trying to reach Qinli. The beast heads for the boy to chow down. Qingyin tries to warn her husband in time, but too late, the dragon chomps him. It rises and gulps him down whole, then it eyes the girls for a sec, but decides they're not worth it and dives back in. The woman in Qingyin's body is ticked off by another creature causing chaos and says she'll handle it. Yao's annoyed the other didn't help sooner. For a bit, the girls chase the serpent, and they notice the sea currents are super strong. Turning briefly, the dragon thinks these humans are clueless. The creature spirals, scooping them all up. The woman grumbles they're all useless, and she still has to save them. The two recover, coughing on the ground. Meanwhile, she thinks this creature's no less than the fiery monkey, but she figures with Qinli's skills, he'll be fine for a bit. Time passes, and the creature keeps swimming, and eventually, it stops to chill. Our hero's still out cold inside it, but he starts waking up, catching a whiff of something funky. He wonders where he is, and where the girls are. Using his energy, he blasts from the inside. The dragon feels the hit, and wakes up at the lake's bottom. It starts squirming while Qinli keeps attacking it from the inside. Looks like the monster's having a rough time. Checking out its body, it figures out where the pain's coming from, and our main dude realizes he's chilling in some beast's belly. Finally, the creature's stomach kicks into gear, and oh boy, it gets super stinky. In a flash, the whole place is filled with some green goo. He tries to shield himself from all that stomach acid, and the creature's still in major pain, even letting out a big ol' cry. Back with the squad, the woman gently wakes the two girls. They snap back to reality, remembering their mission. She explains that since the dragon's all about water, it can't stay dry for long and mentions the grass in her hand is like candy for the creature. Yao grabs it, saying he gets the plan. He shows off a fire spirit herb and asks his sis to fetch it to chill the fire. Zitan takes the herb with determination, thinking she'll do whatever it takes to save him. If she hadn't lost some of her power, that snake wouldn't even dare, says the woman in Qingyin's body. Luckily, her host and that dude slowly got used to her spiritual energy through dual cultivation. Finally, that dragon snake finds some chill, and it just vibes at the bottom of its cave. Inside the stomach, Qinli realizes his spiritual energy's drained and he's in deep trouble. Suddenly, a tiny flaming ball pops up in front of him, and he wonders if that fiery pill could hold him back. But whatever, he needs to try and touches it. The energy spreads through him, turning his eyes white. Inside the creature, chaos kicks off again, and in that green goo, our hero pops up with fresh energy. Qinli jokes it's super rude to eat someone while they're napping. Then he whips out his sword and attacks the creature from the inside. The creature wakes up again, feeling the young dude's attack. This time he breaks through its skin and bursts out of the monster. He faces the creature like a boss. The monster starts flexing its power, planning to use it against our main guy. That dude just watches from above. Then he comments he can pull off that trick too. He raises his sword, focusing that fiery power. In the next moment, he unleashes it on the water monster. The two powers clash. Neither wants to back down. From the surface, the girls spot a massive flash ahead. Yao mentions he feels the boy's spiritual power, but it's kinda different. The woman says it's Qinli's vibe, mixed with the flaming pills, and it looks like he doesn't need their help. Soon after, our hero's already on the creature's head, stabbing it with his weapon. While battling the monster, he thinks of his wife and the girls who have no clue where they are. He jumps off the monster's head and heads to leave that lake. Yao's curious how the boy fought the dragon and ended up just in pants. Awkwardly, he explains the rest of his clothes got digested, and Zitan tells him to get dressed. His wife shows up, tossing him some clothes and telling him to suit up. The woman in the girl's body hadn't realized she cared so much about that boy, and found human feelings kinda silly. Now dressed, Qinli tells them to follow him. But then, something unexpected goes down. Zitan yells for help from the boy while reaching out her hand. They seem to be pulled by some glowing door. His wife shouts for everyone to hold up. Yao jokes it's bad luck meeting him and also a huge hassle. This girl also jumps towards that door, but as she gets closer, the light messes with her somehow. While trying to shield herself, someone asks what happened, and the girl opens her eyes in shock. Qinli's in front of her, floating while Yao asks what the heck is going on. That boy comments they don't seem to be inside the stone monument anymore, and his wife adds they seem to be in another time and space. Then, suddenly, something clicks in his head and he focuses. His other soul mentions she didn't expect they'd end up there, while our main dude asks what she's on about. But the woman cuts him off, saying to chill with the questions and just follow her. Sometime later, they roll up to some weird boats. Qinli asks if she's been there before, and it makes her think. Finally, she says it's kind of familiar, but she can't remember, thinking she must have forgotten something big. Zitan's all, yo, these boats are empty, kinda sus, right? Yao's like, that girl's wild for hopping on a random ship, and our MC's yelling for her to come back. But she's not having it, nope. Out of nowhere, this dude pops up saying she shouldn't bounce so fast. He's all, if you're vibing with the boat, why leave? She's like, it's for my glow up, but she's low-key annoyed. Next thing, she spins around, goes full ninja on him, and our hero's like, chill, don't do that. The guy's unfazed, even jokes about digging her feisty vibe. Chin-Li swoops in, demanding he let her go. But the dude's got a fan, flexing, continent noobs like you can't touch me. Then he tries to strike back. Zitan's yelling, worried for the boy, but the boy's got skills, blocking the attack like a pro. The mystery dude clocks that Chin-Li's no pushover, but he's not down to play. With a flick of his wrist, the boat's zooming off. Our MC's like, uh-oh, this ain't good. The ship's speeding, leaving the others in the dust. In seconds, it's just a blip in space. Yao's all, does that boat have a vis engine? It's zooming. Then, finally, the woman tells everyone to hop on the boat. But the redhead's like, you gonna chase Zitan with this? How you gonna drive it? The other one's like, easy peasy, and shows off some green crystals. Those stones hook up to some control thingy. The whole boat's buzzing with energy. It starts floating through space, just like the other one. Chin-Li's like, is she from this time and place? But she's like, honestly, no clue, maybe? Then, boom, the boat's off, super fast. Yao's like, can we catch that other boat? And the woman's like, totally, they're from the same spot, they'll head back. But she's stressing about getting back to LA, cause all their tracks are gone. Chin-Li's trying to calm her, saying they'll make it back, folks are waiting, even their parents. She's like, cool, it's my bad we're on this boat anyway.